知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这件英雄被动季，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这件英雄被动季，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这件英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Once the young, rash king of an ancient realm, Viego went mad upon the death of his wife. To bring her back, he'll stop at nothing, even if he destroys everything. Now a powerful wraith, Viego can possess the wills and skills of his adversaries. He's a cruel, skirmishing assassin, and no foe is safe from his merciless blade.
The dead will not rest until I am whole once more.
Witness the wrath of the ruined king. Welcome to the Viego Champion Spotlight. Viego's passive, Sovereign Domain, allows him to claim champions who fall to his blade. Upon a killer assist, he can possess them, healing for a percentage of their max health. Possessing a champion allows Viego to become them for 10 seconds, replicating all of their non-ultimate abilities, attacks, and item passes. This is Viego's bread and butter. Use your passive to turn the enemy team's strengths against them. Master yourself, master the enemy. The more you know about your opponents, the better you can best them. Imitation is the most dangerous form of flattery.
Fight, puppet! Fight for your king!
Blade of the Ruined King is no longer just an item. It's Viego's Q, and it comes with an active and 2 passives. His first passive makes every basic attack deal a small percentage of his target's current health as bonus damage. Deja vu. For the active, he stabs forward with his sword, dealing damage. And damaging an enemy with any spell triggers the Q's second passive, which makes his next auto attack strike twice. The second strike deals significant bonus damage and heals Viego, so be sure to take a stab at using your blade for sustain. This passive also works while possessing an enemy champion. Viego's W is Spectral Maw. Charge this skill shot to dash forward and hurl a projectile that damages and stuns the first enemy hit. Just be careful, because you're charging in whether you hit or you missed. His dash range is constant, but the longer you charge, the longer you stun. Keep in mind, Viego can't use this to scale terrain. Looks like he's hit a wall. With his E, Harrowed Path, Viego fires an orb that creates a trail of black mist where he can hide.
The mist is my great, unending sadness.
Harrowed Path haunts the first wall it hits, covering the area in mist for about 8 seconds. When he's camouflaged by mist, Viego gains movement and attack speed. Gotta go fast. And spooky. Use it to spread your Dark Domain all across the rift, but watch out, if your enemies spot the cloud, they might just track your location. Viego's ultimate is Heartbreaker. Abandoning any possessed souls, Viego teleports to a nearby location, attacking the enemy champion with the lowest health, applying on hit effects like his Q passive, and slowing them. Nearby enemies will also be knocked back, taking damage as well. You can use your ult as a gap closer to teleport and isolate your target. Call it a hit and run. It's also a ghastly finisher. The lower your target's health, the more Heartbreaker hurts. After learning it, Heartbreaker is always available to be cast while possessing an enemy champion. Use it to exit your host early and shift between bodies, controlling the fate of the fight. Playing the Ruined King requires a bit of patience.
This form is nothing to me.
Use Harrowed Path away from walls in the early game to keep enemies guessing while you farm the jungle. Once you've hit your stride with your item spikes, it's time to look for those big plays. Your Q's double hit passive has no internal cooldown, so use your abilities mixed with auto attacks to maximize the damage. This combo lets Viego really burst, giving him an edge in a fight. Stay hidden in the mist until you're ready to blitz, borrowing bodies as you take them down one by one. When you're done, just ghost them.
The Mist Beckons.
As an assassin, Viego isn't great when behind, but if he has a head start, he can conquer the Rift, quickly turning objectives and teamfights to his favor.
All this carnage. Do you see? I do it for you.
Looking to bring his reign to an end? Be aggressive early game to put the king in his place. Remember, Viego is a conqueror at heart. If you let him collect items, it'll be a missed opportunity to keep him contained. When you're ready to fight, don't just jump in. Unlike other melee assassins, Viego's only escape is his ultimate, which isn't exactly ideal. That crown's looking a little heavy. You'll need to build your Royal Guard with tanky teammates, then seize your opening. Long live the king!
Submission or death for all who live. In the end, it matters not. I will see her face again.
Wreak havoc upon the Rift with the original Heartbreaker. Ready for an era of ruination? Just Viego to the links below.
and denies him passes with the pillar. Once again, it's a triple kill for Lil B.
5 weeks of action, 91 games in total, and it all comes down to this. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, into the Pacific Championship Series playoffs, day 1. I'm going to be your host and play-by-play Clement Chu, and I'm joined by the lovely and rather handsome Calvin to my right. How are you doing, man? Hello? 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 Okay.
I can't hold it anymore. Nah, I was trying to act like I was AFK.
Oh, okay.
But you just there was like no reaction when you're just like, hello. But okay, never mind. Hello, summoners. Yeah, I mean, we're on April's Fool Day, post day, and I didn't manage to really fool Clement. Maybe I did, but
you actually did.
He didn't give me he didn't give me like the reaction I was expecting. But anyway, yeah, I mean, playoffs day 1 of PCS, and today we have 2 series. Clement.
Yeah, we're going to kick off with 2 best-of-3 series. This is going to be your first round of playoffs. We'll get into the playoff schedule a little bit later on, but you know, we do have to wrap up the last week of regular split, starting with week 5's Player of the Week. Still want to hand those awards out right before we get into the postseason, and we should have production giving us your players shortly. Just to go over the format a little bit while we wait, we do have 8 teams into the PCS playoffs. It's a very lenient schedule. There are basically 80% of the teams are allowed a chance into the postseason, and there is a winner bracket plus a lower bracket. So don't be worried if your teams fall out today. They still will get a chance to move up forward into the finals if they don't drop any more teams.
Well, unless you're in the lower brackets, obviously, then you only have 1 chance. But yeah, I mean, today we'll have 6 games to be played. I mean, at most 6 games. I think it was best of 3 for both series. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of exciting games, and we do have a lot of stats to present if the production actually shows it.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on a Player of the Week. We should be getting it shortly. But you know, who do you think is it going to go to? I'm kind of curious on your take on that one. There was a lot of hero surprise plays, especially from Hong Kong Attitude, to secure their playoff slot.
Yeah, I mean, the lower bracket is actually like pretty interesting in my opinion. Most likely because like those teams usually have like a really unstable performance, but they can topple like the middle of the pack teams. But now we finally have some stats.
Yeah, we have Gemini as Player of the Week, you know, really good KDA, great first blood participation. And just a small reminder, but our top 4 teams closing out the split went on a 31-game winning streak. So it's not going to be from the bottom teams. It's actually going to be one of our top 3 in the standings.
Wow, okay, I did not know about the win streak there, so nice to know. You just kind of ruined my hope for like the lower brackets team to like surprise, to upset like the other teams. But yeah, I mean, Gemini, like this is a player that I wouldn't just say like he's like the player of the week, right? Like throughout this entire split, he has had some really good performance. You know, it started off a little shaky. You know, Machi started off a little shaky, probably like just struggling to find the identity. However, after week 2, like the massive Talia performance literally changed how all the PCS teams draft.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like Gemini enabled Machi X to go for this jungle carry style. We saw a lot of AP carries coming out from him, the Talia, the Nidalee, as we just seen, and of course he does get a piece of the action on the Hecarim as well to get things going. Machi end up with a very, very strong finish right here. No really surprises, and I would also put Gemini as a likely candidate for just the MVP. I think it's between him or Unified.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Gemini getting the MVP might just surprise a lot of people because, you know, Machi is not like the top team in the league. You know, it is going to be the PSG Talon that is the top team. But you know, I wouldn't be surprised actually. I wouldn't be like shocked or like unhappy that if Gemini gets the Player of the Week. I'm actually surprised that they only showcased Hecarim and Nidalee instead of his Talia.
We are going to wrap up with some stats on the regular split, and we're going to start off with top 5 bans coming in. Seraphine, no surprises, number 1. Her flex potential, absolutely insane. And then we have the Thresh, who a lot of people have made their sort of main champion. We have Smurf's Thresh, we have Pop's Thresh coming out to mind, and a lot of those supports have that taken away from them. Anything that really pops up to you in this ban list?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I find interesting is because the PCS skipped from 11.2 to 11.4 and then patch 11.6 now. So you do not have the patch 11.3 and 11.5 stats in the PCS because there's no games played. However, the Rel is actually one that really stands out because it's one of the champions that spiked in bans and picks in 11.3. So the teams in PCS are actually playing, the 11.3 meta despite not being actually played on that patch.
That was a really fun stretch to watch the games. Going back into the meta was kind of interesting. I've never experienced that in any other league. Then we're moving on to top 5 pick rates here. No surprises, Kai'Sa number 1. She's also number 1 globally, and Gnar number 2. So really does feel like a very close lining up to what we see in the LPL and honestly what the rest of the world is playing as well. And of course, then we have your trifecta of super powerful junglers rounding out the chart.
Yeah, I'm surprised Olaf is being that high because Olaf is usually being picked as a neutralizing pick against Udyr or a counter pick against Hecarim. Therefore, when a pick is primarily a counter pick, you don't really see that high of a pick rate.
But the interesting thing coming up is your top 5 win rates. There's not a lot of overlap with your top 5 pick rates. Only Gnar and Hecarim actually manage to stay up on the chart, which honestly isn't that bad. You get 40% of your previous applicants here. Top 5 win rates, I'm so surprised that Renekton is actually here.
Yeah, no, I'd say 60% because Renekton was the 5th most banned from PCS. So you do have Renekton, Hecarim, and Gnar on the list. And I mean, Renekton is one of those picks where you sort of you pick this to win lane, right? Into snowballing really hard. And as we can see in a lot of the PCS teams, some teams do have quite a big top gap, right? You play around the top lane and then you just break through the top lane. I remember there was this one game where Renekton literally got 2 turrets at 15-16 minutes in, and that was massive. So you do. That's why you do see Hecarim Renekton having such a high win rate.
And we are going to go over the average stats of the league here. Really fast action with their first bloods, happening around 5 minutes. And also for our Barons as well. I'm not sure if that's a typo, but apparently our first Barons are at 21 minutes, which is basically, we rush Barons whenever it's up.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, 21-minute Baron is actually extremely early. And one thing I do want to notice is the difference between First Blood and First Dragon. Because most likely, when you see First Blood time being 5 minutes, you would expect it's a First Blood into Dragon. However, there is a 3-minute difference. So, what that suggests is you're probably seeing a lot more lane actions more than river actions.
Yeah, a lot of stats here are actually super interesting to decipher. I think mainly we have to remind ourselves that PCS has been a very top-heavy league. Basically, the 3 teams, they only lose amongst each other. Machi X, Beyond Gaming, and of course, PSG, last but not least. Those teams create this Warring Kingdoms trifecta, and I think they heavily skew the stats because a lot of the stats you see here feel super low. First inhibitor, first Baron, first kill, those are very, very low. But the other stats in the same time feel a lot longer than other leagues, like your first Terran, your first turret, your first Drake. So, I think it's just really kind of a showcasing that PCS is sort of this league that has a league within itself. But we are going to look at our roster right now. It is 8 teams into the playoff bracket for a total of 12 different matchups. We have a very, very long playoff season going all the way to April 18th. So you're in for 2 weeks of exciting matches, starting up at the first round of winter brackets. For today, we're going to have J-Team versus Boom Esports and Machi X versus Impunity.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive playoffs bracket. As someone who came from the OCE region, you never see that, brackets this big. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I mean, like a lot of exciting games here, right? J Team, Boom Esports, they're very similar teams, I'd say, in terms of stats overall and also their standings, right? Magix versus Impunity is a bit of a bigger difference, but you should never count Impunity out because they are one of the best performing Singaporean team, historically, right, in the entire PCS, and yeah, I mean, they have shown that they can play really well into the top teams.
So we're going to be taking a look at the new patch we're coming in on. It's going to be patch 11.6. Viego banned, no surprises here, banned all the way till MSI. Key buffs. This is a huge patch for mages, especially Akali has had her burst combo increased. Volibear we're seeing stomping around in the jungle in LEC, and key nerfs to a lot of the sort of safe and go-to champions. Hecarim, Lilia, your 1-2 picks for jungler nerf, and Gnar and Renekton both nerfed as well. Teleports was actually kind of nerfed here. I don't really consider it a buff, actually. We saw the home guards falling off, so you don't get that 7 seconds of extra movement speed. It was kind of ridiculous, let's be honest. And jungle camps, if you like romps and if you like smiting, then you have a lot more HP in your early clears.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so Viego being disabled is kind of known fact by now. I think Riot have openly said that MSI would not feature Viego. I think Akali, I haven't seen much success on this champion, even solo queue so far. So, maybe it is a buff overall, but probably the next two champions in the Sylas and in the Volibear is a lot stronger because Sylas does do well into a lot of like transforming champions, a lot of like team fight heavy champions. When you have the Rel, when you have things like Alistar, when you have Volibear coming in, you've got really good ults to steal.
Yeah, Petricite Burst, getting that 40% extra attack speed really smooths a lot of his combos out. And then you have the Kingslayer buff, which I consider a buff since the cooldown actually went down in the later phases of the game. So I think Sylas is going to be a huge champion. We're seeing that in the LCK already. Chovy had a really good series against NS. They are going all the way to 5 games. So a lot of fun stuff coming in this patch, but I want to get your take on this one because we are going into your first matchup between J-Team and Boom Esports, between Ruby and Mission. Both of these guys are great mage players. They love just going into the late game. What do you think about the changes for, Leandri's getting free stuff, Luden's Tempest getting free stuff? Do you think that's going to make these teams a little bit more powerful come playoffs?
Yeah, I think the mid lane item changes are a little interesting because it does encourage a little more action in the mid game, right? Previously, when you're playing for most likely the Leandries, you don't often see Ludens being built in competitive. A lot of the teams basically just play towards that late game, right? Leandries doesn't really scale up until late game when you have multiple items, giving you a lot of ability haste. However, hold on to that thought just yet, and we'll go on to rosters.
Oh, today we're going to have Driver taking the start over Rest, then Hana in the jungle, Mission as your mid laner, and of course for the bot lane it will be Lil V and Woody rounding it out. J-Team, one of your top teams coming into the PCS. They've had very good early games, very dominant snowballs. They have the fastest win time actually. Not exactly fast. I think PSG is actually a little bit faster, but their average win time is only 26 minutes. So this is a team that if they get up to an early start, they're going to blitz through you.
Oh, really? Oh, average win time. Okay, I see. Because I was looking at the game time for both teams, and surprisingly, both teams actually averages 30 minutes and 18 seconds. Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. No more and no less. So both J-Team and Boom Esports, they win or lose, but their average game time is exactly the same. So this is something that's very interesting. And as we talk about this, let's move on to Boom Esports roster. Rock in the top lane, Epic is your jungler, Ruby the mid lane, Wako and Pop are your bot lane for this team.
Yep, we have the Thai squad on the other hand with Rocky as the Thailand representative, and Epic coming in from Hong Kong, Ruby and Pop the Korean players, and Wako the Taiwanese player. So, Boom Esports, they are coming in as a bit of an underdog. They are the lower seed, but in the head-to-head, they actually split the series 1 versus 1, especially behind Wako's 13-kill performance against Lil V.
Yeah, I mean, Boom Esports versus J-Team, statistically, both teams actually hover around the same place. They a lot of their stats hover around 3rd to 5th, 6th-ish. And like if you directly compare both teams, just looking at statistics, then you wouldn't be saying that any team have like a significant advantage over the other team. However, when you look into when you dive into the player stats, that's where the difference come in. Like you have the mid lane that's very similar. Both mid laners doing 29.5% damage for their team, and actually, we have like general team stats here. So J team, as you can see, just having a little bit more dragon percentage, a bit more herald percentage. Actually, yeah, and then Boom have a bit more Nash's percentage, but like overall, I wouldn't consider like that's a huge one. The only huge one is the gold difference at 15. J Team is much more effective at dealing with lower tier teams than Boom Esports is.
Yeah, J Team has been known as sort of the chef's knife in the PCS. They will go through vegetables and lower tier teams in an instant, but they do find their blade dulled by some of the stronger opponents that they faced. And I think Boom Esports should consider themselves an equal opponent here. I really see this series going all the way to 3 games. I think J Team's going to have their work cut out for them. From the series we've seen, generally, it has been J Team with a pretty sizable advantage against Rocky, but then the bot lane is anyone's game. Lil V versus Wako, that's a very close matchup between those two AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of team stats, right? I think this screen is doing Boom Esports a little bit of injustice here, because I also want to mention that Boom Esports have a higher first blood percentage and a higher first turret percentage. So maybe we will see Boom Esports getting that first blood and getting that first turret, maintaining that gold lead, and just play it to the late game, because both teams kind of excels towards the late game, right? Both Mission and Ruby, they play on those scaling mages, one on the Victor, one on the Orianna, the Azir, and they basically just play for the late game team fights.
And there we go. The Victor is instantly taken off the table. Ruby has 71% win rate on that Victor. It's his most played champion at 7 picks. So that one is definitely not going to go over. For Boom Esports, they're going to take away most of the standard bans. We have seen the Thresh banned a lot against Woody, and also the Hecarim just being taken away. So giving J-Team some options here. We still have Lilia on the table. We still have Rel on the table. See which one they're going to go for here. I do want to mention with Driver, J-Team does play more of a front-to-back style. That's what we've seen from them. They are more willing to go for just a standard weak side in the top lane. But wow, this could be extremely spicy if they lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian is a very strong champion in mid lane. However, I've also heard that Lucian is being played in both top lane and bot lane a little bit as well. I don't think it's yet to be flex on stage yet, but I have heard that teams are now starting to pick champions like Braum, and then pairing it with the Lucian, the classic bot lane duo, and then also Lucian is really good into the Gnar top lane and into some of the melee versus range matchups.
Yeah, this has been one of Mission's actual go-tos here. We've seen Mission and Hana with Hana on something like the Karthus or something like the Nidalee, and just making sure that they have plenty of damage and can scale into the late game. In the meantime, we're going to have Boom Esports going for the Tristana. I'm just checking their champion pool so far, and for them, they have not actually flexed this Tristana before in the regular split. It's been solely going to Wako, but you never know. We definitely could see that Tristana maybe going to the top lane, maybe going to the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana is going to be, it is Wako's most played champion at 6 games. A bit of a mixed result, 50% win rate, only 4.6 KDA. However, definitely could still be flexed mid lane. However, Tristana, not the best champion into Lucian. I think historically, Lucian does do pretty well into Tristana in solo lanes, in top lane mostly. And I assume it's going to be similar in the mid lane as well. And J-Team going to lock in the Gragas and the Volibear. Volibear, the bear has basically vanished from competitive play for quite a while, actually. And, it's kind of interesting to see just one buff would basically bring him back into meta.
The buffs were pretty crazy, especially against legendary monsters. the cap right now from level 1 is 150 to 750. So you do actually 600 extra damage if you're going up against a legendary monster early. It gives him a lot more objective control, gives him a lot more healing with the Omni Vamp. So I really see Volibear as being a huge pick coming into the matchup. I've seen a lot of Turbo Chem tanks just running people down, and Woody also gets his best support here. His Gragas has been on point. I don't think Woody has actually shone that brightly on other supports, but his Gragas is definitely something to behold. Boom Esports are going to go for the Syndra pick as a potential answer into the Lucian. We have seen this being thrown out, but it still is a bit of a skill matchup, and Mission has definitely won against this matchup before. He's currently sitting at 8.8 KDA on the Lucian mid lane, 100% win rate. So that's going to be a tough matchup in the mid. For Boom Esports, they're taking away more AD carries. Kai'Sa off the table, Senna off the table. Maybe something like a Xayah in the cards?
Yeah, I mean, Xayah would make sense. However, I do want to mention that this Gragas, could still potentially be flex top lane. So, potentially we do have 3 champions that can be flexed somewhere else, right? Volibear can still go top lane if needed. However, I do doubt that it is going to be a Volibear top lane. However, it's still possible. Kai'Sa, really nice champion in general, like we've seen, like most picked. And it is going to be the Alistar. So, I mean, not going to be just yet. 5 seconds. 4.
Yeah,
3. 2. Come on. It is okay. It is going to be the Alistar. Surely. You are okay.
A very long contemplation.
That is a very long because. Like when you count down to 0, like there's also like a 2 seconds-ish grace period where you can still change the champion.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's one of the little things. I'm not sure whether it's just competitive client only, but it is going to be Seraphine. Actually, how did that slip to the 5 pick?
Yeah, this is a very interesting draft from J Team. It seems like they only have 1 damage source though.
Yeah. Seraphine Gragas, I think that's like Seraphine Alistar. I think that's like sort of like a G2 draft. Seraphine is really good with both Gragas and also Alistar because their CC is reliable enough for Seraphine to consistently land the root or the stun. And it's very hard to actually kill the Seraphine because both champions provide a lot of healing. However, with this Seraphine AD being locked in, it means that J Team's sole damage output is going to be Mission on that Lucian, and they will have a relatively short range comp. However, they do have 3 front lines, so that's an upside from there for the Lucian. And on Boom Esports side, you do have the very traditional front-to-back, triple front line with 1 major source of AP damage and 1 major source of AD damage.
I do want to ask you about J Team's composition. Boom Esports, we've seen this comp 1,000 times. We know how it works. It's very standard. But for J Team, sort of break it down for me. How are they looking to actually take control of this game?
Yeah, so basically they have a really strong 2v2 in the mid jungle. I think Lucian plus Volibear is probably one of the rare few duos that can match up with against the Syndra and Olaf. Both junglers basically they fall pretty hard late game. I think with Volibear falling off a little harder because like Volibear's damage doesn't really scale up that much. Like he's really strong early to mid game. But once it hits that late game, you basically get out sustained, and you're basically just a piece of meat. So I think a lot of action this game is going to be about mid jungle. Whether mid lane will get solo kills, whether mid lane can get out of lane and pressure the side lanes for a dive or something. That is probably the major discussion point in this game. However, I do think J Team have like a pretty solid comp because Seraphine does provide a lot of scaling innately, and it does mean that Lucian, traditionally you think of Lucian as a champion that like in terms of damage it scales to late game, but because of his range, like he's never really considered a late game champion. But Seraphine makes that a thing because Seraphine will make sure that Lucian will never die.
That's really interesting to point out. The high notes actually gives him extra range as well if he so chooses to use that. We are going into game. This is going to be our first postseason match between J Team and Boom Esports. Welcome to the PCS playoffs.
Yeah, this is one foggy Summoner's Rift.
Welcome to
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen so much, so much fog on this one. That's interesting to point out. Good angles coming in here. We're gonna be taking a look at the summoner choices and the rune choices right here. It's gonna be press the attack on the Volibear. Standard trading and a lot of damage going down. Double press the attacks. I don't think those actually stack though.
The damage part stacks, I believe. However,
the exposed.
Oh wait, no,
the exposed does.
The exposed 100% doesn't stack. I'm not sure about. Actually, I'm not too sure about the damage part as well because I don't think you're allowed to apply another stack after exposing the enemy. So maybe, but it is the standard rune choice for Volibear, especially into the Olaf. It does mean that this Volibear should be able to beat out the Olaf early on in an invade in a 1v1.
It's gonna be really hard for Olaf to dodge out on the Sky Splitter, so I could definitely see that matchup going the way for Volibear. In the meantime, we do have Phase Rush actually being brought here by Seraphine, not the Guardians or not the Aerie as we have seen in other lanes. And for Wako, no surprises here, just Hail of Blades plus the good old trusty Cleanse being selected.
Yeah, Phase Rush is just being picked probably because of Olaf. You don't really want to get slowed by Olaf and then just hunt down, as a Seraphine, so that's probably the major reason. However, I'm a little puzzled why he took Cleanse. Oh,
Wow.
Nice.
That felt like an unnecessary flash from Lil V. Woody was actually able to block that one out, so a bit weird right there as J-Team loses Summoner immediately. Meanwhile, Mission taking Ruby to less than 150 HP.
Yeah, I think bot lane, like Lil V probably just didn't really trust Woody there a little bit. Probably because of the headbutt was just a little late, I'd say. Usually you do see Alistar basically reacting almost instantly, but he waited a little bit. But it doesn't mean that Pop does get chunked pretty hard because he is closer to that Seraphine and end up having to take like 50-60% health as he retreats. So still a very good trade for both sides. I think for Boom Esports, now that you have a Seraphine without a flash, it means there's a lot of kill potential. And on J-Team side, you do get lane priority off that because Pop is now one Pop down.
Those bot laners are definitely not going to go for a trust fall. If Lil V tries to trust fall, I'm not sure Woody will catch him. And that's just a little bit unfortunate for J-Team's bottom lane. Down in Summoner quite early. And we see both junglers actually pathing downwards now. Hana is going to skip his Krugs and start the potential counter engage as Pop goes a little bit forward, and Wako jumps straight in onto Hana. Exhaust instantly down, and PTA is there as well. They're gonna find that first kill. It looks like J-Team with the perfect bait for Wako.
That was weird. Pop, yeah, I mean, Pop started off, just randomly using Crashdown onto absolutely nothing. And Wako decides that, alright, I am going to help my support engage by jumping right on top of someone. However, Hana was there to counter gank. So we see this again. Crashdown completely misses, and Wako just jumping in despite, the missed engage and basically just getting hard punished for it. And that will be first blood to J-Team.
Yeah, we could see on the side lanes, Epic was coming in for the gank, but Wako face jumping himself right onto Hana was probably not great for his health. He's going to go down for first blood there. The bot lane will go back to J-Team's control. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Driver consistently has priority over the Scion. We see the wards coming in already. And now Hana coming for Ruby in this behind the tower gank. He's going to fall down to less than 150 HP. And Hana is left to his lonesome underneath this tower. The gank does not work out. Epic comes in and actually doesn't get an assist right there. Ruby is able to pick up the rub buff and the solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, Epic will get some experience because the Volibear did die around him. However, no assist means he doesn't get the gold. And I think that's a little bit of a misexecution from Mission there. His E actually, he went for the long dash instead of the short dash. And what that means is his auto attack after the E was just a little too slow, and therefore Ruby was able to flash away from the piercing light.
Yeah, we could see that Ruby able to flash over the wall, allow his jungler to come back in and save him. And I'll be honest, this feels like a really rusty start for both teams.
Yeah.
When you haven't played for a while, people always throw the kind of question out, are the teams going to come in feeling rested, or are they going to seem a little bit rusty? I would lean a little bit rusty for both of these teams here, but we do have to remind the viewers that even if the teams drop in this best of 3 today, they are guaranteed to have a second chance at coming back through the loser's bracket. Mission trying to go aggressive on Ruby, but Ruby has red buff and level 6. Mission just dies. What?
Yeah, I mean, that was a miscalculation from Mission there. So, not knowing that Ruby will hit 6 before him, it was, proved very detrimental for this Lucian. And we'll watch this once again. I mean, Mission, just capitalizing on the fact that Ruby does not have the stun, the scatter of the weak, and tries to engage. However, that is just a lot of damage from Syndra. It's a 5-volt ultimate, not a 6-volt one, but it is still enough to kill Mission.
Red buff, he was clearly level 6, and Mission overstayed his welcome. Went over the minion wave, aggressed onto the Syndra, and paid with it with his life. And, we were talking at the start of the game that J-Team looks like a single damage carry on their roster, and now they're going up against a 2-0 Ruby. I don't think Lucian's going to be able to be as impactful as they need him to be.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, like the fact that Seraphine basically got out of lane, pretty safely because of the early first blood, would mean that J-Team is on a pretty big lead. However, Mission absolutely threw that lead away actually with Hana with that dive and the solo
he's
kill.
Here to come and get it back though, as we see the kill onto Rocky, a 3v1 dive, completely unspotted by Boom Esports. It's a rather surprising thing for me. And J-Team are going to find a very, very easy kill into a tower push-in. They won't have enough time to actually find the Herald play, but the bottom lane has roamed towards the middle in order to clear up this minion wave. Really well done by J-Team to make sure none of the minions go to waste.
Yeah, really nice recovery there from J-Team. They will still bleed a bit of turret plate and CS in the bot lane. However, overall, really nice, really nice rotation there from the entire roster.
We are going to have a bit of a action-packed early game here. It's almost 8 minutes. Both of the teams already finding 2 kills apiece. And Boom Esports so far has been able to control Drake with relative ease. Once again, they're setting up around for the objective, trying to find people in this tri-brush. And I want to talk about the bot lane dynamics a little bit. So far, it seems like Lil V and Woody in this matchup have just been able to push up again and again. But before that, we might be going into a 2v2 as Hana does spot out his red buff being taken. Ruby, with the cheeky W, is going to make sure they get that objective. And Woody will start the engage now. Little V finding a lot of damage onto the support. Wako jumps in 1v3. I'm not sure that's the right play. He nearly finds Lil V and is able to jump out with the reset. Now it's Ruby's turn to go in a little bit too deep. And the Stormbringer finds the kill onto the Syndra. We do see it traded back as Epic is able to secure onto that red buff, but Boom Esports going a little bit over aggressive.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Woody's engage was a little ambitious because the fact that Olaf and Sinjo was actually nearby. However, Wako with another questionable rocket jump there. The engage was a little interesting, but the rocket jump with Pop just jumping away means that you're not getting that track repel stun early enough, and then Ruby goes in as well. So a lot of miscommunication there from Boom Esports roster, and Woody only dying because he didn't have the mana to cast Unbreakable Will.
Yeah, that was rather unfortunate here, but J-Team are going to go for the Herald. They are in position first, but Pop gets a 3-man Magnetic Storm, stun onto Mission as the Lucian dies, and it's open hunting season for Boom Esports as they're chasing down everyone left on J-Team. We're going to see Driver go down as well, just accepts his fate, and that's the third rocket jump that Wako has found in this team fight. They're going for more. They're taking the blue buff away. Ruby happy to claim his prize, and J-Team's Herald attempt turns into an absolute disaster.
Yeah, look, this fight is extremely messy. I think like we said over and over again, J-Team's comp is a 1 damage comp. It's a single damage threat in that Lucian, and if Lucian gets deleted at the beginning of the fight, there is absolutely no chance for J-Team to fight this.
In Mission, we trust, but Mission, unfortunately, is not a god. And really well done by Pop to go in and just clear out the first target like that. It was all the abilities being used. Magnetic Storm, the Attract Repel stun also going down. Let's watch this again as Pop goes in and finds the mark.
Yeah, I mean, Mission was definitely left behind a little bit. It's either his slow rotation or his team just went onto the Herald a little too quickly. Woody tried saving him. However, you're not saving a Lucian without a dash against a Rel.
Yeah, we did see the explosive cast go down. Driver also trying to get him out of that situation, but none of it actually works. And we are going to have Ruby coming back with a stolen blue buff against Mission. So this feels like a very comfortable and standard draft working out the way it's supposed to for Boom Esports.
Yeah, and also denying Lucian that one plate in the mid lane just then. So that is, I think, was it 140 or 160 gold down his drain. And you know, little things matter because, you know, now that this Lucian is 1 and 2, he desperately need all the gold possible.
And just to follow up on the Seraphine, it is going to be a Moonstaff build, the standard option that we've seen so much, but it really doesn't do that much damage. This is J-Team struggling to keep ahead in a composition that definitely needs to be ahead, as they will take away this Ocean Drake completely uncontested. Boom Esports vying for the open mid lane and River priority rather than contesting the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, they will now even out the Dragon count. However, that will be, I think, 3 plates going to Boom Esports after this Demolish proc. And, oh, Boom Esports. Okay, never mind. It is going to be the culling used to deny the siege. Otherwise, I feel like, you know, Boom Esports is actually looking to continue that siege, you know, sending 5 men to mid lane 12 minutes into the game. That's very early.
I do want to see Ruby's gold lead at this point. He got another couple of platings. He was already the person with the most gold. Your Forbes top 100 in the on the Rift already, and at this point he should have a very, very sizable lead. He's sitting at 3-1 and 2. Has already had that Seekers sitting for a while with the extra armor on him already, and I just don't see Mission being able to push him out whatsoever at this point.
Yeah, a bit of carelessness there from... Oh, that here. Yeah, I mean, a bit of carelessness there from Hana, you know, not checking the pixel brush forwards before going into that, into the river. Does mean Ruby will safely avoid the gank. And everything seems to go back to a pretty even state with Boom Esports just having that 2k gold lead and looking to invade the red buff. Never mind.
They are not going to relinquish their advantage for Boom Esports. They're going to continuously invade at this point. And it looks like J-Team has sort of lost all of their strong points on the map. The bot lane that has been pushing in from the start doesn't seem like they have the priority anymore. The mid lane that is supposed to be sort of Mission's trump card with that 100% win rate, the tower is already gone. Boom Esports has their say on the map. They have the better team fighting composition in my mind. So... The question I have for you is, what does J-Team even do now?
Yeah, right now it's probably best to play for Lucian side lane. I think Lucian in the side lane is still better than Syndra. I mean, in the side lane is probably better than everyone else in on Boom Esports. So, you know, you kind of want to look to set up this Lucian in the side lane and just have the Alistar, have the Volibear play around him.
It looks like Boom Esports are going to try and make a play into the bottom side. However, bad wording from Pop. He doesn't actually get inside the brush. Maybe he does there.
Huh. It doesn't. He's just, yeah, the controller just got exposed because it's detecting the ward.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I kind of misread that interaction. But anyway, he still stays alive. Kind of lucky there. Interesting, as J-Team are trying to go for a 4v2 in the bottom side, but they eventually do back out once their vision was spotted. And now it looks like J-Team are, you know, just continuing to try and pinch that bottom side since they have Lil V pushing the lane in.
Yeah, they try to make something work, but at the moment, you know, nothing much can happen for J-Team. Bot lane is fairly safe. Top lane is a tank versus tank matchup, so you're not really... Yep, it's just going to be a short trade from Boom Esports, so no big deal there. The Seraphine should heal up Ruby with a roam to top lane. Will not result into anything as well, and yeah, I mean, for J Team, like they're desperately trying to make a play. However, like I think the playmaking potential is in mid or bot lane, but you know, in terms of bot lane, you need 4 people. So as long as Boom Esports communicate correctly, nothing should happen. And in the mid lane, you do see Ruby ticking 11. So having that level 2 ultimate means that they also can't make a play on the Syndra, or she'll be able to trade 1-for-1 pretty easily.
Yeah, so it seems really hard to get what you're saying going. Mission at this point, he's just pushed in so deep into his own jungle, and Epic already has the Stride Breaker looking to go in on the invade. Lil V might be running into a little bit of trouble right here as Woody starts the fight. We see high notes going down, plus the beat drop for Lil V. Pop is forced to flash out as we have the Stormbringer following him. Is he going to go down? Yes, the Encore does tag him, and we're going to see Hana picking up 1 kill here. The fight's going to start. Mission going across the wall, but being pushed back again through the Buster shot from Wako. J-Team are going to find that 1 kill and then head back into the mid lane for this push. Not much that Boom Esports can do here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Boom Esports didn't take the fight because, you know, despite Pop dying, J-Team does not have Volibear ultimate, Seraphine ultimate, and then also, you know, the Lucian ultimate after Wako used his Buster shot. However,
Woody going in again, and we have the Sky Splitter doing a large amount of damage to the front line. Mission is still safe, and Wako's trying to play a flanking Tristana. That's very interesting. I want to see how this one actually pans out as Driver goes once again into the fray. Rocky goes for the backline onto Mission. Lil V is gonna die. Wako gets the reset, and Woody's being chased down here. He has nowhere to go. He's gonna die, and Driver, the person that started it all, is now trying to walk away from the scene of the crime. That was some illegal engage from the Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what I mean, right? Boom Esports roster is so much better at playing out fights without ultimates, right? J-Team without the Volibear ultimate, without the Encore on the Seraphine, they can't team fight. They can't really team fight, right? You don't have the one-shot potential. You do have somewhat like a sustain, but you do not have enough CC to last you that long. Whereas Boom Esports and the Tristana is going to outrange, I mean, most of J-Team's roster. Ruby on that Syndra will have consistent damage with her Q, and just watch this once again. So Boom Esports, you know, they look like they're being forced away. However,
I thought it was over here. I thought there's no way to engage,
well,
right? There's no way to engage, and the driver goes in.
And you know, basically they've been split apart. There is no one to protect Mission and Lil V, and therefore this Olaf and this Tristana is just doing God's work.
Yeah, and Ruby does such a good job with the footwork as well. He had Driver and Volibear on him, but he's able to stay alive, just moving back and forth for a long time. So that's just a complete backline trade that Boom Esports wins out on as they find 2 members. We're going to have a really good explosive cast coming in onto Rocky. He's going to pop his ultimate, but going to run into the 3 beefcakes from J-Team, and there's nowhere to go, Sion. He still might survive right there. They say cool people don't look at explosions, but that was nearly a disaster. J-Team, they have to do a head fake and then go back to pick up the kill.
Yeah, however, Rocky actually bought a lot of time for Boom Esports to just shove in both mid lane and bot lane. And now that, you know, J-Team is taking the Herald, Boom Esports, you know, decides to utilize this tempo, and they're setting up sort of like a death rush in the bot lane.
We really don't feel that bad for Boom Esports. It's going to be 1 kill and 1 Herald traded away for the bot lane tower. But, you know, Boom Esports, once again, they have full control over that bottom side, and they already have the Drake stacking too. So, you know, this is definitely tempo that Boom Esports could make use of. Oh, that was so close. A couple more auto attacks, and J-Team would not have been able to take down that tower. But J-Team do actually find 2 outers off the back of that single pick.
Yeah, just a bit of turret trading here between Boom Esports and J-Team. However, J-Team did have to use the Herald to even out the trade. So, you know, I would say it's pretty worth for Boom Esports, you know, just getting that Baron lane. I call it the Baron lane after laning phase because, you know, bot lane, is extremely far away from Baron, and if you do have to catch a wave, very close to your base, it does mean that you're conceding Baron control.
I just want to say a lot of Wild Rift players are going to be so confused about that wording. The Baron lane means something very different in my eyes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I do not play Wild Rift, so I don't know.
Okay, good. The Baron lane is basically always the top lane, which is the exact opposite of that. But never mind. We're gonna stick to your terminology. Boom Esports do clear out the Baron lane, and they also have Dragon control, as they have already a 2-stack going on here. It's 4,000 gold in their advantage. J-Team have yet to find a pick, and Driver really needs to prove his worth on this Gragas. I thought this was going to go to Woody, but Driver's going to have his day on this champion. Can he find that crucial pick to take J-Team back into the game and make up for his previous transgressions on the map?
Yep, and J-Team getting that mid-pro means that they will be able to walk into the river. However, I don't think they'll be able to clear out all the wards that's scattered in their own jungle. So, Boom Esports will know exactly where J-Team is.
Going in for the straight-up engage. He's going to get the decimating smash down. Driver loses about a third of his HP. But that's it. Driver has a very cool head, doesn't even blow the cask. Just walks out.
Driver does have a Randuin, so this Tristana is barely doing any damage to him. I mean, like I said, Boom Esports have full vision on where J-Team is, so it doesn't really matter if J-Team walks into the river. They will know whereabouts the J-Team members are, and it was a really nice response from Boom Esports, just walking up mid lane and doing a short trade.
So what do you think Boom Esports is going to play for at this point? They're dominating on the map. They're very far ahead in terms of the gold department. How are they looking to close this one?
I think all they need to do is just juggle J-Team around between top and bot, right? In terms of between Dragon and Baron. Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds, and getting this Dragon will mean that they reach Soul Point. It means that J-Team will have to take the next fight around 5 minutes in 5 minutes time. So it's a very big disadvantage for J-Team, because J-Team is not a team that can set up well in terms of the champions, right? You don't really have a champion that can side lane extremely well while the 4 is in the middle is defending. So Lucian can go to side lane. However, when Lucian is side lane, J-Team doesn't have damage in the middle in mid lane, and Boom Esports is free to engage. So we're seeing a little.
Beat drop does go down. Engage onto Rocky. The culling is being used, but Rocky, like his name, is very tanky. He's not really going to feel most of that. Goes down to half HP. They try to find another engage onto Epic, and the explosive cast this time around does go through. A lot of damage being traded, with J-Team being able to heal up all of it. That Boon Staff really working out for J-Team at this point. They're getting some good poke down. The front line of Boom Esports has to relinquish their position, and J-Team could be looking to break that Dragon stack right now. We're going to see Epic actually use one of his smites just to heal back onto the Gromp. Wako does find his target right there, and this is a really tense moment as both teams are giving each other the 1,000-yard stare. Who still has the engage on the roster? Pop is waiting for that magnetic storm to come back online. I actually believe it is still there, with Rocky trying to base right outside of vision. He is able to finish his channel, and now we have the teleport. Is gonna go from the front, not actually gonna go from the back here. And he's just trying to zone off the rest of the members with the decimating smash. The Drake is falling down to half HP. Good find on Ruby, and Pop goes in to try to dissuade the rest of the team, but he's gonna die. And still you find the Drake with Volibear. Wako now working on the back line. He's gonna find one. Reset jumps way too far in. Can he find two? No, Mitchum picks up the shutdown. 700 gold on his side, and there are no consistent damage dealers left on Boom Esports. Rocky is ticking down so incredibly low. Will he manage to escape? Hana is looking for him with the Sky Splitter, and he finally gets his ultimate cooldown once again. He's gonna jog out on less than 100 HP. That was pretty cool. At the end of the day, J-Team got what they came here for. They get the kill lead, and they get the Drake.
Yeah, a bit disastrous from Boom Esports there. I'm surprised Rocky did not TP to mid lane for a flank because in order to fight a Seraphine lane, you really do need to find a flank. You know, engaging this this composition on two fronts means that they can't really they can't effectively peel the Seraphine, and that's basically, you know, the drive on J Team in team fighting scenarios. So TP does come down in the Baron pit. It means that, you know, Boom Esports want to take the in the Dragon pit. It means that Boom Esports want to take their dragon and then just get out of there very quickly. Seraphine gets dropped to below 50% health, and that's an engage there. No Ragnarok means that this Olaf will get charmed, and Hana will therefore be able to steal the dragon. So a little bit of a serious, like, unfortunate events there. However, I do feel like Boom Esports did prioritize you know, the objective taking a little bit incorrectly.
I will say though, it felt like Boom Esports could have won that fight if Wako just stopped at the first kill. If Wako took down Lil V, I don't think Mission on like less than 300 HP was gonna be able to re-engage that. But he jumps in and dies, and now we have a round 2 as both teams trying to play ARAM here. Mission finds his target on Rocky, takes him down below 50% HP, and Driver comes in with the explosive cask onto the support. It's followed onto the Encore, a nice Alayu, and Wako trying to find damage onto the back line. We are going to see Pop be the first one to drop, and now Hana going directly onto the Triss. She doesn't have the flash, has to back out. Mission going hot on her tail, but's not going to find the kill. A great scatter of the week from Ruby keeps everyone alive, but Stormbringer is incoming. The Sky Splitter barely finds the target, and nobody dies. All 10 members are still alive.
No, 9 members.
Pop died. I'm sorry, Pop dies. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Pop is a person. I'm sorry for disrespecting you like that.
I think it's a little bit of indecisiveness from Boom Esports there, because, you know, Pop used, oh, that's a TP from Ruby behind enemy lines. That's very ambitious, actually.
This is going to come down so close. Lil V manages to dodge up, but Scatter of the Week finds him. He has to pop into Zhonya's. Baron is taken by J-Team. They lose their AD carry, but it doesn't matter. They're sitting up onto the ramp, and they're willing to fight this one out. But Wako in the backline, this time, he's not going in too far. He's going in just on time. Finds the triple kill. J-Team walk away with the objective, but Boom Esports get the map control.
Yeah, I mean, really nice Zhonya's. That actually justifies, you know, the TP behind enemy lines, because I was just gonna say, you know, the fact that Syndra without a flash TPs behind enemy line is very risky. You know, you literally will just get jumped on and you will just die. However, he does have the Zhonya's that bought a lot of time for Boom Esports and for Wako to just clean that up. And yeah, I mean the map state kind of evens out a little bit. You know, there's only 2 Baron on J-Team's side, and Boom Esports would get 2 turrets out of this. So that Baron would probably not result into anything. And here we see this replay once again. Ruby really nice scatter of the week, denying the engage. And you know, the Zhonya's on Lil V doesn't really mean anything. However, Ruby does get a little too close to Woody to get comboed by the Alistar, and he will fall. And I mean, after that, it's just Wako cleaning up the fight with a triple kill.
Yeah, it just feels like Mission by himself at this point doesn't have the damage to cut through the front line anymore. If you look at his build, he's gone for the Immortal Shield Bow. This is his typical choice even before 11.6 with Lucian. Now at this point, it just doesn't have enough damage to deal with the beefcakes in Rocky and Epic at this point. So we're going to see how J-Team is going to be able to win out on these team fights. But for now, Boom Esports do have a small lead, and they're willing to push it forward. Driver is going to be the first one tacked out on the target right here. He goes slightly below half HP, but Lil V is there with the triage to heal him back up again. 400 HP was the amount with that surround sound just going down. A lot of healing going his way. And we see the happy hour there also taking 300. Rocky goes in but finds absolutely no one and just rams his head against a wall. This is for the 3rd Drake, but it doesn't look like a good fight. The front line from Boom Esports is evaporating, and they don't even find Hana. The Smite is still alive. Good 2-man body slam, and Woody goes in to follow up the bounce house. This is disaster for Boom Esports. They're losing members left and right. Only two members left on the side of Boom Esports in what was an advantageous situation. And J-Team, they are now staring at the Dragon Soul Point.
Yeah, I mean, J Team at this stage, like, despite Lucian going for the shield bow and just a bit of like a shaky mid game, I feel like they have slowly outscaled Boom Esports. The Seraphine is now at 2 items, approaching 3 items, and let's just watch this once again. So the engage from Rocky results into nothing, and I mean at this stage, Boom Esports probably have to like decide either to commit or just back away. However, they kind of just did nothing there. They just walking front and back, and really nice 3-man body slam there from Driver. That basically seals the deal for this team fight. And Waku can't really do anything without a front line. So I think it's just Boom Esports not being on the same page overall in this fight.
I did not expect the team fights to come out this close, given that Boom Esports were, I think they were 4,000 gold ahead in the mid game. That's how far ahead they were off of Ruby's early game, off of everything that happened with the Drakes. But time and time again, J-Team just comes out ahead in these team fights. Honestly, I'm at a loss for words, like why they're capable of doing this. This has been a super messy game, a really fun one to watch. But I do want to pay attention to Wako right now. He's 6-2-2. And he has finally got his armor penetration item complete in the Lord Dominic's regard. I feel like Boom Esports in the next fight, as long as Rocky doesn't fly in the way he did, they should still be favored quite heavily.
Yeah, and talk about flying in.
Now we do have Rocky going in, but once again he doesn't find the target. Wako takes half his HP for walking into the culling, and now Epic has found Woody. He's forced to use the Unbreakable Will on the Alistar. Boom Esports have the inner track into this mid lane tower. Everyone following Driver's lead is trying to come back and defend, but Wako's already working on the objective. The explosive cast goes down, but doesn't really get the knockback effect. They will lose their inhibitor tower, and in goes Pop. That's a 3-man, but instantly knocked back. Encore does not find Wako, and the chase continues. Driver is forced out of the team fight. Boom Esports find this open inhibitor. They're gonna relish this one and then head into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually the engage I've been waiting for from Pop, because he has had a lot of good engage opportunities over the last two to three team fights. However, he basically just died without really doing anything. The one fight in mid lane, he just died without using Crashdown. The one fight, on the 5th Dragon, he also just died after Gragas landing explosive cast on him. So this is the fight that I'm looking for from Boom Esports. All they had to do is just be decisive. They jump onto both Lucian and Seraphine. There's not much that J-Team can really do. They will have to respond with a lot of disengage from the Alistar, disengage from the Encore, etc. And it means that J-Team can't really play the team fight after that. So let's see if Boom Esports are able to detect that this is their way to win the game.
It really should be that easy. Like, there's only one target you need to focus on J-Team, and that's Mission. And he's always in range of Scatter the Weak. So, I just feel like Boom Esports, if they did that decisiveness like you were talking about a little bit earlier, they would not have this gold graph. We see a descending gold graph tapering off as Boom Esports move later into the game, but now they're willing to throw all of their engages once more, going straight onto Driver. Wako's going to tick in with a little bit of damage, but they're not exactly winning the damage trade just yet. Pop is going to follow up, and we see the first target going down is actually going to be the Realm. Mission following up onto Rocky. He's on the sidelines dealing plenty of damage. He finds a second kill, and we're going to run into a little bit of technical difficulties right here, as I can't have I do not have access to the stream, unfortunately. I have to apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot discern what is happening on the screen right now, but I do imagine quite a decisive win for J-Team as they take down all the front line from Boom Esports. Finally, we are back into the action. It looks like overall that was a 2-for-1 trade, with J-Team now staring down at the Baron. Boom Esports, however, they do have everyone respawned, and they are now the ones starting the objective. J-Team are hanging around the area, but Hana is no longer here. Hana is dead, and Boom Esports, in a very surprising turn of events, actually takes the Baron and are now chasing down Driver. I do not know what happened in between, but it seemed like, oh, wait a minute, Woody with a huge 3-man knockup, headbutt pulverized into the back line. The front line evaporates for Boom Esports, but Wako is coming in with the resets. He finds 1 kill, and Lil V barely keeps his AD carry alive with the Moonstaff build. Wako finds another onto Woody. He's gonna jump onto Hana, but the Sky Splitter is there. Is Hana gonna survive? He goes down. That's the double kill. Wako still going in for more. One more auto attack will do it, but he doesn't find Lil V at the end. That was, I actually don't know what happened there. We had a pause in the interim.
Hello?
But it looks like we might be closing out the game.
Yeah, that was a surprisingly interesting turn of events there. I mean, we did like pause, you know, looking like Boom Esports gonna get A's. However,
he actually finds the take back kill. Can Ruby actually finish off the objective himself? The Nexus is going down, but Lil V is gonna try and play against 1v2. He's trying his damn hardest, but at the end of the day, Boom Esports come out ahead 1-0 versus J-Team.
Wow. What I was gonna say, wow.
That was one of the messiest games I've ever seen.
I mean, it is extremely messy, and to be fair, I don't even understand how the game went from Boom Esports almost getting aced to like a random disconnect to Boom Esports getting Baron in like the span of 30 seconds.
Yeah,
that was weird.
I'm not 100% sure what happened there. We didn't actually get a look at it. We really need to see the play before this one. But what happened, we definitely know, is that Hana died. J-Team took an inhibitor, and Boom Esports came back onto the map with a numbers advantage. They rushed down the Baron, and this fight is what came.
Yeah, I mean, that was massive 4-man encore into a 3-man headbutt pulverize. However, Wako at this stage is just way too fed, you know. One damage threat is never going to compete that well into a double damage threat comp, especially when you do not have the ultimates needed to success. So J-Team definitely overreaching a little bit. Probably should have just given the Baron, considering that, you know, all of their champions' ultimates are on cooldown, and it costed them the game.
So I will ask production, but we definitely need to see how Hana died right there. I think that's kind of the critical turning point of the game. We saw an engage where J-Team was winning. It was 2-for-0 trade, and then they got an inhibitor, but their jungler was dead. And Boom Esports just took the Baron from that. So
I mean, to be honest, like, it almost looked like J-Team won the game from that fight, you know, just before we disconnect, right? I was actually expecting Boom Esports to get completely aced, and then J-Team to be closing out the game, you know, by the time we reconnect. However, that is not the case. Boom Esports take the win against J-Team.
And this is kind of crazy, but we could be seeing J-Team, one of our top 4 teams, going down into the loser brackets. A huge upset on day 1 if it actually does happen. Now, you know, we'll probably have to go back onto the replay and clear things out with production to get the exact sequence of events at the end of the game. But I did want to ask you about this draft. I felt like this draft was super risky from J-Team, actually.
I think if J-Team wants to run this draft, they need a Tristana over Lucian. They need a Tristana mid lane. I mean, that would be a lot more reliable than the Lucian. You know, Tristana, I wouldn't... okay, she doesn't have as good of a lane pressure than Lucian early on. However, once you get to that late game, once your passive scales up, your attack range gets higher, and you have more damage from your items, it makes a much better composition than having this Lucian Seraphine comp.
Yeah, we could see in the late game, it really didn't work out for them. Gonna take a look at the gold graph. J-Team with some early kills into the bottom side, but then Ruby really popped off for a 3-1-2 scoreline into the mid game. Then J-Team found some wins in the team fights, but Boom Esports found the Baron in the game. So it's a really treacherous turn of events for this story, but just take a look at the damage graph. That's what we were talking about this entire game. It really just seemed like J-Team didn't pack enough ammo to go up against Boom Esports front to back. Very standard team compositions, both of their carries being outdamaged rather significantly. And if you look at the, especially Lil V and Wako, as we were talking about being perhaps the deciding factor, Wako was ahead, by a factor of 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a massive performance from Wako there, and he is going to be the MVP of Game 1. 11-3 to KDA, and 42, almost 43% of the team's damage. That is massive.
At the game's end, he was actually 9,000 gold ahead of Lil V.
Yeah, I mean, almost 10k.
That's kind of crazy for a single person. I'm not sure if that's a typo or not. A part of me feels like that has to be some sort of a
might be a typo, right? Like, I mean, I would expect like 6k. I mean, that might make sense.
We're probably just gonna write that off as a typo. But the crazy thing for me is like this game wasn't even that clean from Wako, but you could really tell the composition difference. In the late game, he was able to just free fire with no one harassing him at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not enough range from J-Team there, right? I think the composition actually makes sense. You know, you have this one hyper carry, like technically hyper carry champion, paired with 3 front lines and 1 support. You know, this is basically, you know, the classic, you know, protect the Kog'Maw comp in Season 11. However, you do not have a Kog'Maw, you have a Lucian. So that's probably the problem there.
And we do understand why people use the Kog'Maw over the Lucian. That's going to be it for Game 1, but don't tune away. We're going to head back to see if J-Team can carry on to Game 3, or will they drop out in an unexpected fashion.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力。 我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈。也想拥有这件英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand, and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
triple kill for Lil B.
Welcome back to the PCS J-Team versus Boom Esports. We had a bit of technical difficulties at the end right there, but I will fill you in verbally on what happened. After that team fight where J-Team found a decisive lead, they were chasing Wako through the jungle, and Hana went himself alone against Wako. Wako was able to kill the Gromp and then get the extra HP back, and then he found a solo kill onto Hana. And then Boom Esports, even after losing their inhibitor, had a 5v4, and we saw the chain of events that happened where they took Baron, they won the team fight against J-Team, and were able to close out the game. So J-Team, once again, on the cusp of victory, find a pathway to defeat.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like like an overchase from Hana, right? You know, all they had to do was just take the inhibitor, potentially go for an N. I don't really know how many members were down, and you know, otherwise they just retreat, right? They just retreat. They set up for Baron, and they probably would have the game in their bag. So, a little bit of an over ambitious chase there from Hana, costing his team the game. However, looking at game 2. We still don't know about side selection, or do they?
Yeah, we don't really know what side they're going to pick, but we do know that Boom Esports has that side selection. So whatever side Boom Esports side is on is the side that they intend to be on. It will be lower seed with the side selection in game 2, and higher seed with the side selection in game 1s and 3.
Alright, so we just got the information from the production that J-Team will be on blue side, therefore I think this is the same side. No? So Boom Esports decided to maintain the sides, which, I mean, why wouldn't you do that, right? Because you already had a messy game, but, you know, a win is still a win, and why change things if it's not broken?
Oh, and sorry, I just got a chat from production in that actually the losing team picks the sides that they're on. So J-Team, after losing game 1, they decide to go back to blue side once more. So they're the ones that are trying to repeat the draft, hopefully with some different picks.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right, looking at their draft, like, all it really needs to change is that Lucian. You know, you change that Lucian to a Tristana, I mean, all of a sudden everything is so much better. Like, I can see that, you know, Tristana will just be able to tier 3 tanks, you know, you'll be able to outrange other people. And Lucian really do rely you to win late, right? And when you're going against a Syndra, that's just not the best idea.
True. Didn't really work out in the early game. We saw the counter pick into him, and that's going to be the first loss that Admission has suffered this entire split on the Lucian. 3 for 0 so far, but it's going to drop to 3-1 after this game. There's a lot of things to talk about for game 1. I felt like J-Team went in with a very specialized draft, and they really differed from the way I expected them to play. I really thought that their main go-to was going to be trying to eke out an advantage versus Rocky in the top side. They had very good records going up against Rocky and his tanky champions with Rest earlier on, but they actually just went for tank matchup. It was very farm focused, a lot of ganks going to the bot side, and I felt like that was, you know, not exactly the way that I would assume that they treat this matchup. You know, I kind of want to get your opinion on how you see J-Team taking this one.
Yeah, it was a little weird because, like, it almost felt like J-Team, you know, at the end of the draft kind of just realized, oh, Seraphine is open, and this is a really good comp with Seraphine, and they just took it, right? It almost feels that way, and I mean, at the end of the day, it just didn't really work out. The draft, I think, is still fine. However, we'll see whether J-Team adapts in game 2 as we start the picks and ban. J-Team actually going to ban out the Tristana instead of looking to pick it.
Yeah, interesting to see that coming through. J-Team do just take away one of Wako's best champions. Meanwhile, we're taking a look at the other parts of the draft. Actually, the exact same bans outside of the Tristana. And J-Team say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This game, it wasn't on Mission. It wasn't Mission's fault. Even though he was solo killed in lane, even though Syndra was 2-0 early on, we still trust in the Lucian. Let's go.
Okay. That's a little interesting because banning out the Tristana doesn't mean that you do not get outranged as much. Boom Esports look like they're going to go for a similar draft, starting off with an Olaf lock-in. The fact that they're not locking in Olaf second, like because it is Epic's champion, does mean that they're probably just discussing what they want as a response against that Lucian first pick.
Yeah, kind of interesting here. We are going to have the Kai'Sa come out. So once again, Wako going for a hyper carry. And now J-Team, they probably have to snag up a jungler. It's going to be Hana with the Volibear once again. And no, it's the same 3 picks. J-Team are all inning on this draft. I'm not sure what to say about this. It feels like this draft is very exploitable. But J-Team think otherwise.
I think it's okay as long as you don't fall behind like they did last game. Now Kai'Sa does mean that Boom Esports should have better backline access, but they no longer outrange J-Team as much as they did last game. So it's a little more executional heavy, and if Boom Esports aren't able to find... Oh, never mind, Seraphine is going to get banned, but you know, if Boom Esports is not able to find a flank from behind, it means that this Kai'Sa has to go against like at least 2 tanks in that Gragas and the Volibear, and that's not Kai'Sa's specialty.
Yeah, Kai'Sa has been much more of an assassinating carry rather than going and taking down front lines. We will see what Boom Esports try to target away. They do feel like the Seraphine was quite annoying to play with, really good shove potential. And we have mentioned for J-Team, a lot of these picks can go into different lanes. You can send the Volibear into top side, you can send the Gragas into support. Even though it might look like the same exact draft, there are still a lot of flex potential for changes coming up here. Boom Esports in this selection, in the previous draft, they did go for Sion to see if they do go for this champion again, or they could just go for what's much more standard on the red side, go for a support here, and then pick the last pick counter. It looks like
it is going to be Sion. So they are leaving, yes. So they are leaving the support counter pick to pop, and I think it's a pretty good choice, right? Because you know, blinding support with that Kai'Sa means that you don't really know what you're running into. You know, J-Team haven't really, they have not shown their bot lane at all so far, and it is going to be a bit of a technical difficulty once again. But you know, before we came back, we do see the Alistar being almost locked in. I assume J-Team will opt into a similar draft, so that should be the Alistar. We just don't really know what the AD carry is for J-Team.
And that's the question I have for you. What would you pick here if you are coaching J-Team, if you are Nash? What is your AD carry of choice? Senna is off the table.
Interesting one. Senna's off the table, I remember. Seraphine's not there. Yeah. There's no Tristana. Nope. And Kai'Sa's being taken away.
Can you go Jinx?
Jinx is a possibility, but you do get railed pretty hard. I do feel like against Kai'Sa, you might want to go Kalista Alistar. That actually sounds pretty good, because that also denies the rail beam to be big. However, it is going to be the Xayah, opting for a bit more safety, a bit less lane dominance.
I have to say, if it was the Kalista, I would feel rather uneasy with J-Team going for another live faster, die young composition.
I mean, it is true. It is true. However, Xayah, I don't know. Xayah is one of those champions where she has a lot of safety. However, she's not good at running forward. So far, you know, looking at this comp, all J-Team can do is play a team fight that's almost stationary, or they had to slowly kite back. And at the same time, if you look at Boom Esports, right, they can't you can't really kite back against that comp. You've got the Sion coming with his ultimate, unstoppable onslaught. That, you know, you can't really get out of that if you get hit by it. Olaf is not going to let you kite back easily. Syndra's looking to one-shot you. Kai'Sa's looking to assassinate you. Even a solar flare will stop you from retreating.
Once again, I don't feel particularly comfortable about J-Team's composition.
Yeah.
It is very, very much AD focused. There's almost no AP damage coming out on this composition. Very easy to itemize against. And
Actually,
we see the competition from Boom Esports. I feel like they have the better front line just in the champion picks. Not even considering the damage distribution, they have the better front line in the Sion and Olaf. So,
you know what? Like, now that I think about J-Team's comp a little more, right? Vayne would have been the best choice here, no?
Oh, yeah, I actually would have liked the Vayne. It actually works really well against Leona, too.
Yeah, I mean, it works good against Leona, it works good against the Kai'Sa. The only problem I can see is probably the Syndra, potentially one-shotting the Vayne. However, with Vayne, you also bypass the almost full AD condition that J-Team have drafted themselves with a lot of percentage true damage on her W.
We're gonna see how J-Team fare, but this time around, they're going with another rather risky composition. Same 3 picks all over again, round 2, as we head towards the Rift. Can Boom Esports make this a quick sweep, or will J-Team claw themselves into a Game 3? Stay around and find out.
Yep, and it is a welcome to Summoner's Rift. And let's look at the runes, right? No particular change across the board. It is still going to be the double press the attack in the mid lane and the jungle for J-Team. Epic still opting into the Conqueror, and Ruby is still the phase rush. So nothing too different. I think Driver last game also went for the Grasp instead of Aftershock. Yep. So I don't know. Across the board, there's no change.
Yeah, absolutely no changes in terms of the champions getting different runes. We are going to see a bit of a level 1 invade from J-Team. They do have Raptors spotted out, and in the meantime, they defend their own Raptors with Woody. So that's a definite vision advantage for J-Team going in earlier on. Just to remind everyone, this is only a best of 3. The loser here will drop down into the loser bracket, and they will have to face, I believe it is the winner of Berjaya Dragons. Not the winner of Berjaya Dragons, but they will just have to face Berjaya Dragons. So tough matchups all across the board here. We're going to be taking a look at the bot lane trade going on. Wako being taken down about 150 HP as Ruby gets a good chunk on mission as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very nice chunk. I mean, Ruby is getting pretty comfortable with this matchup. This is one of those matchups where, like we said at the beginning of this series, it is very player dependent. It's very skill dependent, and it's also very whether the player is comfortable playing this matchup. And a lot of trading in the top lane, but it is going to be a tank versus tank matchup. So at the end of the day, it's just basically stacking health for each other with that Grasp. And Ruby hitting level 2.
Really well done. This is such an uncomfortable position for Mission. He's at half HP, he has no pots left ticking on him, and he's pushed very far in, and this is a perfect hold for Ruby. It's gonna be up to Mission to kind of survive this one. He's gonna have to track Olaf very well.
Yeah, this is very uncomfortable place for Mission. And Ruby, just sitting here threatening for that Scatter the Weak, decides not to poke with the Q, wants to preserve the mana. Syndra is one of those champions that, oh, very nice stun there.
I'm not sure Mission can stay in lane. He does have the TP,
yeah,
but
probably have the TP.
He's gonna have to hightail it out of here, and that's just a pure teleport advantage for Ruby. Mano y mano, no junglers included in this trade, and Ruby still finds a significant lead. Mission had to know that this Syndra was coming once again, but he's going for the confidence pick here, as he is going to live and die by the Lucian.
Yeah, and the fact that Mission is forced to TP back into this lane and also taking almost 50% health just from probably attempting to freeze the lane, that's not great. Ruby will answer with the TP because of the freeze. However, you do see Epic and Hana both. Oh, never mind. Both junglers are recalling.
Hana I don't think is recalling. He's not going anywhere. Yeah. He's going straight for the stun. Sky Splitter out. Ruby flashes away, but still falls down. Mission holds away successfully, even losing half of his HP. That was well worth it to bait Ruby into a false sense of security. They get both summoners here and the first blood kill.
It may sound weird, but I do think this fight is Hana's fault. I mean, not Hana, it's Epic's fault. Because what I was expecting is both junglers to hover mid lane, so one to enforce the freeze and the other to break the freeze. So both jungler was on their base timer, and Hana noticed that there is a chance that this could happen, decides to cancel the base for the gank. whilst Epic just continue to channel the base. So
The
it should have been a
crazy thing
2v2. It should have been a 2v2,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Crazy thing is, Hana even gets the CS lead, so even with Epic taking away camps, he doesn't really find himself in an advantageous position. We are going to see an incursion into the jungle as he sets up for potentially Hana walking through. Level 4 versus level 4, but he does have that bot lane rotating in Pelican as well. We're going to have a bit of a scuffle here for the Raptors, as Hana defends all of his Raptors so far. Undertow not able to find his target. Ruby goes in for a bit of a trade. Mission wins that one, and
Oh, no.
the large Raptor goes to Hana.
Oh, you hate to see that. I think Epic just used his smite a little too early. And Hana will be able to steal away from that, and that means Epic is actually fairly far behind.
Yeah, this is kind of weird to see. They've been playing very aggressive, knowing that the bot lane can back them up, but they don't really have the individual mechanics to power through here. Hana says, all of these chicken nuggets belong to me, no Raptors for Epic, and he has to go back to his own jungle.
Yeah, and this means that most likely Hana will hit level 6 before Epic, as we see Pop going for roam.
Ooh, that's one stun down onto Mission. He's going to get forced away from his own lane as Pop shows up. Mission still chancing his way back into lane.
Take
Hits
6.
level 6, and Ruby's not going to contest him.
Yep, there will be no contest. This Leona will not be able to reach the Lucian that is hugging topside. What? Rocky just used ultimate.
Yeah, why? Huh.
Probably a misclick, I say. Oh no. Oh,
Rest
you hate
is
to see
with
that.
us in spirit. He might not be on the Rift, but his BN will follow J-Team wherever they go. And that was very interesting from Rocky indeed, as Hana is now looking at a juicy target in the top side. This seems like a repeat of game 1, as J-Team also found an early kill onto Rocky before.
Yeah, Boomies was identifying the fact that Hana should be topside and looking for the dive. Means that they will be able to get this free dragon. And Hana not able to execute the dive means that he will just take 2, maybe 3 camps and get out of there. He does take 6, so that is a very early 6 for a jungler, you know, given how this game went. The fact that both jungle kind of delayed the base timer or like got denied camps.
J-Team now setting up for a potential 4v3 into the top side.
Oh,
Woody
no.
roaming preemptively, and Ruby is low on mana. He can't stay around. Isn't going to decide to. So Hana is just going to be able to steal away this red.
Yeah, so it will be 3 camps to 1 camp on Epic. I believe he can't really do anything other than stealing Raptors, as Woody now starts pathing to Raptors. He's not going anywhere. He's just wandering around. Come on, spectator. I want to see what's happening. I want to see what happens there. I don't need to see missions.
No, you must see the wave being shoved in. This is more important.
I must see. So the wave is going to get shoved in mid lane. Ruby will get denied 1 minion, and Woody in a bit of trouble.
Woody goes down to less than 200 HP. The Ignite ticks him down, and he doesn't have the Unbreakable Will. Bit lax on his part. Actually just walks to his death. Must have thought that Boom Esports were backing.
I mean, my other question is like, why did it took so long for him to walk from Raptors to Tri-Brush?
I think he got tangled up with Epic. That's must.
I mean, Epic's like all the way up in topside already, but anyway, I mean, it was a bit of an interesting roam. Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting roam from Woody there. It doesn't mean that it will cost his life. Pop, very nice read on the Alistar pathing. And that means Epic will be able to get this Herald while Pop and Wako makes their way to mid lane.
Yeah, now J-Team definitely know that Pop is on the right side of this brush, but Mission is trying to go them to come a little bit forward. He's gonna try pushing the wave instead, and Boom Esports are making a straight beeline into this Herald. J-Team, their bottom lane is falling very closely behind. This will be a full 10-man fight for the objective as Rocky goes in. This time, Ultimate doesn't go down. Woody goes in into the backline, finds Ruby immediately. Good explosive cast. Takes Boom Esports' formation completely away. Double flashes outside of the formation, trying to get away. Mission caught in pursuit. He is going to get stunned up, but will still find the kill at the very end. Mission dives forward and then comes back into the brush with the E. It will be a 2-for-0 trade, as we see Rocky also falling here. And it was just just a battle for Scuttle. And I'm trying to find who actually took down the Herald.
I think Boomiesports got the Herald, but no one picked it up.
Yeah.
I mean, it must have been that. Yeah, it must have been that, right? Because no one had the Herald and it died. However, really nice engage there from Woody. I believe we should get a replay very soon, I guess. If not, okay, we will do. So what happened is that was a very nice, beautiful Hex Slash there, completely rendering Ruby useless for this entire fight. Just straight up got deleted. Woody will die in return as well. He is not level 6, does not have the Unbreakable Will. However, with Syndra dead, it means that it is going to be a double carry.
Rocky!
Yeah, Rocky was...
Rocky!
He actually just completely ignored the Herald, actually. That's... Oh, no! It expired just before he hit... Oh, that was sad. That was very sad.
Well, Rocky, if you're gonna die anyway, can you pick up something on your way out?
Yeah, actually, I completely forgot about that while I was going through the replay. So, yeah, I mean, with Ruby just got eliminated from that fight, it means that it is a double AD carry into just one single AD carry. There's like a huge damage difference between J-Team and Boom Esports. So, pretty easy team fight from J-Team, and the MVP of that fight must be Woody.
That was beautiful from Woody. Doesn't even allow Ruby to get the unleash power out. So he just dies instantly. Good follow-up coming in from Driver, blowing the formation apart from Boom Esports and taking Pop back. That was a great support difference into that one. And now Boom Esports, they are back onto the back foot.
Wow.
This time around. Lucian is 2-0-2, has the most gold on the map, and we'll see what this J-Team draft was meant to accomplish.
Hana is 1k gold ahead.
Yeah.
That's a lot. I mean, okay, the mid jungle accounts for... Oh.
Mission is going to get smited here. Blue Smite going down, and the ultimate suffice to take him down. That was a great find by Ruby, using Scatter the Weak to find the Lucian in a blind spot. He just predicted that he would walk through the banana brush and tags out Mission.
Really nice play there from Ruby. That would accelerate him just to up to 100 gold behind that Lucian. I was just gonna say, the mid jungle of J-Team almost account for, I think, 3k gold lead. But that shutdown on Lucian means that that will not be the case. Now the Syndra is almost on par with the Lucian in terms of gold, and Boom Esports will secure their second Drake.
Rocky throws the ultimate down onto Driver, but in comes Hana to save his top lane, and Rocky has nowhere to go. He's trying to dodge and dive out of this one, but Driver will find the kill. Can he get out? That's the question. Seems like he's fine. Happy hour pop just to be sure, and they will walk away with another kill.
Yeah, I mean, look, one thing you learn as a pro player, or one of like the first lessons you learn, is not to make a play on the opposite side. And when your Olaf is in the bot lane, you should not be looking for an engage.
Not sure if that's a lesson you got from League of Legends, but I watched Rocky, and the movie tells me something very different. You learn that all the times. Ooh, Mission's gonna get tagged out once again. I have to say, Ruby, despite the scoreline, I think he's actually been playing this Syndra really well.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you look at Syndra versus Lucian lane, you don't really see the lane being this one-sided. When Lucian gets ahead, it can be one-sided, but when Syndra gets ahead, you don't really see this that often, because Lucian can opt into measure resist pretty early on, especially now you see with the Merc threats. So, usually when Syndra is ahead, you see Lucian being able to survive lane pretty easily.
You remember when we were talking about J-Team indexing a little bit too heavily into physical damage? Well, Boom Esports definitely picked up that cue. They're going for triple plated steel caps this game.
Not Ninja Tabi?
We can call it Ninja Tabi if you want.
I like Ninja Tabi.
Okay.
It's a better item.
Triple Ninja Tabis into this game. Looks like J-Team still need to play against the scaling. They need to get things done early.
Yeah, and Boom Esports sending 4 people, actually 5 people to mid lane, looking to break this mid turret. The wave will get cleared up by Mission, so they will now start pathing to bot lane, transitioning this pressure from lane to lane. And yeah, I mean, J-Team, like, they definitely look like they're on a timer, right? With the Lucian, with the Volibear, like, both champions aren't really that good in late game. Oh, once again, another stun landed onto Mission. That Merchant is going to save him from further damage as he just ease away, but really nice. Nice play from Ruby.
Epic trying to go in onto Woody. He's going to hold on to the Unbreakable Will for now, but finally has to pop it. Flashes away. Can he dive out of this one? Damage reduction not enough to save him. And J-Team walk away from their support. That's going to be Woody for nothing. And they get 2 extra wards on the back end of that as Rocky has to use his ultimate once more to survive Driver's aggression.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, right? Because, I mean, Woody was basically walking at 100 move speed that entire time, right? It was the Solar Flare slow into... Oops, that's a bit more trading. And Rocky, I think, should die with the Volibear ultimate. Actually, doesn't even need to use it. The turret aggro will not kill Driver, and it is just an easy pick up for J-Team.
I think we're going back to the way things are meant to be. J-Team bullying Rocky and losing on the bottom side. That's kind of how I envisioned this series, and I'm kind of glad that we're finally getting back to a more normal state of affairs.
Yeah, and as we talk about this, Hana will get the Rift Herald. I mean, they should secure it this time, as in picking it up, unless Hana forgot to receive the eye.
We have actually seen that.
We have seen that before. Oh,
it's actually kind of funny, but he does not forget.
Yep. And Epic, casually countering the Raptors once again. I think we've seen that multiple times now. I think Boom Esports, for the most part of this game, does have control over J-Team's bot side jungle. The Leona plus Olaf combo is actually very scary.
Yeah, it has a lot of pick potential here. I think Boom Esports, think about Syndra, think about Leona, they could pick these short-range targets off, like Mission and Lil V, from quite a ways away. So J-Team have to approach these objective fights very, very carefully. Boom Esports already have a double Drake stack. They have full vision control on the bottom side. And the clock is ticking. It's 20 seconds in. J-Team have to find a good opportunity to use his Drake and get ahead in the game.
Yeah, and I also like the itemization from Ruby there, you know, opting for the Void Staff second. The fact that, you know, there's triple tank on J-Team's side, that Void Staff and the Leandra is going to do a lot of work.
We're going to see the Herald drop and popping the target right here. He gets taken out by Driver. Great explosive cat. And J-Team find themselves into the river with a numbers advantage. Can Boom Esports do anything about this? Ruby's trying to find a pick onto Lil V. They have given up on the Drake, but Lil V's going to stay safe. He's going to regroup with the rest of the team. And it's going to be down to Epic to maybe find a steal. He does have that Ragnarok, but isn't going to make it into the pit. He just dies on the ramp. Wasn't even close to the Drake. J-Team walk away with a huge lead, and Wako still trying to pick up the wave? Hello, Wako has to flash a wave and try to dodge from Mission. There's so many members on his tail, he's just gonna drop him.
What?
Okay, Wako.
It's just like, I'll pick up this one CS. My top lane forgot to pick up the Herald, but I remember to pick up the CS. And we'll die for it. That's an interesting TP.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. It's Driver. He's tanky. He's okay.
He's tanky. He's a tanky boy. And yeah, I mean, I don't know why Boom Esports to look to contest that. I mean, it's one of the bad habits from lower tier teams where, you know, they have the urge to contest every single objective despite not being in the best condition. You know, all Boom Esports had to do there was just concede their dragon, opt into the lane priority, you know, get the waves fixed, get the opposite side jungle controlled, and they would be back on even footing after the dragon. However, they decides not to. Epic dies for it, and Wako also dies for it. We have like a 1 second pause just then, but it won't be a long one, and we just keep playing the game.
I think J-Team are actually far ahead enough to kind of justify their composition.
Yep.
Yo, okay, so you think they can do it?
I think they can do it. However, my worry is still that Syndra. This Syndra is going to do a lot of damage. 2 items completed, double magic penetration. I don't think a tank can stop her.
Yeah, I do want to touch on the changes to Leonzi's Anguish. It's not extra magic pen anymore. You actually just deal extra magic damage relative to the bonus health that the enemy team has, or scaling alongside the bonus health that the target has. So you can do up to 12.5% extra damage to tanky targets. And that's going to come in very handy against targets like Driver and Hana and Woody, like you've mentioned.
Yeah, and I believe like her extra damage is also going to get amplified like on her Q, so that is a lot of damage that will be consistently dished out from that Syndra. So this is one very important thing to look at come team fighting phase, because this Syndra is also a very immobile champion. So if Woody is able to pull off what he pulled off like in the first fight, then Boomy Sword doesn't stand a chance.
Oh, actually sidesteps the stun, but the blue smite does come down. He's gonna have to flash away from that one.
Rocky?
And Rocky is still in chase. Can he make the drift? Doesn't fight the target, but lands the slow. And Mission barely gets out of that one.
Bit of a miscommunication there, because if Rocket decides to engage,
Wako gets sent back into his own base, but Lil V still looking for some more. Wako does manage to sidestep, but still falls down to Driver. He finds the target right there. The teleport is going to be incoming, but Ruby, that's not the TP you wanted to make. He dies instantly to the Stormbringer, and J-Team find a massive win underneath the enemy tower.
Yeah, I mean, just as I said, Boomy Sports have to protect the Syndra, and the Syndra decides to just TP basically into all three tanks from J-Team, and that was not the choice. And a really nice play from Lil V though. That 1v1 against Wako was beautiful to watch.
He does have the Gale Force. Now Epic is trying to get the flash into the Baron pit, but he might not even survive. Has to smite to keep himself alive, and that's going to be an open Baron, as we see Woody going in to help Driver pick up that one kill. They might be sandwiched on the right side here. We'll see if Woody can survive. Yeah, he's going down to Wako, but the team does pick up the Baron.
Yeah, this is very disastrous from Boom Esports. So, I mean, they essentially made like 3 same plays consecutively. So, it started off with the one at the Dragon, where Epic is trying to contest with like virtually no one around him. And then the one in the mid lane, where you're already like bad in position, Wako already died, and Boom Esports decides to continue the fight. That costs Syndra's life, and it also means that I think Rocky or maybe Pop also dies with it. No, actually they don't. They're just way too tanky. However, they have to reset, and they open up a Baron angle for for J-Team, and following that, Epic once again just walking in, blind checking, looking to maybe steal the Baron, but that's almost impossible when you have Alistar and Gragas on the other team.
That was 3 catches back to back to back for J-Team, and
yeah.
Boom Esports, in the midst of that, only answer back with 1 single kill on a support. So definitely not worth it for Boom Esports. I felt like they were sitting pretty comfortably with a 3,000 gold deficit, but J-Team has blew that wide open right now. You see unkillable frontlines roaming the enemy jungle in Hana. He's 4-0 and 5. I don't think Boom Esports have the damage at this point. J-Team very happy to push these towers down. They even have another Ocean Drake to go back towards. Boom Esports on the complete back foot with no chance to contest.
Yeah, I mean, the upside is that Kai'Sa also finished her Lord Dominic's Regard. So that is double tank slaying items built from Boom Esports. However, J-Team is quite far ahead. Now they're going to have double Ocean Drake as well. That's going to be a lot of healing. And so far, the only healing reduction Boom Esports have is that Bramble Vest on Sion, and I doubt many champions will hit Sion, during team fights.
Yeah, they're definitely not looking to take him down first. He's going to be more of a dessert, something to be preserved until after the meal. And Boom Esports, they are going to have a tough time defending. They do find a bit of damage onto Driver. Oh, you could see that Lighted Jewel, the Void Staff, really doing its work at this point. Still not enough to dislodge J-Team from this position, as Rocky does still take a lot of damage. J-Team's going to go for a two-lane split, but they do have to back out of Boom Esports eye a complete engage on the mid lane.
Yeah, I think the saving grace for Boom Esports right now is the fact that J-Team still doesn't have a lot of range. So they still have to be very careful of this Syndra. The scatter, the weak, onto the Lucian, onto Xayah means death, basically. So they can't really push into Boom Esports base effectively unless that Syndra is dead.
J-Team will find a couple of towers and climb up to 8,000 gold at this point. They are in a very, very commanding position. And I think, we have talked about Boom Esports being able to hold on with the wave clear, with how short-range J-Team is. Can they actually come back into the game? That's sort of another question, and a much bigger question on my mind.
I mean, I think it does require an almost miracle fight. I think a lot of this game now depends on Ruby for Boom Esports. If Ruby is able to land a huge scatter of the weeks, then I can see Boom Esports winning a team fight that follows that. However, with how J-Team is going, all they need to do is wait for the next Baron.
Yeah, there's nothing really stopping them from just controlling the entire map, and Boom Esports don't really have a say in their own jungle whatsoever. They're very tentatively poking in with Rocky, trying to drop some wards on their bottom side, but you can see they haven't really even made it through the first chain. It's slowly paving the way with Pinks and inching forward to the Dragon Pit. J-Team also have a potential quad Ocean Soul coming up. That's going to be absolutely massive for them. But the Baron will come first. It's not a staggered objective. Mission opening up onto Pop. Pop's going to stay relatively healthy here. It's not going to die or anything. And Epic preemptively tries to get the Honey Fruit for his support, but his support says no thank you. I'm just going to base for this one.
That's actually like surprisingly low damage coming out from the culling there. Leona didn't even use the locket. So guess it's a bit of a good sign, because Lucian does have the Last Whisper, and he's still struggling a little bit against Pop. So maybe if it's when teamfight breaks out, maybe this Lucian might struggle with the tanks.
Definitely possible, and he's just so short range at the same time. So if you have Epic sticking onto him, it's very hard for a Mission to actually do anything in these team fights. I will say though, Lil V is probably becoming the more scarier part of J-Team's carries at this point, sitting at 3 completed items, 2, 0, and 4. He has a CSE plus a 500 gold bounty onto him. So even if Boom Esports do manage to take out a Mission, Lil V seems to be the real culprit here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Lil V is still not at his full potential, right? Infinity Edge is still not bought by that Xayah, and that is the biggest power spike. So, there's still a lot of room for J-Team to amplify the damage. And right now, what is unkillable is probably that Gragas. You've got the Randuins being built, you've got the Spirit Visage being built, and I think he's opting for... I don't know what he's opting for, actually. It's a bit of an interesting build there, just the Kindle Gem and the Tear.
Yeah, it could be something like the... not Cosmic Drive. We'll find out later, as J-Team is trying to defend their territory, making sure that Boom Esports don't get any vision into this, and they're going to start the Baron straight up. This is the tense moment that we've all been waiting for, but J-Team are taking it down incredibly quickly. The double 80 carry is really doing work at this point, and Boom Esports are nowhere close. Epic has a flash, but it's not even close to his own red buff. Looks like Boom Esports are going to try and trade for this Ocean Drake.
The thing is, like, this is probably what Boom Esports should have done, like, 10 minutes ago, like, with the Dragon and the first Baron. Yeah. However, that wasn't the case, and now that Boom Esports is this far behind, they don't really have an opening to contest J-Team. You see, like, Han doesn't even need to be in the Baron pit for J-Team to secure the Baron.
We said that in Game 1 too. So let's see what actually happens here. I would not write off any of these teams for some epic throws.
Cast a curse, cast a curse.
I have been in anthropology, and what separates humanoids, what separates the modern human from Neanderthals is our ability to throw things. We can chuck spears and we can throw games, and J-Team is proof of our evolutionary history. So let's go in as Boom Esports find the engage. Hana's going to be the first one in with the Stormbreaker. Woody follows in onto Ruby. Ruby can't get any damage off. He has to flash backwards. Lil V trying to look for his target. He has to drop into Zhonya's, and Lil V is just dishing out so much damage. The double kill comes through. That's going to be a triple as Boom Esports have no answer to the Xayah. J-Team looks like they're going to take this one all the way to a Game 3. Caster Curse or not, Woody comes in, and Mission finds another pick. Lil V feels his mojo coming on as he flashes forward. They clean up Boom Esports 1 for 5, and J-Team take Boom Esports down with almost an identical draft.
Yeah, and that evens out the scoreline to 1-1 both sides.
The Gragas dance comes
Yeah, the
through.
Gragas dance from Driver. That was pretty cool, actually. And I always love when players actually pay attention to little details like that. It just shows that they actually know the champion, or they actually pay attention to the game, rather than just playing the champion because quote unquote it's meta.
This was a really interesting game. J-Team, they go in with the same draft, but I actually kind of struggled to say that they won off the strengths of the draft itself. It just feels like J-Team understood how to play around objectives a little bit better, and they caught out Boom Esports 3 times in a row to just steal this game when Boom Esports looked like they were fine.
Yeah, I mean, not to downplay J-Team, I think they did a good job this game, punishing mistakes from Boom Esports. However, it really is Boom Esports losing the game in Game 2.
I would say so, too.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the fights, the situations, Boom Esports were already one man down, or they were just, did not have the setup to contest. However, they still opted into it, and it just went disastrously. So, I think, Boom Esports going into Game 3, all they need to do is just fix up, the communication mistakes that they made in Game 2. I think the draft is fine. I think Ruby has had, really good games into the Lucian. I think both games were on Syndra, right? I think both games was on Syndra, and, he's doing fine in lane. It's just that out of lane, I think there's just a lot of disjoints in Boom Esports.
Yeah, we haven't seen a clean engage come out from Boom Esports pretty much ever. Just hasn't happened this game. Pop hasn't been that much on his game. I think Woody has been the better support in this series, and Rocky is not finding his mark on the Unstoppable Onslaught either. So Boom Esports looks, as you mentioned, just all over the place. I think Wako, especially in those objective fights, both games, we've seen completely unnecessary deaths. He even had a ward watching the rest of J-Team chasing him, and he still goes for the minion, which was, it just blew my mind. It's like, you're a dead man walking. Just
that was
run,
weird.
run, you don't need to go for the minion.
And I mean, Boom Esports, right? I think their stats, the individual stats also showed, Rocky and Epic, coming into this series, they actually had the lowest kill participation of every top laner and jungler. So it kind of just shows how disjointed overall Boom Esports is, and I think this game it really showed, and J-Team really capitalized on that. And it is going to be a 30-minute game. I think damage actually similar, pretty similar on both sides. That Sam doing surprisingly huge amount of damage, and also the Gragas. That's actually quite interesting, Sometimes tanks just do a lot of damage because they're able to stay in the fight for very long, and they do outdamage 80 carries.
So, I guess we kind of knew this about Boom Esports the entire time. They are a trilingual team between Mandarin, Thai, and Korean, so it's to be expected that their communication is not going to always be on point. But I guess my question is, if strong engages really aren't your suit, and you are more of an individualistic team, then what sort of composition do you draft for yourself?
I think it might be hard, but I do think a 1-3-1 comp might work for Boom Esports. It is known to be one of, if not the most difficult comp to execute because it requires a lot of lane knowledge, etc., and map understanding. However, with how Boom Esports is playing, they're just playing for the individual development over the game, then, probably maybe draft like a Jace top lane and then just play for that 1-3-1. Draft Epic on a champion that doesn't really need to farm. You just play lane to lane, gank after gank, and then just set up your solo lanes to success.
And we are going to take a look at the MVP. It's going to be Lil V with a flawless scoreline, 5-0-6. I will say this out loud, I prefer him on an actual AD carry rather than Seraphine. I feel like he can play so much more aggressively on this pick.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty common thing in the PCS, when AD carries go on the likes of, Starving Senna and also the Seraphine, they tend to fumble quite a bit.
It was a much better game from Lil V, and we are going to go down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Game 3 coming up shortly after these messages.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是扮了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
family. 不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是扮了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
triple kill for Lil B.
Welcome back to the final showdown between J-Team and Boom Esports. The battle between a Taiwanese Titan and also a Thailand representative on the other side. It's 1-1 apiece, and so far the draft has looked remarkably similar. But Boom Esports this time around with side selection will go for the blue side, and maybe we'll shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it should mean that J-Team will not opt for the same draft, I believe. It's much harder to draft Lucian on red side. Actually, maybe not, actually. Lucian is not as hard to draft. However, you probably would not see the Seraphine. I think on J-Team's side, you know, if Boom Esports does play Seraphine, they would be able to pick it like in the first 3. And I think, you know, with how J-Team wants to draft, they're leaving Seraphine quite late. And if J-Team ends up with like a similar comp once again, I believe Boom Esports should have the adaptability to win out this time.
Okay, we've heard strong words. You know, you can't let J-Team get away with it 3 games in a row.
Surely not, yeah.
I'm not decided on how I view this composition. It's been a really risky one so far, and we do have to mention in both games, Ruby actually got the better side of the Lucian matchup with his Syndra. So we'll see if that one still comes to fruition. So far, a couple trends we have been seeing in this one is that Boom Esports actually win out in the mid jungle, but J-Team get back at them through the mid-game team fightings, regardless if they're ahead or behind.
Yep, and we are going to head into Champ Select now. It is going to be Tristana being banned on J-Team and the Volibear being banned on Boom Esports. Kind of interesting because I don't think Hana has had a huge impact on that Volibear. Oh.
Yeah, he's been just holding it steady and being a good piece in the mid to late game. But Boom Esports on the blue side, they aren't under a lot of pressure with these bans. They're going to take away the Lucian as well. So J-Team is going to be forced onto a different composition. They're going to have to show their cards here. J-Team sticking to that Thresh ban, making sure Pop doesn't get that, regardless of the side. And, you know, we have seen very, very few jungle bans come out in this matchup. You know, typically
in
Hecarim
11
or something is missing.
In 11.6, right, with the addition of Volibear, it does mean that it's virtually impossible to ban out all the junglers. So at most, you know, you will see teams just banning out one jungle that they absolutely do not want to verse. Most likely that's Hecarim. But then, you know, the fact that you have Hecarim, Udyr, Olaf, Lilia, Volibear, and in some rare cases you have like Skarner, the Karthus, you know, like there's like 6-7 champions available to choose from. Like it's very hard to ban them all out.
True. Definitely a lot freer in the jungle position here. J-Team gonna go for a potential Orianna pick. This is one of Mission's other stronger champions. His strongest has been sort of Cubian as the Azir, but I think he's been much more successful on the Orianna.
Yeah, I mean his Orianna is 6-0 so far with 10.7 KDA. So definitely his best champion this split. However, talking about best champion, the Victor is left up. And J-Team, you know, deciding to blind pick this Orianna does open the opportunity for Ruby to just pick the Victor 2-3.
Yeah, I would love to see that from Victor, from Ruby. And just as we mentioned it, he's gonna select that one. Hopefully lock it in. We all want to see it. Really strong answer to the Orianna. It's pretty much selected across all major regions as a counter pick. And Boom Esports now have a chance to answer with a support pick. Rell still on the table.
Yeah, I don't think they will want to pick a Rell into the Alistar. It's not that easy to play. It definitely means like both supports can't really engage. However, it is going to be the Kai'Sa lock-in. Probably identifying the fact that, you know, J-Team have to select a jungler here, so they will opt into like a bit of a mismatch in draft, so that J-Team can't fully counter Boom Esports because they have the later pick. So pretty smart drafting here from Boom Esports. We should be able to see Boom Esports banning a couple AD carries while J-Team banning away supports.
Yep, J-Team going for the Galio straight off the bat, while Boom Esports, they have a lot of options open. With Alistar, you can go into the hyper carries like you can do with the Thresh. So champions like Jinx, champions like potential Aphelios we have even seen are still on the table, very much alive for Lil V if he wants to go in that direction. J-Team will continue, as you have said, to ban away the supports. 2 heavy engaged supports coming out of the roster immediately, and Boom Esports actually go for the Gnar ban, interesting enough.
Alright, so they've decided that, all it needs is Xayah to be off the table, because Xayah does provide a lot of safety. She's pretty good into Xayah in lane, and also really good into Udyr, because Udyr can't really walk up to her without getting rooted by the Blade Caller. J-Team hovering. Another safe pick here, very safe AD carry in that Ezreal. I don't think it's the best pick into the Xayah. Into the Kai'Sa, because despite outranging Kai'Sa can still assassinate you as soon as she tags you with the Void Seeker. But it is going to be the Rell that's going to get paired with the Kai'Sa. I was actually low-key expecting a Nautilus. Just because if you use your hook on your Nautilus onto the Ezreal will buffer with his E. However, that would still put you in the range of the depth charge. Surprised to not see that. However, it is going to be the Renekton that rounds out the comp from Boom Esports. So, like I said, it is going to be a fairly 1-3-1/1-4 comp coming in for Boom Esports, which is what I really want to see from them. On J-Team, just going for that standard front-to-back, a massive team fighting with the Alistar ball delivery system, with the Sion engage, and also the Olaf. Double unstoppable once again in the top side.
Yeah, J-Team finally going for something more standard. I really appreciate this about their compositions. This is something that I feel very safe when I see Mission piloted. They have great scaling to go with as well, double tier users on their composition. While Boom Esports, like we mentioned, it's a bit more lane focus, it's a bit more pick focus. There's a lot of great single target crowd control coming out from the Udyr, from the Renekton, and also from Pop's Rell, which I consider his best champion. So Boom Esports, they are going for pick, they're going for 1-3-1, while we have the big stock standard 5v5 comp from J-Team.
Yeah, and like I said just then, right? Like 1-3-1 comp are hard to execute. However, this is how Boom Esports like to play. Their players, they don't really like team fighting. They don't excel at team fighting. They have very low kill participation across the board. But they do play the lane quite well. So really nice to see both teams actually, going back to their comfort draft. And this is basically, game 3, everything is on the line. They do get a second chance, for whoever loses tonight. However, you don't really want to start off the playoffs in the lower brackets.
Yeah, that's always a bad sign, especially I think for J-Team, who's came into this split with such high expectations. Everyone was paying them as top 2 as they welcomed Mission to buttress up their mid lane in the absence of Fofo. So it seems like for J-Team, going into the loser brackets this early on is not really an option for them. This is a do or die game. They have to save face for their offseason moves. They have to prove that they deserve to be a contender in the PCS. Meanwhile, for Boom Esports, they're looking at a potential debut into playoffs, a brand new organization picking up Avenger Squad members from all the disbanded teams in 2020. This is their chance to strike hard and strike deep into the postseason.
Yep, Epic was probably spot the undertow, meaning they will know approximately where Hana is. Will not spot the ward. Warding level 1 has been quite passive. I think both games. All 3 games. And let's look at the runes. So Udyr opting for the Phase Rush, nothing too special. I do think in this matchup, I have seen some Olaf opting for Phase Rush just to catch the Udyr. However, he is going to opt for the more combat rune in the Conqueror. Ezreal will still go for the Conqueror. That is the very usual rune. 4 biscuits on J-Team's side. It's a little funny. But overall, nothing too surprising as we see Boom Esports going for a cheeky level 1 play.
It does look like J-Team will enjoy tea time with the Queen. Going for that many biscuits, it's kind of interesting, as you can definitely see their mindset going for a more later-oriented game. Utility early on, scaling in the later phases. We're going to see another trade from Wako and Pop. Getting Woody down low, taking about 250 HP from the cow. Always a good start. And talking about the junglers, both are going to path starting on their bottom side and path towards that top lane, which could be very explosive with the Renekton versus Sion matchup.
Yep, Epic slightly faster in terms of clear. Right now, we do see Hana finishing his blue buff just before, just as Epic approaches his rocks. So maybe we will see Epic, arriving top lane a little earlier than Hana. However, in the mid lane, quite a heavy trading. Not something you normally see in a mage versus mage matchup in Season 11. Most of the time, you do just see both mages spamming health pots to get priority, and you just cheat a recall at level 3 for the tier. But that is not going to be the case. The wave actually seems quite frozen in the middle for both mid laners. So we might see a bit of action happening in the mid lane around like the 4 or 5 minutes mark, just so that both mid laners can reset. But however, both junglers are now topside.
It's been a bit of a slow match so far, obviously we're just 3 minutes into the game, but just not a lot of kill-threatening trades coming in here, and like you mentioned, it does seem like Epic might have the inner route here, but his lane is a little bit more pushed up. We're going to see what he does about that. He's level 4 now. He's going to go straight for the Scuttle, and could potentially head for a second one as well. We see Mission trying to spot out if Epic is indeed going for that Scuttle. And also the bottom lane, I love this from Boom Esports, preemptively trying to take away the Scuttle
Mission.
From Mission actually has to flash immediately. We didn't get to catch that, but Epic just walks straight in and blows the flash onto the Orianna, and it is going to be a double Scuttle start as he links up with his bot lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Mission got forced to flash means that J-Team cannot contest the bot lane Scuttle Crab for Olaf, so it is going to be double Scuttle going to Epic. Really nice, effective clear. Oh, just as I said that.
Epic, you probably don't want to take that fight. As he gets
Never mind,
down
he's
to below
going to
half.
zoom away. He is going to zoom away with that face rush. I'm not really sure why he actually walked into the Olaf, because it is his reset timer, after the second Scuttle Crab. But he decides to just do a scenic tour in J-Team's jungle. So no summoners burn. It just means that Epic will have a fairly late reset timer, and it does open up Hana to perhaps do something around mid-top once he finished clearing Wolves and Raptors.
We're going to see Hana almost catch up to the CS difference here. Mission doing a very good job on this Orianna, just shoving the Victor in. Kind of typical of this matchup. I think a lot of times before Victor really gets that involved in Death Ray, this is what you're going to see. Just him getting bullied out a little. But Epic is there to prop up his mid laner. He's not going to let that wave crash in too hard without a response.
It's a little interesting from Epic here. He actually, off the reset, he didn't start off from Crux, so I was assuming that he's trying to cheat some tempo so that he can match the Olaf. However, right after the Raptors, he actually didn't go for, the topside clear. So right now, his clear timers are a bit ruined, for his third clear.
Yeah, it's really weird, because if he starts on the Krugs again, then his topside doesn't respawn, so it's kind of a weird pathing. We're going to see how he makes up for that. Maybe he's already inserting a gank into his pathing, thinking ahead. But we'll find out as Hana takes a short trip into the top lane, spots a ward, and is just going to play the mental game with Rocky. Rocky's going to be very afraid to walk up here. Driver doesn't seem like he wants to play any shenanigans, is just going to push the wave. Epic might find the Olaf, but Hana has just based, and Epic comes in at the exact right moment here. Flashes in to deny Driver a potential to go out, and forces the flash from Driver. So just a flash for flash trade. Well done on the timers there.
Yeah, I mean, really unfortunate recall there from Hana, and Boomies was props to them for spotting out the bluff. However, I'm not sure whether the Udyr flash was worth it. I do believe you probably can use that flash in mid lane to get Ruby ahead. Because forcing a flash in the top lane doesn't mean a lot, especially when it's like a tank that's just designed to soak up pressure. You know, Driver can easily just sack 20-30 CS just to stay relevant in this game. So not the best flash usage, but it is a flash. A flash is a flash nonetheless, and it will force Driver to, I think, drop one plate in the top lane.
It's kind of funny, but if he let Driver just do his thing, I don't think Sion had anywhere to go. There was no possible way that he could make the drift into his own jungle. So it's kind of fun, but I almost felt like if they just let him drift, they could have closed the trap with Ruby.
I mean, it would probably boil down to like a 2v2 or 3v3 topside. However, with how weak Driver is compared to Rocky, then I think they would take the 3v3 anytime.
Yeah, I'd be willing to take that. We are going to see a blue hand out from Mission, and Ruby still eyeing for his first upgrade. Mission is going to have a sizable advantage as of now. And looking at the top side, Driver once again finding some good trades onto this Renekton. It's going to chase him down a little bit in lane, and it looks like everyone is just eyeing the prize for that first Infernal Drake. Infernal Drakes, they sell like hotcakes. They always are the first Drake to go. Everyone is trying to set that up, and so far, Boom Esports does have the upper hand.
Yeah, and so far, once again, like Epic's third clear is a little weird. Like, he cleared Raptors into just straight up basing. Did not go for anything else. Did not go for anything else. He just straight up cleared the Raptors and based. So he's probably looking to clear like top to bot for the Dragon setup, I believe, again, to match the Olaf. However, he is sacking quite a bit. He does take 6 earlier. I believe it's because of the gank in the top lane, soaking up a bit of XP as well, and also the gank in mid lane. However, he is actually bleeding quite a bit of tempo just by doing that.
Yeah, we
He's
saw
still
Epic
wandering
with
around.
the double Herald start, and now he's down to this. Rocky's gonna face check right into an Olaf.
No.
Dominus is popped, but he still has to flash out. The Undertow does not catch the Crocodile, as there's a 2v2 in the mid lane. Make that a 3v2 as Epic just walks casually by. Mission once again has to flash out. And, unfortunately for Woody, he was waiting on that catch, but he realized that he was outmanned there and has to back out.
Yeah, Boom Esports not being able to capitalize the lack of flash from Mission in like the first 5 minutes of the game is not too great, but they do force out Mission's flash once again, and maybe this time they can capitalize on that and take this Herald.
Epic uses the smite here, but he's not going to have the smite for the Herald. This is rather interesting. See if Hana can get anything done here. Driver is going to charge in. Pop finds a 3-man and a 4-man stun to follow, but the damage isn't there necessarily. Mission goes down. Hana's going to find 2. Wako into the backline against the support. They're trading sides, but Lil V might win out on this one. He goes across the wall, and Boom Esports, they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Can they actually find this Herald? It's down in 20 seconds, but Ruby will get it. He picks up what Rocky could not do in game 2, and Boom Esports at the end of the day, I think it was a 1-for-2 trade there, maybe a 2-for-2 trade, but they do get the objective.
Yeah, I mean, Pop had a really nice engage, but he literally got popped right after, and it's a bit interesting the fact that Epic actually used Smite extremely early. I mean, that, and also I don't know why Driver actually cancelled his ult by the end. I believe Xano have a way longer range than that. But it was unfortunate because I think if that Xano lands, it is going to be J-Team's team fight to win. But at the end of the day, Boom Esports is going to be able to win out this last, I'd say 2v2, because Luffy is completely left behind over the wall, and they will be able to collect this this Herald.
Yeah, very interesting position for both teams, just eyeing the backline at all times. They get missions pretty early on, and, Boom Esports, even though they lose their own front line, it still ends up a bit of a win for them. Just wondering where they're going to drop this Herald. As we've been talking about, Infernal Drake is the target that everyone is looking for.
Yep, it's still there. It's 11 minutes into the game. It's going to be a late dragon, but Infernal is Infernal. And, on both sides, one side you have the Renekton, Victor and Kai'Sa. The other side you have the Orianna and Ezreal. All of these champions benefit a lot from
Rocky,
Dragon.
where are you going? Where are you going, buddy? Driver doesn't have the ultimate, but he's going to fake like he does. as he finds some really good damage onto Rocky and forces out the Dominus too, right before the Infernal Drake. This could be rather detrimental for Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Boom Esports is winning on the other side though. Wako looking for Lil V.
Oh, that's a huge chunk
Oh.
onto him. Killer Instinct used, and they're going to take him down to half HP. Plus the Arcane Barrage
Driver!
does go through. Driver comes down, but he's already half HP. I don't think he can do much about this. He's holding on to his ultimate, maybe waiting for a potential charge onto Wako. Just a reminder, Kaisa does not have any of her summoner, so there's a potential to definitely catch her out. And in the meantime, Ruby's playing 1v2 on the top lane River. He's going to escort Hana outside, and this is heating up. This is both top laners arriving on the scene, but neither of them is really coming in at their optimal states. One doesn't have HP, one doesn't have Dominus, so we're going to see how this one actually ends up. Mission has no mana, though, and is looking to base for the teleport. He's going to make it in time. Doesn't look like it. Boom Esports very close to taking this one down. They do get it, but in comes Driver onto Ruby, forces double flashes, goes into the middle of everyone, and J-Team are stuck on top of the ramp. Pop is going to catch them out, but that's going to be 2 kills for J-Team, possibly a third as Epic also falls. Mission coming back in the nick of time after that TP to pick up the pieces. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of J-Team. Boom Esports, they pick up the Infernal, but probably not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, Boom Esports had a really nice setup there. I think Wako this series has jumped in like way too many times for no particular reason. I believe if he does have his ult, he probably would have been able to fight better this game in this team fight. And however, I think once you get the Herald, you don't really need to continue any fight here. You get Driver, and you should probably just walk away. Epic definitely walked way too far. Despite the perfect gravity field there from Ruby, it doesn't mean that Boom Esports will lose 2 more members.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by how well J-Team was able to come out of that fight. They were trying to force themselves through a ramp, and I guess that's just the power of Sion. It's so damn powerful in those situations.
The thing is that Boom Esports could have just walked away. I think Pop probably had to sacrifice with her engage, with the rail engage. But other than that, I believe everyone else was quite safe to leave. However, Boom Esports decides to fight, and they basically just lose 2 more members and only getting a Sion in return. So, not the best trade. They do still get the Infernal though. Next Drake is 100% not Infernal. Would probably have to wait until the camera pans towards the Dragon Pit to see what's the next Drake.
Yeah, that is definitely a production bug on our screen right now. And we're going to be taking a look at the bottom side. Now, this is a rather interesting matchup. We don't see Azrael all that much, but he's very strong in the scaling. We see the Essence Reaver already. And I do want to ask you about that matchup. Who do you favor?
Oh, Ruby.
Ruby gets caught out with the Shockwave. Now Hana going in. Chaos Storm has to be popped. He's going to flash forward and use a Strike Breaker to make sure he finds the target. J-Team take control of the mid jungle once more, and they can take it wherever they want to.
That was actually very well played from Mission, because normally, right, as if you're playing for a game, right, you probably, after the Shockwave, you want to dish as much damage as possible. However, Mission decides to just use the Phase Rush and just zoom out of Ruby's range. What that means is Ruby was not able to use his Chaos Storm plus the Gravity Field to proc his Phase Rush. And it's a very easy pickup for Hana. So that was Ruby's intention, in terms of just dropping that W and ultimate off the Shockwave. But it completely missed Mission.
Yeah, well done there, coming in for Mission. Just keeping his distance and knowing that his jungler can finish up the job. I will say Hana has been having a massive series so far. Another game where he's sitting at 0 deaths and starting with a 7+ KDA. Actually an infinite KDA. As we see Boom Esports trying to claw back onto the river. That's 2 undertows that are going to land, and the flash has to be forced out from Pop. Nearly goes down below half HP. J-Team taking control of the vision and looking at the Herald.
Yep. And the fact that you had to force Pop to base and also Ruby as well, I think this should be a Herald secured for J-Team. I don't think Boom Esports will have enough people there in time. However, they are going to decide to deny the blue buff first, which is a bigger win from J-Team. So, really nicely played there from Hana. I think this man has been doing a very good job so far in this game.
Yeah, he's been kind of the question mark, especially after Game 1, but Game 2, Game 3, Hana has been bringing it back, and he's also going to be taking home a Herald with him. Now, in the meantime, Boom Esports are making a play cross-map on the bottom side, and you can see Lil V. He's pinging it out, he's keeping his distance, he's not going to die to this gank, and it looks like J-Team are just going to trade away onto the top. A second Shockwave does find its mark, but can they actually find themselves all the way onto Ruby? They will take their anger out on Pop Corel as the pony goes down, and Driver also comes through. Can Wako actually finish off this solo kill? Wasn't even close, honestly. Wako just 1v1 takes down Lil V, as Lil V doesn't even bother popping any of the summoners right there. But that's 2 towers going down in favor of J-Team, plus an extra charge onto the inhibitor tower.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested on why J-Team didn't finish off this turret. It is 17 minutes into the game, so like, you know, the fact that, you know, dropping turret just so that maintaining turret so that, you know, they don't freeze the wave doesn't really make sense anymore. So I don't know, because like the fact that, you know, Renekton was clearly in top side and also Kaiser was clearly in bot as well, should mean that turret dropping, and that would open up a serious threat on Boom Esports, because one team fight would mean game end.
Yeah, it would be 3 tower taken through the mid lane, but they decided they wanted a better reset on this Drake. Doesn't seem like they have the avenue in just yet. Driver is going to be in position for this one. The Arcane Barrage hits absolutely no one, and Woody's combo actually gets stopped. The Drake will go over to the side for Boom Esports. The question is how many members are going to survive here. The supports both go down. Driver holding up in the front. He's doing a very, very good job and making sure the damage dealers don't find the backline. Rocky is going low, but Driver still holding on strong. That Sion is unstoppable. The Boom Esports, they still get what they came for. They do get the Drake and the support trade to go through.
Yeah, so this puts Boom Esports quite far ahead in the Dragon race. However, it's still 18 minutes into the game, so therefore it's going to be a pretty late soul point. Let's look at this team fight once again. Very nice engage from both supports. I think Woody popped his Unbreakable Will a little too late. It just didn't result to anything. The Ignite just basically kills him. It is true damage. And yeah, I mean, it is support versus support trade, and then both frontline just playing the team fight really well to dissuade further engage. As we come back to the map, we see mission clearing top turret from Boom Esports.
I do want to see some picks being executed by Boom Esports, though. The later you go into the game, I think the more the team fights are going to look like the last one, where you can't really take JT's composition front to back. And that's the pick I was waiting for. Wako finds his target, zooms in, and even gets the flash out of Lil V.
Yeah, it's definitely a Void Seeker into the Kaiser ult that kills the Ezreal. Actually, you know, coming into this series, I did see Lil V taking cleanse. I think at least 2 out of 3 games into the Rel, and that's something that's quite confusing because cleanse doesn't really work well into Rel. Crashdown is a knockup. You can cleanse that. You can cleanse the track and repel, but usually you do see that paired with her ultimate.
Is that blind?
Yeah, that's insane. Actually, that's quite insane from Wako. But yeah, I mean, cleanse is a very questionable summoner. You know, game 1 and game 3 from Lil V, because you can't like. Even if you cleanse Rel's Attract and Repel, the Magnus Storm is still going to pull you in. Like, you cannot cleanse the Magnus Storm.
True. Heal seems to be a bit better in his surviving role. Yeah. Especially when you're up against Wako, that's going to fly in your face 24/7. This is the great thing about Wako. You know, you have to admit his consistency. He will fly in whether if it's good or it's not. But Ruby right now has to walk away from 3 members. Driver's trying to hunt him down. Woody is there. TP has to be blown here. And they flash right in onto the Victor. He stays alive for a very long time, though. And Rocky's coming in for some blood as they catch Driver underneath their own tower. So TP dissuades a 3-man dive. And now Boom Esports actually has the HP advantage. They don't go for more. Mission trying to catch out Wako. Only finds the front line.
Yep, and yeah, I mean, that dive was a little interesting because Woody probably was thinking that he could headbutt Ruby into the wall, and that would make him, you know, stay in the pulverize range. However, Ruby actually just got pushed further back than he expected, so Woody has to invest the flash, but at the end of the day, it is a tank. I mean, it is a double tank dive in that Sion and Alistar, and there's just no damage to kill Ruby.
Yeah, they really didn't find their target there in that one, and I just want to take a moment to look at the items. We have 303 on Wako. He's able to solo kill the backline with ease. My question is just who's going to follow him, though. Like, I think the rest of the members from Boom Esports actually have a pretty difficult time lining up into the backline.
This is not the team comp where you play for team fights. Oh,
Hana just flashes in after the undertow, and they find the kill. That was easy.
Wow. Wow. that was very surprising, actually. I mean, that is what a 5-0 Olaf can do to any immobile champions, but I did not expect that to be this decisive, actually. Hana, just says, you do not have flash summoners. You're not allowed to stand in my vision, despite you're under turret. However, Hana is getting extremely low.
Yeah,
he's getting very low.
We'll be safe, though. They get the Baron off of that pick. Really well done by J-Team. That's the sort of decisiveness and aggression I've been missing from this player. Just Hana looks like a transformed person.
Yeah, I mean, Boom Esports also recognizing that they can't contest. They're not losing the game from just a random contesting. So, like, I kind of like that from Boom Esports. They will get the inner track to this dragon, so maybe they will be able to catch out someone, but J-Team is playing it very safe.
Yeah, I like his mission much more on Orianna. He doesn't randomly face check on Orianna for some reason. Much less than his games on Azir. We do have Moody in a great backline position, though. Looks like Wako's looking to trade in onto the back, but they don't find the targets. Orianna and Ezreal stay completely safe. Now Epic has to charge in. Wako finally going in. They are going to take out Mission, but they are entangled by Driver. They can't find anyone else here, and it looks like Boom Esports, with trading their positions, find themselves in a complete trap, as Wako only gets one, and that's 1 for 5.
That's not so great. Just as I complimented Boom Esports for sticking to what their team comp wants to do, they kind of just did the exact opposite. So basically, when it comes to team fighting, right? Boom Esports is forced to team fight. Their comp requires Pop or Epic to, or even Rocky to reach the to reach the backline and CC either the Ezreal or the Orianna. That applies a plasma stack. However, really beautiful flash from Lil V and Mission denying the application of plasma stacks, and you can see like Wako is just wandering around doing nothing. And 5 seconds into the team fight, that's when he's able to ult to the backline, but by then it is already too late. The Victor is already dead, and Wako actually misplaced himself with the Blast Cone. Cannot find Lil V after that, and will just die to the Alistar Hepa.
We have an engage happening in the mid lane. TP coming down from Driver. He's going to have his target on Wako. Wako has to flash away, but there's still a lot of chase here. If Ezreal can get the Mystic Shot to go down, maybe he has the red buff for the slow. Wako's running away, but into the enemy jungle. This is the unfortunate story of Kai'Sa, as somehow they're actually getting away with this. Rocky does have the Dominus, but he's not using it. Oh, okay. And Kai'Sa gets away, but Rocky goes down.
I don't know how Rocky got caught, actually. That was weird. that was very weird. I was actually like looking at the minimap and just thinking like, okay, what's the escape route for Wako? But I was thinking, maybe Wako can land like a Void Seeker onto like Sion or something, and then just like ult behind him, etc. Do some like Matrix plays. But then all of a sudden, camera pans to Rocky, and Rocky dies.
Yeah, Rocky also is going for the Black Cleaver build. This is kind of the new and improved Black Cleaver, but
I don't like it.
Very useful.
I think by this stage of the game, right? I mean, not even this stage, right? If you turn the game back like at 10-15 minutes, Rocky should be able to identify that this is one of the games where you had a 1-3-1 comp, but you have to eventually team fight. So I do believe going for the double shield build is better.
Sterix.
Yeah, the Sterix and what's that thing called? The one that Sion has, yeah, Gargoyles.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, like doing the double shield
Black
build is
Cleaver
much
is going
better.
to do anything here.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't even have the lifesteal to stay in lane. I mean, to stay in the fight. So you may as well just go for the double shield into like GA so that you can actually, sit permanently in JT's backline.
Well, in Ruby we trust. I think that's a game plan for now. He has
Actually,
done a
in
very
Wako
good
we
job.
trust.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think it's
I'm
Wako.
sorry. In Wako.
Oh,
Driver coming
Zion.
in with the drift is going to catch out the entire front line of Boom Esports, and Lil V is going to follow that up with some great harass on the right side. They get Epic straight off the bat, and there's no one defending here. This is a 5v4 open inhibitor. JT are going to mark their territory, and nothing much that Boom Esports can actually do. They don't really have the poke to walk up against J-Team right now. Wako's hanging around on the side. Ruby desperately trying to find some DPS down, and come on, someone has to hit that. Someone has to hit it, please. Hit it. Auto attack. No way! Come on, Boom Esports. JT. Alright, they're gonna get it eventually. It took a while, but they're gonna get it eventually. And in the meantime, Hana also finds himself some nice private time with the tower.
Yep, he will just casually leave that, realizing that Ruby will be there very soon. And, I mean, things looking quite grim for Boom Esports.
Looks like it. I just don't think they piloted their composition aggressively enough in the mid game. We expected there to be a lot more setup for Wako, or a lot more patience in coming in with flank angles. It's not exactly an easy composition to execute for Boom Esports, but the way you have to play it is you definitely have to have your target on the back line, and you have to be sort of like Beyond Gaming. The way they play with Husha and the way they play with Doggo is what you should be trying to emulate.
Yeah, and so far, like, the only player that attempts to pick other players is Wako, right? With that Void Seeker onto Lil V. I mean, that's probably like the only play that they've actually like really made.
Oh no, Ruby's having nightmares. There's people chasing him all over the map. It's a three-way collapse. Exhaust goes down. They're waiting for the stun and then the pulverize.
Oh, no.
I feel bad for Ruby, but pushing that far in, he was kind of asking for it. J-Team are going to go straight onto the Baron, and it's going to have to come down to Epic for some epic steals.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of the classic Ruby in the side lane situation.
It is.
Just pushing a little too far up. I was actually glad that didn't happen in the first two games, but I guess Game 3 Ruby is the normal Ruby that we see in the regular season. Just pushing a little too far, getting punished by it, and will die, and will lose Baron. And Boom Esports will trade back one dragon, however their base is getting teared apart.
Yeah, I don't see Boom Esports being able to hold on to their second inhibitor here. And J-Team are going to push in. They're hunting for more. Woody goes in for a gank, and then we see Pop with the 3-man. The stun does go through. They kill Mission straight off the bat. And Ruby is still dishing out tons of damage onto the front line. Wako and Ruby both alive, but for how long? Epic is about to go down. Double kill onto Lil V. He's still at full HP, and he's hunting all Boom Esports members. It's a really good job by Pop to spark that one off, but in the end, J-Team still get what they came from, and Lil V's looking for more. He might overstep here. We see one kill. Ruby still trying to get the extra one. He finds the Mystic Shot onto the backline. That's both carries down for Boom Esports. The base is wide open, and J-Team are going to take this series in 3. The higher seed prevails. J-Team move forward.
And congratulations to J-Team. That means that they will advance to the round 2 of the upper brackets in this playoffs. And for Boom Esports, they will have to find themselves back in the lower brackets, I think later this week or maybe next week.
Yeah, Boom Esports, they will face Hong Kong Attitude later on, while for J-Team, they advance and go up against PSG. Neither team has a very easy path ahead of them, but for one of them, it will be moving closer to the finals, while the other one dropping down into the losers bracket. Congratulations to J-Team. They accomplished their mission, and I'm also feeling pretty glad that my predictions came through as well. I had J-Team down 2-1. Everyone was telling me this was going to be a 2-0. It was going to be a clean series. I said, no way. I know J-Team. They're the better team, but it's a 2-1.
I mean, it's pretty typical PCS experience, right? I think no team is really that consistent unless your name is PSG.
Beyond Gaming,
I think.
isn't it?
I mean, Beyond Gaming is
Beyond
I mean,
Gaming
I guess they're consistent, but like they drag the game way too long, to a point where I feel like you know both teams have like a potential to just close out the game with one team fight. So they're just playing with fire a little bit. However, tonight's game is not about those two teams. It is about J-Team versus Boom Esports, and J-Team will come out ahead. I think this series showcased that J-Team can like play their comp pretty well, other than game 1. Actually, game 1 was pretty bad, but game 2 was, you know, they're getting better, and game 3 with the standard front to back comp, they absolutely popped off.
Yeah, I think for me, Hana was kind of the standout performer compared to the regular season form. I think Hana in regular season was not that consistent on engages. His early games weren't that strong. But going through this series, I think his early games were actually really, really good in all 3 games. Like, he was consistently in a lead, he could engage for the team properly, and we see kind of J-Team unleashed. When they have their front line doing their job, when Driver is on point with his engages, this is a team that you don't have to worry about their carries. They have top-notch carries. It's really just about the supporting cast showing up on the day, and when they do, you will get a fairly stompy session going through.
Yeah, definitely. And for Boom Esports, right, I feel like the biggest thing they need to sort of clean up is that early game, right? If they're a team that excels in playing 1-3-1, in playing pick comps, they can't afford to fall behind early.
True. We have seen that about Boom Esports. They don't have a very smooth game plan, a smooth transitioning plan. If they're going for team fight compositions, I think Rocky dies less and is more dependable on something like a Scion, but they also don't really have the sort of coordination to pull off front to back the entire way. I think that's like either way, 1-3-1 or front to back, they all have some glaring weaknesses. So we'll see how they actually shape up. And as you can see, that Udyr first pick did not live up to the hype, as Hana out damages him by 11k.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of sad. I think I'm not sure whether it's like the computer program or something just like rounding down, but like Udyr's damage actually went from like 3,888 and then back to 887. So I'm just like, oh no, you just have to deny that. But anyway, yeah, I mean, the comp was hard to execute, but I think it is Boom Esports' playstyle. They just really have to sort of clean up their top jungle interaction. I feel like, you know, it has been lacking a bit throughout this entire series. And I think as soon as they can clean up, you know, their top jungle interactions, I feel like they're pretty set to, you know, beat games against the lower tier teams.
Yeah, especially this game, Mike. Epic was up to such a huge start, but Hana, at the end of the day, he is going to be our MVP. 10 kills and only 0 deaths. Not only, 0 deaths.
Only 0 deaths.
Yeah, I kind of phrased that in an awkward way. 20% of the team's damage, and Hana is doing work at the game end, 2 full items ahead of his counterpart, and he's going to be holding his fists up to Epic, proving who's the better jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, really insane performance on this Olaf. You know, that tower dive on Ruby was very surprising. Actually, he just decides that he just decides that, all right, you got into my vision, you are dead now, and just flashes onto Ruby and then just deletes him from existence. So props to Hana. I think he has had a very shaky split. I mean, overall, right? But definitely popped off tonight.
Yeah, congratulations. And, you know, we are going to be taking a short break, but when we come back, please anticipate our interview with Jenny Rairachu coming in to help us out with the PCS post-games.
大家好，我是英文台直播的 Ray Ju. Hi guys, I'm Ray Ju and I'm going to be doing the winner interviews for all of playoffs. Today's first interview is going to be Driver from J Team. Of course, 这次呢采访就是 JT 的 Driver 你好。
你好，我是 J Team 的上路 Driver。
那首先就要恭喜你，就赢一下第一场就季后赛第一场获得胜利，然后能跟我们说一下，就赢下比赛现在的心情如何吗？ Could you tell us just what your feelings are after winning the very first match of the playoffs, and also of course congratulations.
赢下比赛的心情真的是超级爽的，嗨到了极点，你知道吗？那个第一把输了那个感觉就很不好，然后后面赢2把那感觉就回来了。赢比赛的感觉一直都是比赛当选手最爽的时候。
So he said that of course it feels really good that they managed to win the series, and he said that like of course they weren't feeling very good in the first game, but then once they started winning, they started like winning game 2, game 3, they started getting into the groove, and he said that like winning competitions is really one of the best feelings, so he said he really enjoyed it. 好，那接下来第二个问题就是想问一下，你们之前的比赛就到了季后赛之前的8周的比赛，就因为JT 嘛，在春季赛期间，你们是有做了什么？你们做了很多调整。然后就比如说有你还有 Rest 你们轮流打上单之类的，对于这样的安排你有什么感受？也可以跟我们分享一下，是不是你们的教练团的考量是什么样的吗？
就我们2个轮流上的原因有2个第一个就是看谁的版本切合度比较高嘛，就这个版本如果比较适合我的话，就先测试，然后测试我觉得玩得很好的话，就会是我上。然后第二个就是如果我状态不好的时候，然后就会换人，然后瑞兹的状态不好的时候也会换我，就主要是看版本，然后还有看状态再做调整。然后还有另一个考量就是，如果是我上的话，那我就是上路就是给人家打的，然后如果是瑞兹的上的话，那换瑞兹的去打人，就是我和他的差别在这里，差不多。
So the question we were asking to Driver was that JT made a lot of adjustments throughout the entire of the spring split. So for example, they were swapping Driver as well as Rest, and they were both taking turns to play top for a while. So you're just wondering how important this was to the team, just how they made these decisions along the way, also like whether it was more of a coaching related decision and what they thought. So Driver's answer was that yeah, it was a coaching decision pretty much, and what the coaches were thinking was that it was mostly based off of the meta, so whether Driver or Rest was better in that particular patch or that particular meta, then they would usually field whichever top laner was better. Also, Driver said that sometimes if he wasn't playing too well, then they would also bring in Rest for him, so that also happened. 那接下来的问题就想问你，就 JT 在春季赛初是否有定下你们的目标？然后目标的目前你们的成绩是在预测范围吗？还是你觉得你们可能是表现的比预测中的有一点差？
感觉有点差强人意。我觉得以我们队伍的那个队员名称那个 ID 是非常有高阶去冰岛的，以我们的阵容来讲，就是我们的目标是以 ASI 去看的，我觉得，所以前面我觉得我们没有打得很好，所以我们现在已经在调整，目前的成绩还不够好啊，季后赛要拿到那个冠军。
了解。So you're asking him, about what kind of predictions that the team made as a whole during the regular season, whether they had like a sort of ideal placement in mind in terms of where on the table they wanted to place, and also like now that we're into playoffs, whether those expectations were met or whether, you know, they kind of did a bit worse than how they expected. So Driver said that, yeah, they did. He does feel that they did do a bit worse than they expected. And he said that particularly in the front of the season, they actually didn't do very well, which is why we've been seeing J-Team do a lot of adjustments as the season progressed. And he said that right now their goal actually is they want to win playoffs, they want to go to MSI. So he said, yep, they want to do well for playoffs. 好的，那最后一个问题想问你，就是你们之后对上 PSG 会紧张吗？还是会有把握赢下那个比赛呢？ Our final question is going to be asking Driver, for your next match versus PSG, are you nervous or do you have confidence that you guys are going to take that match?
我觉得对战 PSG 紧张是一定会的，因为他们现在是 PCA 是最强的，如果能赢的话是最好啊。但我自己是觉得没有那么高的胜算，顶多3成吧。不过我觉得我们如果整队都处理得很好的话，还是非常有机会赢的。
So Driver said that, of course, PSG, they're the strongest team in the league. They're number one. So going off against them, you're definitely going to have some sort of nerves. It's going to be a given that you'll be nervous. But he thinks that if the entire team plays well, like every single person plays kind of like to the best of their ability, he thinks that they definitely do have a shot at winning. 好的，那谢谢 Driver 就接受这次的采访。下次的比赛加油 ！Thank you, Driver 。加油！
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这件英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
family。不知道从哪。
opponent denies him passage with the pillar. Once again, it's a triple kill for Lil B.
On we go. Pacific Championship Series continues with round 2 of our playoffs. This is going to be a matchup between previous GPL friends. We have Impunity from Singapore facing Machi X coming in from Taiwan, as these two teams are going to head to the Rift and try to settle those differences. So far, it has been 2-0 in favor of Machi X in the regular split. Lee Kai has triumphed over Top King. Now, Impunity try to look to get their throne back.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, they're old friends. However, it does look like that, you know, the stats are pretty one-sided towards Machi. Obviously, it does show, you know, from the standing that Impunity is nowhere near the top of the table, but they are still a pretty solid team in the middle of the pack, whereas Machi X is definitely looking like a contender that can go towards the final round of this playoffs. So it is going to be quite a big mismatch between both teams. However, do not count Impunity out.
Yeah, I do want to mention that Impunity has been surprising us, and we have to mention that this is a great leap forward for Singapore. Resurgence last time around was actually the 10th place team in the PCS, while this time they're hanging on to 6th. So great improvements, definitely something to be lauded for. But now they go up against a very, very tough opponent in Machi. And if we talk about their regular season matchup so far, you know, it really has been Impunity's best, strongest suit being countered by Machi X. So when your strongest point isn't enough to take over your opponent, then you find yourself in very, very dire straits, as Lee Kai in both of these matchups, whether on the Aatrox or the Renekton, has been able to triumph over Top King.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a massive uphill battle for Impunity because, you know, Lee Kai, you know, while only contributing to 21% of his team's damage, he still, you know, have 8 solo kills. This man is a Lane Kingdom player. So it definitely counters you know, Impunity's trait in playing strong side top lane with Top King. And if you look like down across the board, right, they also have a pretty rough matchup. You know, Gemini, Jimian, both of them are very high gold income players, does a lot of damage. Before that, hold on to that thought, we go onto the rosters.
Top King is going to be your top laner for Impunity, CYH and Shira for mid jungle, and then we have Blaze and Smurf in the bottom side. You know, in the early start of the split, it was the story mainly about Top King and how he would blow up his opponents on the Aurelia, but later and later we went, it felt like more and more it was about Blaze and his Kai'Sa play, just being able to go into the back line, able to come up with huge kills and plays to keep Impunity afloat amongst the playoff contention.
Yeah, I do agree because, you know, just continuing my point just then, right? CYH and Shira are both like fairly facilitative players. CYH, plays to snowball his teammates, and also Shira on the control mage, on the Seraphine, he looks to just play for his carries in other positions to thrive. However, you know, when you look at Machi X side, Gemini, Jimian, basically two of the best players in their role respectively in the PCS. And here we have, you know, their portraits: Lee Kai in the top lane, Gemini jungle, Jimian mid lane, Atlan and Koala your bot and support. And yeah, I mean, like for Impunity to find success, it is going to be this bot lane. I think Atlan actually have a fairly similar damage and basically income, etc. Relative comparing to Blaze. And you know, for Impunity to basically find a way into the game and beat Machi X, it will have to be this bot lane 2v2, you know, doing some outstanding performance.
I definitely agree with you. For Machi, they are another team that relies more on the top side. We're going to be taking a look at their stats so far. A Herald rate definitely favoring Machi a lot more, 55% compared to 27, so more than double there. And also their GD at 15, also about, you know, it's not exactly correct to add these two numbers together and get the score. You have to balance them out by having them each. But we could say reliably that Machi should have a fairly good early game coming into this one. Across the board, Machi does have better stats, but I will say for Impunity, they are a team that, when they draft well, they look incredibly powerful. I've really enjoyed their drafts, like the Caitlyn and Morgana, and they've also came up with things like the Anivia for the mid lane. So this is a very creative team that is not afraid to come up with very comprehensive drafts, I might add, to kind of trip up their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're a middle of the pack team looking to break into that top of the table territory, you have to play something unorthodox. The top teams are at the top of the table not just because they're probably like better mechanically, but they also have more game knowledge. So in order to catch them off guard, you have to do something unorthodox. And I think it's a really good strategy coming into playoffs because, if you start off game one with a very unorthodox strategy, something like an Anivia, Siege comp like that, then you might put Machi off guard and, they might just not know how to deal with it.
We're going to head straight into the drafting phase. Machi X targeting out top game, showing respect to the crown as they take away his Scion. While Impunity, interestingly enough, taking away the Lucian. This is a double flex for Machi X. They have played it in the mid lane, and I'm not exactly sure, but Atlan could potentially pick that one up. Gemini, also in my heart, the MVP of the split, is going to get denied the Nidalee. So not your usual Hecarim Olaf, but, Nidalee off the table.
Look, not your usual draft, but I actually quite like Impunity's bans here. So they're basically denying the mid-bot lane pressure and also denying that Nidalee threat where Gemini could just pop off if paired with something like a Yone, if paired with something like a Renekton, right? This is something that is very strong and can snowball, it can easily snowball out of control, and Impunity is just denying that. And I really like that, the thought that that's put into the ban phase. Now, they are going to start off with an early 1P Volibear. I think Volibear is strong. I don't really know whether he is first pick worthy. This champion relies a lot on snowballing early. I do think that Hecarim might be a better fit. However, it does look like Gemini will get this horse.
Yeah, for me, Hecarim still seems to be the favorite in most of the drafts that we have seen. Hecarim has a lot more catchment potential compared to something like the Volibear that actually moves a bit slower, but Volibear has a couple tricks up his sleeves. He's better at tower diving. He has a stronger level 3 all-in, I would say. And we're going to see how that pans out for Impunity so far, but they are considering going for the Senna here. It is going to get locked in a very strong laning phase available for Blaze, but I would assume that they have to pick the support up here as well. Looks like they're not actually going to go for the support. Interesting.
A little interesting here. It might say that it might mean that they have something planned. I don't really like those top lane picks.
There's no way it's Blind Aurelia. No way.
Oh, okay, there we go. It is going to be the Senna Cho'Gath, most likely. But the good thing with this draft is that this Cho'Gath can still go top lane.
Yeah. We
so
have seen
now
supports Cho'Gath as well.
Yeah, I mean, so now the question for Machi X is whether do you ban top laners or do you ban support, or you just don't ban either and target Sheer's champion pool and just wait for the 5P to decide on whether that Cho'Gath is going top or bot.
Does look like Machi X are a bit hesitant about this draft so far. They are holding on to it. We have seen Unified and Kaiwing go for the setup plus Cho'Gath into the bottom lane, and I can tell you from just that witnessing that dual lane, it's very, very effective. It's actually very hard for someone like Kai'Sa to get away from the constant ruptures that are going to follow you. So meanwhile, Machi X, they are going to just assume that this is a support for now. Going to take away the Aurelia.
It is a good counter to Gnar.
Yep.
And Top King does have a 100% win rate on that Aurelia.
True.
Only two games. Only 2 games, but he won both. But so far, I still, again, I quite like Impunity's draft. They have put a lot of thought into it. That's what I'm getting from that. Obviously, the Volibear 1P is still a little questionable, but that Senna Cho'Gath definitely can throw Machi X off guard. Machi X decides to opt into the double Gnar counter bans in the Aurelia and the Jace. And Impunity responding with just some solid support bans.
Mid lane wide open in this draft, no bans whatsoever. So Shiro really left with his pick of the litter, while Machi X, I think it's most likely they go for a mid lane here. Ooh, going for a bit of a flex them. No, this is definitely mid lane.
This is definitely mid lane. But one thing to note is that with Sylas pick, Shiro can't pick Seraphine despite it's up because Seraphine is terrible into Sylas. Sylas out-damages you, out-trades you, and also you're basically a free ultimate just walking on Summoner's Rift for him to steal. So not the best pick here, but I think, you know, Seraphine on paper is probably the perfect champion here for Impunity. But, you know, the second choice would probably be something like an Orianna. It is going to be the Aatrox locked in against the Narn. I think that's a fairly solid matchup. Not the best, but also not the worst. Unless it's an Aatrox mid?
It could be. You know, Aatrox has no AP ratio, so actually decent pick here, but this is very peculiar. We haven't seen this entire split.
Okay. Okay. Now that's the curveball I want to see. That is the curveball I wanted to see. Also,
yeah, I think it's still GP top though.
It is, but like Aatrox mid is not something you normally see day to day.
Yeah.
Right? It is actually, I don't know. Okay, so Sylas versus Aatrox used to be Sylas' favorite because Sylas can steal the World Ender and his, I think it's Kingslayer, would heal him for quite a lot.
I can imagine.
There's actually like three really good ults for Sylas to steal. You've got the World Ender, that actually empowers his Kingslayer. You've got the Volibear Stormbringer, that actually, you know, acts like a Renekton, basically, except with a much higher burst damage. And also you have Cho'Gath Ultimate to steal, and the stacks that you get from chomping a champion and killing them is permanent.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I almost forgot about that interaction. That's insane to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, you can potentially see a Sylas just as big as a 10-stack Cho'Gath. Just imagine that.
That's fun. I can't wait to see that one. I want you to take me over these compositions though. We have Machi X already lining up. Not exactly a front to back. I think this is more of their style, kind of split push. And then we have Impunity's composition, which I don't really have a great read on. This is something incredibly special here.
Yeah, I mean, again, like it does seem like they have put a lot of thought process into this team comp, into this draft in general. The gameplay kind of caught me by surprise a little bit because it does look like they really want that front to back going on. I guess the gameplay does increase his teammates' move speed, so it does help them engage quite easily. However, this is a team that definitely wants to play that 1-4 or 1-3-1.
Yeah, it seems like both teams want to go for that 1-3 sort of style. With the side of Impunity, they have a bit more global assistance in the fact that they have Cannon Barrage and the Dawning Shadow to go through. On the other hand, Machi have a bit more catch potential with the Sylas and the Gragas and also the Hecarim. So we're going to see who triumphs here as Machi X and Impunity step up to game one with some really refreshing drafts.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be interested to see what build GP opts for, you know, whether it is like the split pushing build, where you just go full crit and basically just farm your way through the entire game, or is it like the more team fighting build where you go like Trinity Force and stuff?
It seems to be the crit build for most games as we've seen.
Yeah.
Taking a look at the runes so far, it's going to be double Glacial Augment on the bottom side. Very hard to get away from these guys.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Glacial Augment build on Cho'Gath. I do believe, you know, if you're farming Cho'Gath, you probably won't go for the Glacial, but rather probably something, I don't know, Aftershock. You can go for something like a Comet. That would give you a bit more lane pressure, but double Glacial Augment means that come mid-game, they are going to be a very sticky duo.
And we are going to have the Fasting Senna. You know, not always the Senna will go into a support item, but for this game, definitely looking to make sure Smurf picks up the farm. And Machi X and Impunity both starting up on the blue side, both giving leashes to their junglers. And we could be heading for a very fun top lane matchup. We have seen this top lane matchup quite a few times. for the most part, definitely very GP favored.
Yeah, I mean, GP outranges the Gnar with the Q, and you can also just farm Grass of the Undying on that Gnar. Gnar will also farm Grass, but because Gnar is considered a ranged champion, it will have diminished effect. So in the long term, GP will win out. As you can see, GP already popping one Corrupt Potion, probably just to trade against that Gnar.
I want to see if Top Team can find a good time against Lee Kai. So far, there's been a couple of top laners he has just not been able to crack, and Lee Kai is one of them. Now, I don't know if our audience has seen some of the April Fool's joke, but Lee Kai going to going to Beyond Gaming is definitely an April Fool's joke. He is staying where he is currently. He is staying on Machi X. Machi X love him. They don't want to trade him away, and PK is not coming back. I'm sorry for all you PK fans out there, but that was an April Fool's joke.
April's Fool. April's Fool reminds me of reason why I need to take breaks off social media.
It is. It's so hard to
it's so hard. Right yeah, it's so hard to like determine whether that tweet is like for real or is it just an April's Fool joke if done correctly.
Especially when everyone is playing playoffs. Like, I've seen a lot of posts today about, like, people picking Teemo or Draven and then realizing, wait a minute, he isn't even playing today. As we are going to have Gemini coming in for a potential gallop onto Shira. He did pay very close attention to avoid the ward, and now he's coming in, dodges out on the Q1, devastating charge, yet to be used right now, and Shira actually dodges out on the abduct here. He's gonna walk away barely. They don't find him. Gemini might be going down. First blood to CYH, and he's looking for more as G-Man doesn't have his flash. Finally makes it across the wall. Strong win for Impunity.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really nice gang timer from Gemini. However, Shira, with a nice dodge on the Sylas E, actually just guaranteeing that he will survive, and also the last E to dodge out the Sylas Q. So really nice play there from Shira. Early flash to deny the knockback to Jimian, and then really nice sidestep there, and also just another sidestep, just another dash away. So really well played from Shira there on this unorthodox Aatrox pick.
That was just sweet to watch. Going into the backside of the brush and making sure he doesn't get tagged by the abduction. Very, very good to see from them. And Gemini is going to come back onto the map, get his Herald. So it's just going to be a split Herald. Nothing too big to see there. But Shira already with the Executioner's calling. He's not going to let that Kingslayer stand in his way to winning the lane.
Yeah, I mean, one of the traits that Sylas can do is you max W after putting 3 points in Q. That means you get a lot more healing because you're into double melee mid jungle. So an early executioner does mean that you the option to do that is a lot less valuable. So nice itemization there from Shira. Bot lane kind of surprises me a little bit because I believe Senna does outrange both Gragas and Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa is not a champion that trades in waves very well. You can see, like, 1Q will just get her Icathian Rain will just not do any damage to Senna. So I'm kind of surprised to see this bot lane being shoved in. And
they are being shoved and they are being dived. And nowhere for Smurf to really go here. Devastating charge comes in, dodges out on the Rupture, and they find the kill as easy as that. They're going in for more, and there's just no help coming in for him. Impunity. Blaze is left to his own devices here, and that was a perfect tower aggro juggle as well. Machi X, they take about 4 or 5 hits there, and everyone comes out alive.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not!
Nice! Nice kind of barrage there. That means Top King is going to be quite accelerated with that shutdown. And this Gnar will not have a nice day as this wave is going to get frozen with CYH just hovering him. And Shira just casually denying one Raptor cap as well. Impunity just taking some gold back over on the top side. But Machi X really well played in the bot lane as we watch this replay once again. Just a bit of trade here, put Smurfs very low so that this dive is possible, because this is not a big wave. It is not a cannon wave where you can take, like, I don't know, 30 seconds to dive. So really nice really well played from Gemini there, using the devastating charge to dodge the rupture. Taking 2 more turret shots means that no one will die off this second. No one die off the second dive. So really well played. Top King.
Down to the devastating charge. Top King tries to run away. He will finally make it. Smurf is not that lucky though. We do have Blaze with backup. CYH trying to chase up onto Koala. He doesn't have a flash. He's going to get stunned. Sky Splitter goes down, and the return kill is accomplished. So 1-for-1 across the map. Machi X, they do find the top lane, while in the meantime, Impunity trade... overall, it's in that sequence, it's a 2-for-1. Machi X coming out a little bit more ahead, as we're going to take a look at the early 2v2 and how this one panned out. Great flash body slam from Koala finds 2.
Yeah, I mean, Smurf just not expecting the flash body slam there from Koala, and it will cost his life. However, CYH is there to the rescue, and this is what I like, actually, because Impunity is actually able to throw punches on the other side of the map, while Machi X is playing on the opposite side. So, really nice job there.
Flash stun onto Atlan, no flash.
Oh!
He's gonna get tagged down, and the Stormbringer actually doesn't land, so CYH is going to take a delayed pathway outside of the tower. He goes down, but his team is here to follow up. Shera now finds himself in a bit of an awkward position, but he will get away from Genion. He is fine for now, and again, that is a 1-for-2 trade, this time in favor for Impunity.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I was just saying that Impunity, you know, they're able to throw punches at Machi X on the opposite side, but this time they decided to make a play on the same side of the map, and they actually made that happen. That is actually a really good sign for this roster. And let's watch this once again, because I believe Blaze had a beautiful W that predicts the ult from Atlan. Look at that. That was very beautiful. But, you know, the ultimate from CYH does not land. That would cost him his life, but overall, it is still a 1-for-2 trade, and it's a very beautifully executed gank from Impunity.
Just doubling down onto this bot lane, making sure they can keep Atlan down. Now we're going to head back towards the top. Still a bit of a lead for Top King here, as is expected in this meta, and thank you observers, you guys never miss it when people miss cannons, and that is definitely your pedigree. We're going to see Lee Kai trade back. Meanwhile, Impunity already setting up for this Herald. They have that first objective in the meantime, and Smurf gets a stack. That's always great to see Cho'Gath get nomming early.
He got a stack on Koala in that last bot gank as well. Actually, maybe it's Atlan. So it's this Cho'Gath still have a lot of budget to chomp things. So
charging
don't
in.
think yet.
They do get the flash, which is pretty huge, especially with the Herald. It's a full team rotate here. 4 people from Impunity on this top side, while we also see Shera trying to make his way up towards here as well. Machi X are very close behind here. We're going to have a major engagement if it does come down to it. Stormbringer was the ultimate selected by Genion. So it looks like for now, Machi X can't really find the angle. Impunity get the charge down, and that is that.
And that is that. Shera does not have TP, so Impunity doesn't really want to opt into this fight. And I mean, so far, like, Impunity really exceeding our expectations.
This is a clean early game. I like the draft execution, the idea to know that they have to force feed this Cho'Gath. It's kind of like they're farming Void Foie Gras.
Hey, remember? I think it was like 2 weeks ago where I said Cho'Gath could go
any which way.
No, Cho'Gath could go AP. Look at that.
He is going AP.
Look at that. That is going to be
Cho'Gath.
it's going to be an Everfrost Cho'Gath coming out from Smurf, and I mean, hey, he's got 2 free stacks, you know, one on Champion and one on Herald. It does mean actually, did he have a stack on Dragon as well? Maybe he did.
He might have. Really
he might have.
On how many stacks he does.
Yeah, because if he does have, it means that like he can at least get to 9 stacks.
Yeah,
you know,
most do have 10 at this point, but we'll check in on how much.
From just
he doesn't
chomping.
look like 10 stacks though. He still looks like a small Cho.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Cho'Gath can get 6 stacks off chomping minions, and any other bonus stacks will have to come from neutral monsters like Dragons, Barons, and Herald, and also Champions. So the fact that he's got 2 stacks at least, on one on Herald and one on Champion, means that this could be a pretty big Cho'Gath come mid game.
Yeah, you get the extra HP, and your ultimate actually scales off that extra HP. So it's sort of a self-contained cycle where you get stronger and stronger. So Machi X definitely have to keep aware of that. Cho'Gath, in the meantime, I feel like Machi's 1-3-1 composition is still trying to charge up. It's not really a particularly fast comp. It definitely takes a while for Sylas and Narn to get online. So we'll see if they can hold on until they get to the 1-3-1 and what that will look like.
Yeah, and also actually just one thing I do notice is that Jimian opted for Conqueror. So 11.6 we see Fleet Footwork being nerfed.
Gemini, Koala, everyone trying to come and help. They do spot out CYH as he's just on top of a ward. They just want to make sure that their mid laner is going to stay alive through all of this. Kraken Slayer already completed by Atlan. And we are going into the next Drake fight. So far Impunity do have the inner track.
Yeah, but yeah, so basically Sylas now takes Conqueror because 11.6 sees Fleet Footwork nerf, or maybe it's 11.5. What that means is Fleet Footwork is a lot less efficient. Yeah, it is a lot less efficient on AP champions. So therefore, what that means is,
Koala misses everything. Enemy too tanky as Blaze finds a fire back. Now Koala has to run away. Teleport is used by Shira. Atlan has his flash, but is trying to dodge out and use it at the absolute last second. He hangs on to it, and the cavalry arrives for Machi X, but has Gemini gone a little bit too deep? A massive 4-man slam by Lika, and they trade 1 by 1. Jungler down for 80 carry. Now Lika has to run away. Everyone from Impunity is coming in onto the fight. Jimian trying to find his mark on this team fight, but he just is outnumbered completely, doesn't get anything, and Top Game looks for the execution, actually executes himself. That was unnecessary, if we say the least.
That was a little awkward there. I do not think GP does enough damage at this stage of the game to execute anyone. About 200 health, actually 300 health, so a little interesting. Cannon Barrage is going to get dropped by Machi X.
That's another stack for Smurf as they close in onto Atlan. There's nowhere for him to go, and Impunity are taking down Machi X. This bot lane has been put into the ground over and over again.
Yeah,
Shira trying to come for a comeback.
Nice dodge
again.
Shira is popping off today.
Yeah, Shira definitely has his dancing shoes ready. He's been having fun with Jimmy and just outpacing him this entire time.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so Koala is... Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, that... I can't even comprehend that. Like, that was just like, hey guys, first time Graggers, don't mind me sort of moment there. However, Shira does overchase a little bit, and really nice Hecarim into Gnar combo there, 4-man Gnar. However, that will not change the end result of this team fight, as Shira is a massive on this Aatrox with World Ender active. Smurf, I was actually like watching when would he chomp. However, he actually saved that for the dragon, and I don't know about that. Top King, I don't know. It is a Sylas with, I think, almost 500 health. Actually, looking at the little like health bar markers there. So GP at that stage is not going to do that much damage, and we are going to see the Triforce GP being built.
We also see Triforce Hecarim. What is going on here? This is a bit of a throwback, you know.
What is this, man?
Yeah, this is back to 11.2. Let's go.
I'm a bit speechless by Smurf's TP though.
Yeah,
so I believe
trying to do that in front of Koala probably.
I believe he wanted to TP for the stack on the Herald.
Yeah.
I believe, because I was watching like everywhere else on the map, and I don't really see a reason to TP. So it must have been a TP, you know, wanting that one extra Devour stack. However, that is Smurf.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Not much to say here.
He's very dead. I do not know why he actually walked back to it. Definitely should not. I mean, he had the presence of mind to just back away at
I will
first,
say
but
there was
besides
a
that,
cannon. And that's always really important.
yep, it is always very important. Look at Smurf, you know, that's the correct way to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Impunity overall, you know, they're not that far ahead. However, this is still like far our expectation. Really nice execution overall. There's a bit of a fumble like here and there. However, this Cho'Gath is well on his way in terms of stacks. You do see Top King, you know, itemizing pretty smartly. You know, I like the Trinity Force build. The Trinity Force build doesn't mean that he will be able to maneuver team fights much better. Better than the crit build that you see with Essence Reaver and Shield Bow. So, really nice itemizations overall.
You do get the Hearthbound Axe with that one. And just looking at the gold score though, something we didn't really expect was Atlan, despite being ganked repeatedly, has now come up to over 8,000 gold. He is the richest man on the Rift. He already has 2 items completed, and I think this is going to be massive coming up for the next Drake. I didn't really expect this from Atlan. He did manage to pick up a lot of scraps.
He probably got a couple shutdowns. That's why
true.
that is why his gold is that inflated. Because otherwise, like usually you would expect to see GP at the top of the gold graph, right? As it does give him quite a bit of gold. But that is not going to be the case. Atlan, with probably a couple shutdowns, does top the gold chart.
I do want to call this Triforce an MVP Triforce. This is Gemini saying that I am a different breed of pony from everyone else, and I will ride you into the dust. That's the Gemini we know and love.
Yeah, it is definitely a very interesting pickup. You definitely do not see Triforce Hecarim nowadays in 11.6. Also, I don't even think Triforce Hecarim is that good into Aatrox. I do feel like Aatrox will just out-damage and out-sustain the Hecarim. So we'll see. We'll see how big of an impact Gemini can make come mid-game. However, right now we do see Machi setting up for the next dragon that is coming up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, maybe we could have Raichu fill us in on why this is, why he went for the Triforce. If, of course, we do get an interview. If. It's a big if, of course, they have to win. Machi X are going to take away this Drake. There is a Cannon Barrage, but doesn't manage to find the steal, and now Shura is trying to find a way to keep them here. Looks like Impunity are just going to go for the Fork instead. They have full 5 members now bearing down onto the mid lane, while Machi X are still going for the split push route.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting choice there. They were... Oh,
counter Cannon Barrage. There's artillery warfare here as both sides trying to get it done, while Gemini nearly gets caught back with the Infernal Chains, is going to survive. In the meantime, Top King finds himself over the wall against Raptors and Kaisa, but he manages to take the 1v1. Really well done with the help of Blaze, and now we'll see a full-on brawl into the mid lane. Likai again with a great Mega Gnar, 2-man in front of the tower, and Shura has nowhere else to go. Blaze is going to stay alive, get a kill, but can he dodge out as Jimian flashes in, finds the pick onto Senna, and that's 4 members down for Impunity. Machi X still want more. Smurf is slowed down, Jimian still chasing. Come on, Observer, we need to see this. He's still going in, and Smurf gets the rupture, gets slowed. And is the chomp gonna come through? It doesn't get the chomp, but Abduct will finish off the target.
Alright, so Impunity, a little too much action for them, actually, in this current stage of the game. I think Shura had a really nice 1v1 against Gemini there, almost killing him. I was actually expecting the Q3 to flash there in the side. But we'll see again. You know, Shura starting off with that 1v1 against Gemini there. I actually thought Gemini would die instantly there. However, not going to be the case. Really nice engage on the other side from Koala. Atlan made a really poor decision there, flashing over, hunting Top King. And then CYH actually going a little too deep, you know, trying to deny the turret aggro when no one is really in range of the turret. And also really nice flash dodge away from Likai from the Aatrox 3rd Q. And that seals the deal for Impunity's teamfight. And that puts Machi X back in front in terms of gold lead.
Yeah, really interesting comeback there. I felt Blaze actually played that super well. He saves his top laner, he keeps on kiting away, but the front line was a little bit too far forward. Koala is going to miss his combo once again, but it's just enough to tag down Blaze. Their main damage dealer is down. They find another target onto the Top King, and Gameplank is no longer the pirate that he wants to be. CYH trying to run away with the Turbo Chemtech. He barely makes it away from the Gnar about to transform, but Machi X take control of the map, and they're gonna get the first Baron.
Oh no, I'm very sad. I mean, look, I think Impunity came into this game with a really good draft, and they had a really good early game execution. However, the last 3-4 minutes has been Impunity mis-executing the team comp, because this is not a team comp where you just want to ARAM. Blaze starts off getting caught out and just instantly deleted. Top King dies, and really nice ult into Everfrost there from Gemian, and that basically seals the deal and guarantees Machi X the Baron. I mean, the thing is, like, all Impunity had to do there was continuously 1-3-1. Gangplank was about to take that top lane tier 1 turret, like, I think 4 minutes ago. But ended up, TPing to the river after the dragon, where Machi X just, took it and then just walked away safely. And then Impunity, not knowing what to do, they just continue to ARAM down mid lane, and Machi X says, "This is not your team comp."
Yeah, especially not against a fed Kai'Sa. I was kind of surprised that was going to kill Blaze, because it wasn't even a clean ultimate. It wasn't a great knockback. The body slam wasn't there. And Atlan just said, well, I'm fed enough. I'm just killing you in 3 shots with the Q. Goodbye. There's nothing that Blaze could have done right there.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, like, Impunity, all they had to do is just scale, right? Senna will get infinite range. And like, she will basically outrange everyone on Machi X, right? The Kai'Sa probably can't even contest the Senna come late game, because Senna is just going to auto Q, and all of a sudden, like, half HP is gone from Atlan. Same as Gemian, right? Because with this current patch, Sylas doesn't actually get that tanky. He does get tankier now that he's got a few Cho'Gath stacks on him. But all Impunity had to do is just play it slow and scale up. You've got this GP 4 item win condition. You've got the Aatrox 3-4 item win condition. You've got the Senna 100 stack win condition. All you had to play is just play for that 35.
Asked to walk away from the Dark Embrace. We will see Impunity get 1 tower into the top lane, and Machi X just follow up with another Cloud. But I agree with you. Like, Impunity have so many different scaling points, and it just seemed like they sort of threw it away going down mid lane. When a gutter ball from Koala can kill you anyway, it just feels really, really bad. Now Impunity definitely don't have the same edge anymore. Machi X is pushing full down. Not a lot of range on Machi X, but in the meantime, they are split up in multiple directions. Wondering if Impunity can find an engage here. We have Smurf going into the mid lane, but just a little bit too slow. Can't really find anyone.
Yeah,
we will have Machi X.
If Impunity is able to stop Machi X from breaking any inhibitor turrets, then they should be able to stabilize the game and just continue their 1-3-1. It just means that they do not have any protection left. So if one mis-execution means that their base will get broken open, and it's going to be very hard for them to execute this comp. So they had pretty much one last chance, but it is still a relatively stable game for them to play it out.
I kind of wonder what the next fight looks for Impunity, though. Like, do you think they're going to catch someone? Is it going to be some sort of skirmish? They can't fight at this point, right?
Yeah, I honestly don't think they need to fight. Like, they really should not be playing for fight here. They do have triple TP, so whoever, they can send one person to just push out the side lane, and whoever gets, if Machi X ever decides to catch out that one person, they do have 2 TP. They have the Senna ultimate to assist. So they probably should have could have set up a trap like this on Machi X, and if Machi X falls for that, it is their ticket to come back to the game for Impunity.
Seems like for right now, though, Machi X is very content at sticking all together. They're looking at Top King like he is a fat piece of meat, and Top King is going to get charged down. Very easy pickup kill right there. Gemini going in. Killer Instinct to follow up that one. Now Impunity, they are down a member, down a Cannon Barrage, and MachGX are charging in right onto the base in two different fronts. Smurf trying to hold them back. Blaze still very, very far into the back line. I wonder what he's trying to do here. Oh, he's trying to wait for his full item. Does get the Rage Blade completed. Now he's going to come back, and hopefully we will find an engage. Smurf doesn't get the Everfrost to land. MachGX walk out, but they still haven't been able to crack open this base like you mentioned.
Yeah, and that's a good sign for Impunity. However, Top King, just as I said that Impunity have 2 TPs and a center ult to assist in whoever's going to get caught out, none of that happened. But at the same time, it's not really the other player's fault. I think Top King is just getting caught a little too close to their base. If Impunity does decide to opt into the fight, they will probably have their base broken open, and they'll probably lose out on that fight as well, and the game probably means it's unwinnable for Impunity. So I think overall, good decision making there from Impunity, but Top King just really need to pay attention to the map state.
I want to ask you, what's your take on the nuclear bomb Gragas? We're seeing Night Harvester plus Morellonomicon coming out. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it is one of the luxury thing that Gragas can do when he's ahead.
Okay.
Otherwise, Gragas, a lot of Gragas damage actually comes from base damage.
Mm-hmm.
So building AP is honestly a luxury because I think your ult does have a pretty good scaling, but other than that, your scaling isn't that great. So. Building Night Harvester, probably just says how confident Koala is right now. He is actually pretty fed, right? Because he does have 2, probably, I count it as 3 items completed.
Yeah.
And still ahead of that Cho'Gath who has been farming. So, definitely pretty fed support Gragas.
4-1-8. That is a hard liquor Gragas if I've ever seen one. You definitely don't want to be sipping on too many of his barrels, as MachGX are going to start up this Baron. Spotted out immediately, but Smurf runs into some love right around the corner. Everfrost does land. They're going on to Jimian, but he has the Zhonya's. And we see Blaze actually caught out in the back line, so he has to back out immediately. That's a good zoning. Cannon Barrage coming out from Jimian with CYH already across the edge. They have to send Shira there as well, as finally he gets out, but he comes the explosive cast. There we go. That's the AP Gragas we were talking about. Plasma stacks onto everyone. Easy follow-up. Top King has nowhere to turn to, and that's a clean 5-0 ace for MachGX.
Yep, it is not going to be game just yet, I believe. The death timer is still fairly low. However, MachGX with this convincing teamfight win doesn't mean that they will be able to break open Impunity's base. Actually, amen.
I think it might just be over. Yeah, top lane and mid lane have 20 seconds to come back into this one. There's still a bit of a minion wave. One could hope. Yep.
But it does mean third dragon will go to MachGX and it will put them to soul point. I think that is the biggest takeaway from that. Unless there might be 2 TPs. Unless.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're actually going to go for this one. It's pretty risky for Impunity.
Baron.
Yeah, I think going for Baron makes a lot more sense. We're going to take a look at this again.
So, Smurf, I think, misexecuting his combo a little bit. The silence came out a little late, so that Jimian did not get knocked up by the rupture. Really, really high damage Cannon Barrage does scale with AP. Basically took 50% health from Blaze. And after that, I mean, they really just do not have a way to continue this team fight. Koala with a massive 3-man body slam flash.
And we're coming right back into the fight. It was a Baron play, but it looks like it was started by Impunity. MachGX routing them on the field. CYH trying to run away. He's the only surviving member, and we might have spent a little bit too much time in the replay. Didn't catch how that one started. We see the emotes being flashed all around, and MachGX should be putting game 1 into the books. They're trying to chase down this polar bear. Definitely don't want to let the cops go away on this one, and Gemini has a smile on his face as he takes down the entire enemy base. So we don't get to see how that started, but it's kind of a foregone conclusion. Impunity try to do a desperation rush. MachGX catch them red-handed and take away game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, MachGX is, at the end of the day, the better team. right, compared to Impunity. So Impunity, despite having the very convincing early mid-game, does fall to MachiX in game 1. However, there's a lot of things to take away in this game, actually. Going back, they will have I think 5 to 10 minutes break in between games, and during that, I think Impunity, all they need to reflect on is really just how to play the comp better, right, come mid-game, because I think they have a really good execution. They definitely caught Machi off guard in the first 15 minutes of the game. However, Machi was able to stabilize and also punish Impunity's mistake.
Yeah, Impunity looked like they were off to such a strong start, winning out on the bot lane, winning out in the mid lane. I would say huge difference. Okay, we're going to get a replay of what exactly happened as we were still in the extra replay. So Shira just gets caught out on the side. Yikes.
Right, so that was basically, I mean, oh my, that was a lot of damage from this Hecarim. It is a Triforce Hecarim, so he is going for that damage route. And yeah, I mean, Machi, when it comes to late game teamfight, late game decisiveness, they definitely are the better team compared to Impunity.
Coming up with the picks again and again, this is a massive game from Koala. I don't think I've ever seen a Gragas Seth fed. Going back to the early game as we go through this game again, I was counting how many turret shots that MachiX took in the tower dive. It was 3 level 4s against 2 level 4s, and they took 7 tower shots and killed 2 people cleanly under tower, which I felt was ridiculous to actually just watch there. So really good job at MachiX. I think that was kind of the defining play that sort of stabilized them in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? I think Smurf and Blaze probably misplayed the lane a little bit because, once again, like, Senna does outrange both champions. Kai'Sa is not known as a laning AD carry. So, the fact that they are being shoved in is a little puzzling. Maybe that is also something that they can fix up a little bit, during the game. Just talk about going through how to play the level 1 better. And, I mean, actually, like, personally, I'm quite happy, and I would not mind to see Impunity going on the same draft like next game.
Yeah, this was super fun to see, really creative. I'm not exactly sure how they wanted to pilot this game into the late game because MachiX didn't give them that many chances, but we could see the early game that it worked out really, really well. And that's what I love about Impunity, is that all of their players, I think, are super willing to become toolboxes for their compositions and just draft for what is necessary. Especially for Shira, he always comes up with very interesting drafts that just, plugs the hole perfectly for his composition and gives them a good direction. That Aatrox, really fun draft coming out from him, a nice 1-3-1, but unfortunately for Impunity, the mid-game hump was a little bit too rough for them to get through. MachiX with some decisive engages, especially with that 1-for-5 mid lane fight, really clawed that one back. You can see around the 20-minute mark, that was the point where MachiX struck and just took down the team fight completely.
And I mean, like, it's actually very impressive for one of the middle of the pack team to gain a 20-minute gold lead against a top of the table teams, right?
True.
Throughout the entire game. Like, I mean, I wouldn't count like the first 5 minutes ish because gold probably just fluctuates because of CS. But like, Impunity basically in the driver's seat for the first 20 minutes of the game, and that's very impressive.
And this was a game where I felt like Atlan got ahead, not because he played particularly well, but he just picked up a lot of shutdowns left and right. It was kind of funny to watch that one, but if you look at the lane holistically, they really weren't that far ahead, as far ahead as Atlan's gold indicated. But we are going to take a look at our MVP. It's going to be Jimmy, and Silences have been popping off in the PCS. Another perfect KDA game coming in for him, 26% of the team's damage, and he just had the correct zoning ultimates in all of those team fights, picking in at the right moments. Really well done by him.
Yeah, I mean, Silas is, I mean, that was like almost a perfect game for Silas, right? All it needs is just one extra Alistar for him to have like almost a perfect team fight. I mean, perfect ultimates to steal. So, really nice pick there and nice performance from Jimian. Had to go against the Aatrox, which is not something you verse every day, but still came out very strong.
Yeah, great performance coming in from Jimian. We're going to see what's in store for Gemini and Jimian, as they're one of the best mid-jungle duos we have in the PCS. Don't go anywhere. We're going to return with Game 2 between MachiX and Impunity.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。 其实这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈。也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
finds him passive with the pillar. Once again, it's a triple kill for Lil B.
Welcome back to the PCS. We are in our second series of the day, and it's going to be Impunity fighting an uphill battle against Machi X. Really creative drafting, great early game, but Machi X still able to come out with superior team fighting in the mid to late game to clinch that one.
Yeah, and come game 2, I believe Impunity have selected blue side. So it is going to be actually it is going to be the same side for both teams. And maybe we will see Impunity on the same creative draft and maybe just polishing off gameplay rather than drafting.
I definitely think it could be a possibility. Don't break what wasn't... never mind, I'm not going to go for the idioms here, but honestly, Impunity, I felt like their bottom lane held up a little bit better. That draft would have worked. I think one of the weaknesses that we've seen from Impunity a lot of times is when they have this pushing bottom lane, they don't really know how to cover it with the rest of the map. So we have seen them try Caitlyn plus Morgana or another pushing support twice. It hasn't really worked out. The idea was there, but they always seem to run into trouble with the enemy jungler. And I think that's the biggest point of improvement that I want to see, if they can choreograph how they want to push out the lane and whether CYH can cover for Smurf and Blaze.
Yeah, I think definitely stabilizing bot lane is an important part for Impunity. And I think, if Impunity is able to polish up a lot of their mistakes early on, then, come mid-game, it's very easy for them to execute the comp, right? They like the players, especially after probably a briefing between game 1 and game 2, they would learn to not just ARAM and coin flip the game for that mid lane tier 1 turret. And if they're able to polish up all those gameplays, then that comp is actually a really hard comp to deal with. You can't really engage onto an Aatrox. Engaging onto the Senna is pretty hard as well, given her range. You've got the Cho'Gath acting as a very beefy front line, and then you have the GP split pushing. So I mean, all it takes is just a little bit better execution.
I thought that comp was going to drift more into sort of a 4-1 composition. You just pick whoever's fed on Aatrox. Most likely you go with Aatrox, and then you throw Cannon Barrage and Dawning Shadow onto him. You make sure that he's going to win any 1v1 because, jokes, but you're not really playing a 1-3-1. It's 1v1. It's more like a 3 versus 1, even when you're in the side lane.
It's like one of those Shen Tam Kench meta, like back then. Yeah. It's like, ha, I'm gonna 1v1 you, and then the other team's like, joke's on you, I've got 5 people here. But yeah, I mean, it's essentially that, right? They drafted a team with triple TPE and also a global ultimate that does damage and shields the ally. So on paper, it is a really good draft, really cool one, and it's very hard for Impunity to deal with. For Machi X to deal with. However, Impunity really did decide to throw it out the window come mid-game.
And I wonder if this game Machi is going to tune their draft as well. We have seen the ability to flex pick coming out from Impunity, so maybe Lee Kai holds on to his champions a little bit later. It's kind of been the winning point for Machi X in their regular season games, so I do expect them to try and give him the counter pick once more, and just hold out for a little while longer, while going for maybe something more traditional on GMEN's side. So we're going to see how the drafting actually ends up for... it's about dinner time. We're going to see how the drafting ends up for Machi X coming into this one. But it does seem like their biggest advantage has just been Koala's engages and the ability for Gemini to also just outplay his counterparts. I think those 2 points have been the biggest winning points for Machi X and the reason that they're able to catch out Impunity so consistently.
Yeah, actually, I think probably come the second draft, if Impunity do decide to maintain a similar draft, I do expect them to ban out the Sylas, because Sylas is actually really good into that comp. I think if GMEN doesn't have Sylas, I think Machi X probably will struggle to deal with that comp even more. And so far, we're seeing that Impunity is going for the same bans, while Machi X banning Sion Olaf. I don't remember whether the Olaf was banned last game, but so far, draft seems fairly similar.
exact same bans coming in from Impunity. I believe the same bans
It's
from
the same?
Machi
Yeah.
as well. So we should be expecting, you know, kind of the same things
Okay.
here, given that the draft
Okay.
phase has gone exactly the same. Volibear seems to be the go-to for CYH. Really good 2v2 by him in the early game against the Hecarim to find a good lead. Well, I do expect Machi X to really give us more of the same. Kaisa is such a strong champion for plays that almost every team tries to deny him that champion. So no surprises here. I do think that's going to be locked in.
Yep. And I mean, so far the draft is looking, identical to last game. And again, my question is just going to be whether Impunity will ban that Silas, because I think Silas was very detrimental to Impunity's comp. And as long as they take that away, I'm then kind of interested to see what Jimmy will pick, because there really isn't a lot of good picks in 2-0. Hang on a second.
Going for something like On?
Hang on a second there. That is a Varus. However, okay.
It is locked in.
All right. All right. Personally, I do prefer the Sentinel a little more. Just because of the global pressure and also the fact that you definitely outranges everyone. Varus, on the other hand, against the Hecarim might not be the best. Hecarim will be able to jump onto you fairly easily, but it is going to be a Varus and Nautilus bot lane most likely, and that is one high damage lane.
Yeah, that's the level 6 and Yugo Kaput sort of composition right there. We have seen this work in previous metas, but it has been a bit of a while since we've actually come to see this composition. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure how it fares on the 11.6. We'll find out shortly. While Machi X going for something rather standard. The Leona was banned away last game. This time around, they're just gonna take it. So both sides still looking at their solo laners to be picked up throughout the draft. Machi X gonna ban out Aurelia. They do have first pick outside of the ban, so leaving that Gnar open for them.
Setting up the Gnar, it is going to be the Silas ban on Impunity. But I just want to touch on a little fun fact on Varus a little bit, because I kind of find that out just a couple days ago on Reddit. There was this one clip where someone was playing ARAM and built like a hybrid like AP Varus. And according to calculations, you can actually deal more than 100% maximum damage with light stacks if you build full AP.
So do you just instantly kill someone if they don't have MR?
Yeah, actually, all you need to do is land your ult and full charge Q and boop. Off you go.
That's actually hilarious. I'm not sure.
That is actually hilarious.
Are there damage enhancements on ARAM?
There is, but I believe if anything, Varus should have less damage. Like, should be doing less damage than Summoner's Rift.
Okay, but the thing about that
anyway,
is I'm pretty sure he doesn't have AP scaling on that many abilities. Maybe on W and E. That's it, right?
But anyway, it's just a bit of a fun fact, I do want to see if someone is brave enough to do the Mana Immune into full AP Varus build, because that build actually does quite a bit of damage. However, I think Varus in patch 11.6, you do have two builds. One is the Lethality poke build, and the other one is the on-hit build. So will be interesting to see which build Blaze goes for, as Machi X now will lock in the Gnar after the GP Aurelia bans. Impunity going for a bit of a more standard draft. So far, not really liking it, because both Varus and Victor do struggle against Hecarim quite a bit.
Ooh, this is something that was buffed on 11.5. Impunity, if they go for this, it's another pretty strong 4-1 composition, but you do need Jax to get ahead against Gnar. A lot of players have flashed the Jax. Few have actually locked it in.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's
there we go.
Jax. Okay.
Top King.
Top King. Taking matters to his hands. He's just like, you know what, guys? If we're not winning with team fighting, I am winning the game from split pushing. We'll see. We'll see what Machi X answers with. I did see a brief flash.
Golly!
But oh,
this is a fun one. We're gonna get some brawlers coming in here. This is super interesting. Two good split pushers.
This
what do you
is
think
going
about the
to be
Akali
extremely
on this
interesting. Like I said at the beginning of this cast, I think Akali hasn't seen much play. and also not much success as well. Most likely because her early game is actually weaker than before.
Yep.
The fact that you no longer get amplified damage at level 9 on your Q against minions means that you will need, I think, 3 or even 4 Qs to clear the entire wave. So that is actually quite punishing. 4 Qs is almost 10 seconds. Probably more than 10 seconds, actually, now that I think about it. But it is pretty punishing for an Akali. So, but the upside is that with her entire kit being converted to magic damage, it does mean that Magic Pen is very effective on her, and she's essentially like she's kind of like, I want to say melee a Kassadin, but then I realized Kassadin is melee as well. But she is basically a Kassadin.
Probably with higher burst damage. Like that's.
Yeah, I mean, she's basically a Kassadin in terms of she is going to just win you the game as soon as she hits 16. When she have fully max E and ultimate, she will be able to delete basically everyone.
Yeah, I'm looking at the damage numbers on Akali late game. They gave her a 0.2 extra AP ratio on her E alone. And converting your ultimate to a magic damage means that most backline targets are not going to have the same amount of resistances to defend against it. You scale a lot harder with armor than you do with magic resist. So, she's a scary champion when it gets to late game. She can instantly pop you if that Varus ever shows his face.
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't been playing high elo solo queue for about like 1 to 2 years now because I just haven't been playing solo queue. But I still watch a lot of solo queue, and I have witnessed a lot of solo queue Akalis basically just one-shotting AD carries with ult QE.
So just to put this in perspective, they gave her 70 extra damage on her E, and then slapped a 0.2 AP ratio on it.
Yep.
Which is about like 270 extra damage if you get like
point 2. Yeah, I mean point 2, like considering you have like 500 AP-ish, right? Point 2 is an extra 100 damage, so that's 170 damage, and then your entire first part of ultimate, which is point and click, got converted to magic damage, and that is I believe come late game is like 300 to 500 damage depending on whether you have death cap or not. So that is a lot of damage. I don't know why we're not in game. I don't really know why we're not in game.
They want to listen to you talk about Akali. That's why. Production is, they paid you for a reason. You're the analyst here, okay?
But okay, we will see the team comp once again. Akali in the mid lane against the Victor. She is going to have a little hard time in lane. It's actually one of the not so good matchups for Akali in lane. Whereas in the top lane, Na versus Jax, I believe this is more of a skill matchup than people think. I believe, Jax jumping onto the Na, but Na can still hop away. And also a lot of Na damage when his Mega Na comes from his spell. The Na in that ultimate, not the champion itself. Like the ultimate name is actually called Na with an exclamation mark.
I think you're supposed to pronounce it Nar!
Nar! Something like that, right? Okay, never mind. Ow, my throat. Anyway, yeah, I mean, a lot of Na's damage actually comes from spells when he turns Mega, so it's not something that Jax is particularly good at dealing with. However, let's look at the runes. It is going to be the standard Conqueror on that Jax. Still press the attack on the Volibear, but it is going to be a Poke Varus coming in with that Comet.
Yeah, and also we have no flash on G-Man. He's going all in. Spicy. I love it when mid laners go Ignite. This is what I want to see out of them. We also have second wind just for a bit more healing. Conquerors coming in, and that's just a splattering of all different sort of runes. That's a very interesting rune choice.
However, like on that one thing. Oh, I mean, it has been a fairly. Wait, did you say rune choice or summon a spell?
Rune choice for Akali. We saw second wind. We saw
second wind. Yeah.
We saw a lot of extra tenacity as well.
Yeah. Well, it's not. Oh, that's a nice pull there. Just pulling the wave a little bit so that the wave pushes towards him, meaning that there's a less gank potential from Machi. But anyway, let's go back to runes, right? I think 11.6 is also the patch where Ravenous Hunter got nerfs. So
Yeah.
so that's why you're seeing a lot of champions divert away from the domination tree, because you no longer get that Omni Ramp from level 1.
You have to get a takedown to have it now.
Yeah, you must activate it by getting a kill or an assist, and that's not something that you typically see in competitive. So it's basically a rune of nothing for the first like 10 minutes of the game, if played correctly from both sides. But you know, so far you can see like this is not a fun lane for Akali.
Loses half her HP before even allowing the wave to push towards herself. Not where you want to be. Also has a lot of hard time picking up those minions underneath the tower. We're going to see Impunity use that sort of mid lane priority to get vision on both sides of the jungle. Gemini,
Yeah, I mean,
not going to have a fun time here.
priority in all 3 lane means that Gemini will get tracked basically throughout the entire early game, as long as Impunity does not mess up. G-Mian will look for a bit of a trade here, however, Shira should do completely fine. It is a Victor. Victor into melee champions is not fun against for the melee champion.
Yeah, very difficult to trade back. Meanwhile, going into the top lane matchup, we do have Top King hitting level 3 first, going in off cooldown. This is the way that you have to play it as the Jax. It's a pretty hard lane because you have to be constantly going aggressive, and if you're going aggressive, you need help from the jungler. It's not really a matchup that can you can play without getting shadowed, but Top King does have a 2-level lead right now, and CYH is coming in. It will get attack of damage onto him. They plop the bone plate, but CYH doesn't want to fully commit to this one.
That was interesting. Top King? Top King?
2 auto attacks. Not what you want to see, but now comes the cavalry. CYH is staring down Gnar, and this is a very dicey situation. The flash comes in, Sky Splitter is gonna miss, and Lekai also splashes out. So it's 1 flash for 2 flash, and now comes the real cavalry. I guess this is the true pony here. Top King ticking down with the red buff, but he will get away. Maybe
he will get away.
Akali's chasing.
He's level 5 Akali, level 4 actually, so probably won't do anything, and he will struggle to get back into this lane actually, just getting pretty chunked. But very weird play in the top lane. Top King just casually losing 50%
health. We get the Zenith Blade onto Blaze. He's ticking down with the Ignite, and Koala finishes him off with the auto attack. That's a sword that's not for show. No ceremony. Sword coming out there. That's a sword that's going straight for your heart. Well done by Koala. Gets the damage to stick, and Machiax once again just winning out on the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, the exhaust was kind of late from Smurf, I think. First off, and also I think Smurf should. Okay, let's watch this one once again, because I believe Smurf should be able to cancel Koala. So the Q should have been on Koala right there. The exhaust is extremely late, and at this point, like, I think it's better for the Nautilus to cancel Leona's stun rather than trying to interfere with Atlan. You know, the exhaust was really late. I mean, Blaze was essentially out of reach for Kai'Sa already, you know, by the time the exhaust dropped. And yeah, I mean, overall, it's just a pretty bad play from Smurf.
A little bit slow on the trigger right there.
Yeah.
Not being able to save his bot lane. Now we're going to looking at Impunity that is wide open once again. No flashes on the bottom side. Gemini already paying that side a visit. And it's going to be pretty difficult for this poke lane to continue pushing. Meanwhile, on the top, Top King's trying to goad him into a false sense of security, but Lekai spots out the bear. They know.
Yeah. Lekai, like, soaking up pressure really nicely. However, does decide to blind check. Why is Top King not pushing? I was actually expecting a dive here. Now, the bot lane is going to suffer. Impunity's bot lane is going to suffer from this. They need to back away very quickly.
They're getting
but
zoned out, actually.
Why is topside not diving? Why is CYH not diving topside?
Hey, he's going back. Even Machi X can't believe their good luck.
No, what is happening?
A visit.
Oh no, Impunity. I think it's just a little bit of a... I'd say it's a confidence issue. I feel like the comms there is more of like, oh guys, I don't think we can dive this. I don't want to coin flip the game.
Yeah, he is level 6. It's not exactly easy.
So I mean, going for the safe play is still fine. I think this like Impunity's comp still scales pretty well. However, MachiX, the longer the game goes, the easier they are to fight back.
Yeah, MachiX definitely have a lot of strong scaling pieces. Well, Impunity, I see this as a more of a 4-1 composition, and the most important thing in a 4-1 is you absolutely have to get your top lane winning. If your top lane isn't winning, you don't have a split pusher, then your comp kind of falls apart. We're going to see Impunity with the bot lane push now, going for the top lane. This is something they've done very well off the vision that Shira provides, just tracking Gemini this entire time. They're going to get an uncontested blue buff, nice 3 buff on the second rotation for CYH, and it will also lead into a potential Drake. They know that Gemini is on the top side. There's no contest here. Great play.
Yep, priority in mid and bot lane means easy dragon. However, top game. Okay, that is not what I want to see. Top game should fall from this. Just an easy gank for MachiX.
Yep, nothing much that he could do right there. Honestly, even if he made it back to tower, there was still Onslaught of Shadow, so he was kind of a dead man walking, just with the lane state given there. Not much he could actually do there. Good on the Gemini to kind of punish that, and in goes Koala once again. Blaze is level 6, he's going to cleanse out. Atlan can't follow up with the damage, he's very close to blocking. The Plasma Stacks does do so, but still 100 HP on the Varus, and that is a W-charged Q coming in. Gemini in the meantime trying to finish off Shira. Shira's nowhere to go, he has no flash, he's just dead in the mid lane. Trying to go all in onto Jimian, but doesn't find the kill and has to pay for it with his life.
This is absolute disaster for Impunity, losing 3 lanes within the span of probably like 1.5 minutes. That is not something you want to see. So firstly, Top King disrespecting the potential of a gank from Gemini, and then we have bot lane actually really well played from Smurf this time. However, the extra tenacity you get after you burn cleanse means that Atlan was able to get out from that turret range through the use of flash. So, and then in mid lane, Jimian, looks like Jimian opted into the E. Wow, that is very brave actually. However, Shira didn't really respond that well. Dodges the R2, but was not able to do anything else. That was so close. However, it's like, Jimian is there. I mean, not Jimian. Gemini was there. He's a fast horse, and there is no flash on Shira, and it's an easy kill. Yeah, I mean, Jimian, very confident play there, and I think he kind of caught Shira off guard. Like when Jimian followed through with, oh my god,
Top King uses his Q forward, pops the ultimate, but he's not gonna find the kill before Leakai can get out of this one. Maybe. Oh, he does get the 1v2. He's going in. He's going ham. I thought for sure that Leakai was going to be able to get the Mega Gnar, but Top King actually trades back really well. Well done on the top side for Impunity. Now Koala looking for another play into the bot side. He does have his natural flash, so he's coming off the wall, but he missed. Shira gets the last laugh. That has to feel great.
Wow, Shira, you're actually popping off today.
That was so fun. Victor too tanky.
He's actually dodging everything in like game 1 and game 2. That's actually insane. Obviously, it was Koala that missed the Zenith Blade on that flash. However, everything after that is all Shira.
True. That was fun to watch. Getting the outplay there, and Impunity showing signs of life. They're clawing this one back. A win in both of the solo lanes simultaneously. And I also have to point out that that ward there has just been there forever. Now MachiX, they don't seem to see this one coming. We have the Stormbringer right up onto Atlan. He's going to drop immediately. 1 kill going down. They're heading in for a second one. And Impunity, they tie the kill score. They wanted this game to go the full distance.
Oh my god. Okay, Impunity really showing up against MachiX today. Once again, like for any like middle of the pack team to play against a top of the table team like MachiX, you would expect them to just like fall behind, like further and further behind after every mistake. However, Impunity actually making, I think, 3 good plays now, followed by following like the 3 bad plays they made, and they actually called themselves back, and they're now in the gold lead, and they have this first turret. They have 1 dragon. However,
coming in for Blaze,
okay.
forces out the flash,
Nice.
finds Smurf, but Smurf also holds on to his summoner. Meanwhile, Gemini is charging in, he gets exhausted, isn't able to find the damage, but finally we do get Kaisa ticking him down, and as Gemini runs backwards, he actually gets the nice Triumph heal back.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely the Triumph that saved him. Machiax just punching back after the great play Impunity make. A little bit of an overstay there from Blaze, I'd say. If he didn't really stay, if he didn't stay for that one extra wave, then they would have got out very cleanly, and Impunity should be in a pretty good lead.
Well, this matchup is definitely heating up. I think the players are getting over the phase where they feel rusty, and they're starting to feel themselves. They're willing to outplay mechanically and try to see who's actually better on the Rift. So this is what I want to see about playoffs. Really, players pushing themselves to the maximum. We are going to see Jimmy and B caught out here as the full stun combo comes in. He dodges out on the Chains of Corruption and keeps himself alive. CYH is now the target. He falls down to Koala. Blaze almost also mic drop as well. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade so far, with Blaze hanging around, but he might have overstayed his welcome. He's going to drop double kill to Atlan. Shira now trying to run away as fast as he can, but he has Gemini on his tail. Gemini finally turns around and jogs out. But that's a strong win for Machiax, a 3-for-1 in their favor.
Yeah, 3-for-1, and also Dragon to Machiax as well. So let's watch this once again. It was actually an engage onto the Akali. However, Akali being able to dodge out of the corrupting chains means that she will be able to get out easily. And Impunity is now caught in between a rock and a hard place. And I mean, it kind of looked like, you know, they even out the fight here. However, they decided to take the bad path back to mid lane, and Gemini capitalized on that and will pick up an extra kill.
Like that was a feigned retreat from Machiax. They were like, let's pull back, we're done here. And then Gemini comes charging out. That's like Mongol tactics coming out from Machiax. Really well done there. Meanwhile, Impunity, they nearly find the catch onto Jimian, but Jimian actually dodges out on 2 ultimates. That was a little bit unfortunate for them. Yeah.
So right now we're seeing the game state not in Impunity's favor. However, there's not much objective happening that will spawn recently. You know, and next one is the Rift Herald in 1 minute. However, right now, you know, looking at the turret health, like even if Machiax gets the Herald, as long as Impunity plays safe, it should be fine. So this means that Impunity should be able to farm up for the next 4 minutes.
And taking a look at Top King, he's having a field day there. Already has the Blade of Ruin King completed. Plus, he has help coming his way. Maybe we're finally going to see the tower dive happen. Lika has to run away as fast as possible, and this should allow Top King to just finish up this tower, get some more gold into his pocket, get that 4-1 going.
Get the 4-1 going indeed. I think Top King off this hover should be able to take this first turret, whilst Akali will scoop up Impunity's bot lane tier 1 turret during this time as well. A lot of action is going to start diverting back to the mid lane as both teams look to destroy mid tier 1. But let's hope Impunity this time...
pops the ghost, he's charging in for Blaze, devastating charge down, cleanse is used, but he just drops in an instant. Now Top King is coming in, plus Shura actually has to flash out immediately after the teleport lands, pops the ultimates onto Koala, but really doesn't do much, so Impunity actually used double TPs to try and save their AD carry to no avail.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, like, I hope that Impunity doesn't make mistakes in mid lane this time, and Blaze overextends a little too much against Hecarim. Hecarim is just one of those champions where, like, as soon as you're outside of your turret, you're in danger. This pony just runs too fast.
It's very hard to play against that one, and Impunity actually just burn a lot to make sure they get that play going. They will get rewarded with the Herald for it, so it looks like Impunity are trying to go for the first 3 towers here. Meanwhile, I just want to see how Top King itemizes and whether or not he can duel out Lee Kai. Blade of the Ruin King is in, he does have that extra movement speed steal, and on this patch, we do have Blade of the Ruin King nerfed a little bit in terms of its sustain, but faring better when it comes to the overall 3-hit, not the 3-hit, the siphon damage that it does provide. So we're going to see if he can use that to triumph over Lee Kai, who is going for the Stride Breaker.
Yeah, I mean, now that I look at the items a little more, I'm surprised that Varus only has 150 stacks.
Huh, true.
I mean, that's a very late Mana Immune. I mean, it must have been a very late tier build from Blaze. Okay.
Ooh. There's a good supercharge coming in from Atlan. He's able to just walk away from the engage. And it looks like Impunity is trying to accelerate their top lane while Machi X are trying to take everything else before Top King really has a say in the game. Now, Jax has always been known for that level 16 monstrosity that can come out of the top side, so Machi X feeling themselves playing up against a timer. I don't think they have anyone that can actually match Jax in the late game, so they're looking to try and close this one down a bit sooner.
Yeah, Top King definitely looking pretty good now in the side lane. 153 CS, not quite 10 CS per minute. However, Jax, you know, with Blade of the Ruined King is definitely something to be feared from Machi X. But CYH
getting charged directly onto it. Stormbringer brings CYH back. Even though he's 2 levels down, he steps up to the plate and forces out the summoners and the abilities by Machi X. Doesn't fall for anything. And Impunity now have a very strong push with Jax backing them up from the top side. Machi X can't find themselves underneath their tower, and they're going to try and engage. Jimian, can he actually find the damage right here? We are going to see the Solar Flare onto the backline, but no follow-up for Machi X so far, and both teams walk back to lick their wounds.
Yeah, I don't really want Impunity to actually sit in mid lane and contest the dragon. All they need to do is just let Top King split push.
Bit dangerous as CYH is caught out, has to flash out immediately, almost goes down. The Ignite still ticking, and one more proc of either the Hyper or the Plasma stack would have killed him right there. He's very lucky to keep alive, but that does mean that Impunity have to give over the Drake.
I mean, the thing is, like, Impunity should lose this Drake regardless of what happens, unless they do, like, unless they manage to pull off a perfect team fight. So like what I wanted to see is actually, you know, CYH pathing towards top side to hold the Top King, and whoever defends the turret in the top lane should get dove. I think that would have been a better play than going for a dragon contest, you know, just A-ramming. That is literally how they lost the game last game as well. So that is not really something that I want to see from them. I think off this play, like, hopefully Impunity can adapt in-game and just know that, you know, they don't really have to contest neutral objectives. All they need to do is just let this Jax do the job.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, doing your play where they send maybe 2-man or 3-man into the top lane means that Top King will get accelerated regardless of the situation. But instead, they actually pull him from the top side, so he loses some valuable farming time. We're going to see CYH realize that his own jungle might be warded up. That's the combination for Jimian. He's going in for the kill. Gemini follows up, and they do find him. Jimian with the final 5-point Shuriken is going to get that kill. Now, Top King trying to find someone back. Jimian stays alive just barely. That was kind of ridiculous, as a 3-man from Impunity is not able to find an answer. Meanwhile, Koala might be caught up, but Atlan, his AD carry, is there to help him up. The death charge goes through, which AD carry will survive. Atlan finally picks up the kill, but he will stay alive off the Honey Fruit. He stays alive at 150 HP and kills everyone. Machi, how are you doing this? Lee Kai picking up the kills once again. It's a double. It's a disaster for Impunity, as they trade 4 for nothing.
No, that is actually so bad from Impunity. Not in terms of, like, the execution. Like, execution is, like, I think it's very unfortunate. However, oh no, that, like, I was just about to say, like, Top King needs some time, to be isolated and just farm up, you know, and generate pressure, and then all of a sudden CYH just ran into Jimian, and that basically costed his entire team's life. Look at this. CYH is 3 levels down, and look at this Akali damage. Like, I mean, Akali didn't even land most part of her damage, you know, it was just E into R1, and all of a sudden CYH is 50% health. And it was kind of unfortunate. Jimian actually lived off probably like 50 health. I mean, one auto attack probably would have killed him there. And right after that, that was another separate 2v1 here between Blaze and Koala. Atlan is there to the rescue. However, it is literally wallet gap at this point. And Atlan and Koala basically just wins out from having better items.
Oh, he takes the Honey Fruit as well, and Jimian even comes back for the kill. Top King can't even find the counter strike. Oh, that was so painful to watch. So many targets were one hit away from death. But Machi just somehow keep everyone alive. Ah, that's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you make play and like unfortunate scenarios like that happen. I think, you know, if Jimian did die in that fight, I think the fight might go a little differently. Because it will open up CYH and Top King to assist in the bot lane. However, Shira is getting caught again.
Go. The Solar Filler is going to come down. He's stunned up, and Jimian picks up the sweet kill here. 0-3-3 is a scoreline for Shira, and Machi X out of nowhere are starting Baron once again. Impunity don't have an answer. Everyone's still in the mid lane. It's going to take them a long time to actually get to this Baron pit, and now Top King is trying to join by going back. No, he stays and goes for the tower.
Yeah.
That's a sweet move by him. Machi X are going to lose 2 towers, but they will pick up the Baron.
Yep, and meanwhile, Top King only able to take about 50% health of this turret. I mean, he will eventually get this turret. However, that is a lot slower than I expected. And, I mean, look, this play is actually doable if Impunity is not 10 kills down.
Yeah.
I think Top King would have been able to generate a lot of pressure and put Machix on the timer for doing this Baron. If they're not that far behind.
We saw Top King actually pull back twice from the
did.
bot lane tower, so he wasn't super committed to finishing up that push. Maybe he still was communicating if he was going to TP into that fight. But I think eventually he did make the right choice, just stay and get himself more gold. He's sitting at 2 items now, so his side lane pressure is very, very considerable at this point. However, Machi X, it looks like they're not going to give you a chance.
Blaze.
Oh, Gemini's coming in, half HP. Goodbye, Blaze. I feel so bad for you.
I mean, Gemini did this, I think, 3 times now. I mean, he's just casually walking in and be like, Blaze, you don't get to play this game. And Blaze just dies. And Top King actually starting to lose his 1v1. However, Likai is going to get back to Minina, and he will have that range. TP is going to get used to get out of this sticky situation. That means Top King can no longer split push, and yeah, I mean, he can no longer split push and expects his team to defend because one misplay from his teammates would mean game end regardless. Top King, I thought it was going to go in. That scared me a little bit.
I don't think he's going in onto that one. Next, Jimian is up on the line. Can he outplay the 1v3? My guess is probably no. Goes into the Twilight Shroud, buys a lot of time for his team, and no way. There's no way he actually gets out of that one. Smurf is finally going to find the kill. Not exactly the person you want the kill to go towards, but Impunity at this point, they are going to take what they can get. They lose the bot lane inhibitor, but they do show Jimian what it means to not have a flash.
Yep, Top King might run into his death.
No, Zenith Blade does land. Top King trying to get as many people with the counter strike as possible, but still is going to fall down, and Machi X are looking at an exposed base right here. Chains of Corruption used by Blaze, another disengaged tool, and Machi X are happy to start working on the Nexus towers. Shira finally comes back, and he's going to escort Machi X away. They get a Q onto Machi, but Machi are willing to take the fight to the end. And it's Nautilus that falls down. No real follow-up from that point on. Gemini able to escort the backline away from Impunity. And it is Machi X that picks up another kill.
Yeah, Impunity will get to live another day. However, the next day when Machi X siege again might be a little hard to defend.
The only easy day was yesterday. That's how the saying goes. And right now, Machi X are holding on to a 4,000 gold lead, with the Ocean Drake already popping through. I just want to see a gentleman's duel, you know? I want to see either Likai or Jimian fight to the death against Top King. Don't send anyone to help him out. Just let Top King have his day in the sun, okay?
You know, I think Jax versus Na is almost always going to be Jax's favorite. Especially when both is 2 items. However, the Akali versus Jax is actually an interesting one because it's one that's like actually fairly skilled defender.
Yeah, a lot of dodge capabilities from both sides.
Yeah. So, I mean, hey, I would be pretty happy to see a gentleman's duel, but this is playoffs, BCS playoffs. It is not solo queue. I don't think they're allowed to all chat and just say, hey guys, you want to duel at Baron Pit?
Yeah,
But,
we've seen what happened to Ruby when he tries to call for a gentleman's duel. I don't think it was ever honored. CYH gonna get caught out again. Zenith Blade, Solar Flare down to Cathian Rain, and Gemini charges him down into the grave. Well, Gemini is gonna get caught out himself, and finally Top Game. Here we go. Here's the 1v1 duel. Wallop already used by Luka. It's a very low cooldown. Top King waiting for him to actually lose the Mega Gnar bar.
Yeah,
he also knows that Gemini's around.
Yeah, it is a little hard. Oh, why did he cancel? Oh no.
Oh,
okay, he's going for the flank. Lee Kai is...
Gentleman's Duel flashes in, goes for the pickoff, but Gemini is there too. He's gonna devastating him, charge backwards. Now Top King has a different target, but Atlan flies in too. He gets the flash away, but hey, what about Gentleman's Duel? I guess Machi X did not pay that any regard. We see Gemini charging in forward. He's finally gonna get shut down. Shira finds the kill. And Machi X don't have the heart to go in for more. G-Mian's gonna stay around and pick up this extra inhibitor tower. Actually, that was done by Atlan, but he will not be able to finish the mid lane inhibitor. So Impunity actually find themselves a bit of respite.
Yep, it is just going to be the turrets being dropped. However, it was a nice idea there, but I'm kind of weirded out by the fact that he actually flashed and also decided to hop onto Gnar. So when Gnar actually hopped away, Top King can't really follow up. That was probably a bit of a misplay there, and also got completely outplayed by Atlan there with the counter-strike there. And G-Mian missing in that E, otherwise it would have been huge. Overall, right? And then Gemini overchased a little bit, however, doesn't really make a difference. Machi X is still going to take 2 turrets, and they're just going to reset for Baron.
You can see that Machi are having fun. Gemini having a big old smile on his face. He's gone for pure 80 damage, 8 armor at this point, and he is a very, very tanky horsey. I want to check in on his stats. That looks like close to 300 armor here, and we are going to have a potential catch onto G-Mian. Smurf actually hits terrain. Gemini charges in. Top King dueling it out against G-Mian into the back line, and that's a triple kill for the Akali! He just assassinates the entire back line. Goodbye, Quadra! Is that the Penta? Come on, you have to give it to him. Blaze can't really make it that far away. G-Mian is charging in to get the stun down. There is the Penta kill for the Akali! G-Mian and Machi X are going to finish this one off in style. The damage was insane.
That was actually really well played from G-Mian there, doing massive damage with her second part of ultimate, basically deleting the entire Impunity squad. I think Impunity had a fairly good counter engage there at the beginning of the fight. However, what's happening? Oh, the inhibitor actually respawned. So it is going to be a triple inhibitor instead of game end for Machi X, but I do believe they will also get Baron off the next reset.
I just want to say, G-Mian wasn't even particularly fed at that point. He had 3 kills in the game and was able to dish out that amount of damage. That was a triple kill on Smurf, Shira, and CYH. In basically one ultimate. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I wish PCS actually had the layout where you see like how much damage someone did in one team
we
fight.
actually do have that layout, but G-Mian might be going in for more. This is the Gentleman's Duel that we want to talk about. Top King, though, is down a level, and it doesn't look like he wants to take the fight. The Shuriken doesn't land, and Top King's actually going to take G-Mian down to half health, force out the ultimate, but G-Mian's going back in for more. This is not an equal fight. G-Mian, you're 2 levels ahead.
And
Counter-Strike comes in on. It's not enough. Too much tenacity.
Okay, that actually started off pretty poorly for G-Mian, like missing basically everything. He cancelled his R1 with the E, so therefore there's no R1 damage being applied. Her E misses, and then she missed. G-Mian missed the next Q following that. So basically 3 crucial spells missed at the beginning of the fight. However, it is going to be an Akali that's 2 levels ahead, and we will see Machi X.
Blaze misses the Chains of Corruption. Gemini charges him down, and it's a double-digit kill game for G-Mian, taking Impunity out in style. Smurf, the only one still left alive, but he's gonna fall down. He takes Gemini with him at the very least, and the Pingus are popped. The Machi emotes come out. Machi X take this one in a 2-0 sweep as they advance to face Beyond Gaming, waiting for them.
Yep, Machix winning this game, actually, I'd say fairly convincingly, but Impunity definitely showed a lot of improvements from their regular season.
One didn't feel fair. It felt like Machi X just somehow pulled the skirmishing teamfight win out of their hat, and we have to give them props. They were the better mechanical team, just being able to out-execute in the teamfights despite having a bit of an early game deficit once more.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm pretty keen to see how Impunity performs throughout the playoffs. They are now being placed in the lower brackets. They're not completely out just yet, but they will have more games to play throughout the next couple of weeks. But this team actually looking pretty promising.
Yeah, I really like their chances against Berjaya Dragons going into it. I feel like Impunity at this point with their game plan will even be a strong challenge to J-Team, which, I'm sorry J-Team, but I think you guys are dropping down to the loser brackets after PSG. Just saying that, no disrespect, but PSG are way too good. So I'm really impressed with Impunity. That was a clean game where it really came down to execution, and if you're losing games based on teamfight execution, I don't think that's too bad of a situation. Like, mechanics are something that are almost impossible to catch up with within the week. So being able to arrive at that point is very, very impressive for this Singaporean squad.
Yeah, I mean, maybe more training, behind the screens, and maybe they will come up with a better plan, a plan that relies them to execute a little less in terms of just finger actions, and just play the map a little better, and you might see them actually take some games off the top teams.
Yeah, I'm so impressed by their draft. They're on blue side, and they're able to get triple bio lanes. That's kind of ridiculous and should never happen. But
I mean, it's somewhat also Machi's sort of, I wouldn't say trolling draft, but they're definitely limit testing with that Akali.
They were. They kind of were.
Definitely.
We saw Akali Pink Ward stay there for 2 red rotations.
Yeah, actually it did, yeah. But yeah, I mean, Akali into Victor isn't the best matchup for Akali. Victor definitely do bully out Akali a lot, but Jimian is able to play out this matchup pretty convincingly, I'd say.
I definitely want to see a replay of that triple kill coming in with the perfect execution. That was so fun to see. Gonna be an 11 kill game for him, and if I'm not mistaken, definitely a double MVP effort coming out from Jimian. Taking a look at the gold score here, there were a couple of points where Impunity did win out. The solo kill into the top lane, and also the win coming in from Shera definitely gave them a leg up before the 15-minute mark. But when it came to those scrappy teamfights in the bottom side, Impunity just, I think they were a little bit too willing to take those.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so rule of thumbs, if someone gets a pentakill, oh wait, never mind, jokes.
Okay.
Never mind. I was just gonna say, if someone gets a pentakill, they're most likely getting MVP, but nope. I definitely got bamboozled by the production. It is going to be Gemini that gets the MVP. 6-2-15, making sure Blaze does not get the chance to play this game.
To be fair, Gemini was probably a lot more impactful in the early game, but I want my style points.
Style points is the best points. Yeah, I mean, Gemini, the very core member of this Machix lineup, right? Definitely still showing up. Had this one game on Triforce Hecarim, not something you see that often in patch 11.6. Second game, he did go back to the Chem Tank Hecarim and still managed to pop off.
Yeah, did a really good job. Just always picking his spots, especially in the top side. We saw Lee Kai actually not doing that well this series, was camped out quite hard, and Gemini just came in with ganks over and over again and make sure that he was just gonna get pushed in. But that will be all for the series. We are going to take a very short break to get settled into our interview. Ray Rachu is going to take us through an interview, a post-game with Gemini right after these messages.
好的，我这也准备了。
好，OK。
好的。
好，
解释有。繁体字好小，我从这边看不到，所以只有刚才好几张，因为我要这样子才能看得到。
把它拉出来，应该会变得比较大。开一个计时。
因为中文。 Hello，大家好，这次采访就是 Maji 队的 Gemini. Hi guys, I'm here with Maji Esports Gemini for our winner interview. Gemini 你好。
大家好，我是 NG 叉打野 Gemini。
那首先就当然要恭喜你们获得这场胜利，能够就先说一下你们现在的感受吗？Firstly, of course, congrats on winning your first playoff match on day one. Can you tell us what your feelings are right now, especially because like that game one, we saw the starting of that game one, and it wasn't the best. So tell us your thoughts.
自然还是蛮开心的，因为毕竟我们算是一个全新的队伍。然后这是我们第一次打季后赛，所以能拿到2-0就很开心。
So our team is pretty new, so we're actually pretty happy about the result because considering that we're a new team, the fact that we managed to win our first series 2-1 is a pretty good result. So next, like I just want to ask if you could maybe talk a bit more about that game one, because even though it was a 2-0, that first game, especially the early to mid game, it looked like, you guys were pretty behind. Could you tell us more about your feelings and how the team was feeling through that, how you guys managed to turn that into that game one victory? 那就想要问一下，尤其是第一盘，因为你们前期到中期是有劣势，然后想问一下你们那时候的感受如何呢？还有你们是怎么稳下来打赢回来的呢？
当下因为前面中路不够果断，所以没有第一时间杀掉对面中路，然后我们就彼此安慰说，就是先发育一下，然后等我们6级之后再找机会去打架。
那你们那时候有什么感受？会不会紧张之类的呢？
就不会，因为我们团队也很常前期逆风，所以我觉得我们就保持住，然后稳住，再慢慢打回来就行了。
So I don't think that we were that nervous, even though we were behind in game one, because honestly speaking, like our team, we do sometimes fall behind early on. So we're kind of used to playing from there and just playing with like a straight face and carrying on. So for game one specifically, what happened was that we weren't able to use our advantage in mid lane well. Like there was a time where we were, there was a chance where we could have gotten a kill over in mid, but we didn't really use the opportunity well. So after that, we were just like, okay, we're just going to farm and then hope that there's a chance to come back later on after that. Great. So my next question I wanted to ask you guys is, y'all entered playoffs in 3rd place, right? And you're only behind PSG as well as Beyond Gaming. So I just wanted to ask what your expectations for playoffs are, and also are you excited to play PSG and Beyond Gaming again in playoffs and hopefully beat them? 那接下来的问题就是你们进季后赛毕竟是第3名，对吧？就 PSG 还有 Beyond Gaming 是在你们好像是第1、第2，然后就想问一下你们团队对季后赛是有什么期待呢？还有如果你们对 PSG 还有 Beyond Gaming 是有什么感受？就是很期待跟他们再打吗？你们有自信会赢他们吗？在季后赛里？
就以季后赛的期待，还是希望可以拿下冠军。毕竟我们是一个新组的队伍，如果能拿下冠军的话，我觉得我们在之后的赛事也会比较顺利一点。然后我们觉得最大的劲敌可能目前就是下一场的对手吧。像今天我们下一场对手就是 IMP， 但我们今天赢了 IMP 之后就是 BYG 了。觉得下一场对手永远都是最大的劲敌。
So Gemini said that, of course, because they're only behind PSG and Beyond Gaming. So this time around, now that they've beaten IMP, it means that their next match is going to be with Beyond Gaming. So they're looking forward to that. Also, he mentioned again that because they are a new team coming into playoffs, it's their first time playing in the playoffs as well. So their goal is to go to MSI, like all the teams, of course, that we've been talking to. The goal is MSI. 那这个问题就短短的问题也是想问一下，就再回去谈一下之前的那个第一盘 比赛，因为你刚才也是有说，你们是就新建的团队，然后就季后赛里面好像是隔了1周2周。就我刚才是在听那个中文主播，他们有在说，这可能是因为你们团队可能是那个手感有一点冷，所以前期就打成这样。你有什么感受呢？
觉得就有点没完全准备好今天的比赛吧，就是因为最近韩服账号出了一点问题，所以就比较少打。
什么出了问题？
就是韩服的账号。然后我们出了点问题，所以这1天半没办法打 solo queue， 然后就有点没有热到手，所以今天第一场就当做是热手感这样。
了解。So our last question to Gemini was I was listening to the English cast and also the Chinese language broadcast. The casters are saying like, their early game in game 1, it looks like, playoffs, it was like too much of a break for them. Like they hadn't warmed their hands up enough yet, which is why they fell behind. So I just asked Gemini what his thoughts were on that. And he said, yeah, to be honest, we kind of, it can be said that we treated that game 1 as our warm-up game, because he was saying that actually for the last day and a half, they've been having some trouble with their solo queue Korean accounts, so they haven't actually been able to like play on Korean solo queue for the last day and a half. So in that sense, yeah, they weren't really able to like get as much good practice in before today. Alright， 好的，那感谢 Gemini 接受这次的采访，祝 Maji 季后赛加油！
谢谢。
Thank you for the interview, Gemini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ray Rachu, for the wonderful interview that you hosted there. It's always nice to hear from you, and also from Gemini, keeping their eyes on the prize and going for championship aspirations. Even though we're a new team, we can still make it all the way. It's always great to see Gemini is leading his team now. He's kind of the only veteran left there to sort of charge this team forward. And I cannot wait for what they have in store for us as they go up against Beyond Gaming in their next series.
Yeah, I mean, Gemini over this split has really stepped up, like just really making sure that, he is the veteran of the team, he is the leader of the team, and, his team is actually responding really well, playing how he wants the team to be played, and overall just finding a lot of good success.
Yeah, I liked how humble Gemini was. They admitted they weren't as prepared for this series as they would have liked to be, and Impunity did do a good number on them in the early game. I definitely felt the pain from Ray Rachu there as he had to congratulate Machi X. She's Singaporean, of course. But I want to mention that the teams that did lose today, they still have another shot. Taking a look at today's results, J-Team did beat out Boom Esports 2-1 in a comeback win of the series, while Machi X took down Impunity 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, both game today has been, I'd say, fairly close, right? Boom and J-Team, a bit of back and forth. Boom started off taking one game off J-Team, and Machi X actually, Impunity put up a fight against them, despite losing 0-2.
Tomorrow, we will be starting with the loser brackets. It's going to be Berjaya Dragons versus Impunity and Hong Kong Attitude versus Boom Esports. I have to ask you for your predictions on this one, but which are the two teams that are going to be going home and which are the two teams that will be coming out with the V?
I think Impunity will be able to take down Berjaya Dragons, and I actually think Hong Kong Attitude could upset Boom Esports.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Personally, I actually have Hong Kong Attitude as well, but I have Berjaya Dragons for the first one. You have to rep for your players. No, I will say I don't feel as confident after watching Impunity against Machi X.
Impunity actually look really promising. Despite it is a 0-2 lose, I think their staff has prepared the team really, really well going into this playoffs.
It's an absolutely immaculate draft. I love their draft. I felt like if the tables were flipped around, then definitely that was a stronger draft for both teams to be on. Unfortunately, they're not going to make it. Taking a look at the overall structure of the playoffs, we do have 12 matches, so we are just getting started. Still 10 different matches of playoffs for us to go into. It's been an absolute pleasure casting the PCS and starting off the playoffs with you, Calvin. And, you know, that's going to be it for today. I hope you all enjoyed the show. I want to thank my analysts once more. I want to say a thank you to Ray Chu for the great interview and to our production for keeping everything so smooth. It's goodbye for now, but not forever. Please come back tomorrow.